Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Marry the Duke by Julianne MacLean, narrated by Rosalind Landor. Chapter 1. The London Season, 1881. With a sigh of resignation, Sophia Wilson realized she had not only hurled herself across an ocean from America to London, but from a sizzling hot frying pan into a fierce and fiery blaze. She was about to enter the marriage mart. She moved with her mother into the crowded London drawing-room, elegantly adorned with silk tapestries and bouquets of roses tied with ribbons. Squeezing her fan tightly in her gloved fist, she prepared herself, after a month of intense English etiquette training, for the introduction to the Earl and Countess of something or other, then dutifully smiled her best smile. "That wasn't so terrible, was it?" her mother whispered afterward, assessing the room as she spoke. Sophia could almost hear her mother's thoughts as she formulated the evening's strategy. An earl here, a marquis there. The weight of Sophia's responsibility hung over her then, like an iron chandelier dangling by a single screw, ready to drop at any moment. She was an American heiress, and she was here in London to secure her family's acceptance into high society back home and ultimately change their lives forever. She was here to marry an English lord. At least, that was what she had promised her mother when escape had become her only hope. For Sophia had turned down 3 proposals in the past year, very good ones in her mother's frequently professed opinion, and her mother had begun to bang her head against the wall. The last gentleman had been a Peabody, and good gracious, a Wilson marrying a Peabody would have been a coup like no other. It would have secured an invitation to the patriarch's balls. Mrs. Astor, the Mrs. Astor, might even have paid the bourgeois Wilsons a call. The high society matriarch would have hated it, of course. All this marital desperation because Sophia's family was one of many new families to try to break into the impenetrable old New York society. Arrivistes they were called, the nouveau riche. They knew what they were, where they stood, and they all wanted in. Sophia gazed despondently at the hordes of strangers in the room, listened distractedly to the cool, reserved English laughter, if one could call it laughter. Her sisters certainly wouldn't. She sighed, reminding herself how important it was to find a man she could love before the end of the season. She had made a deal with her mother so the poor woman wouldn't make herself ill again. The only way her mother would let Sophia off the hook regarding the Peabody proposal, without having an episode and calling the doctor again, was with the promise of a bigger fish. Since bigger fish were found exclusively in London, bigger fish with titles no less, here they were. Sophia only hoped she could find a romantic fish, a handsome fish, a fish who would love her for herself, not her money. "Allow me to present my daughter, Miss Sophia Wilson," her mother said, as she introduced her to a group of ladies, each with their daughters by their sides. For a moment, the English women were silent as they took in her appearance, her Worth gown, her emerald-cut diamond pendant, her diamond-cluster drop earrings. None of the English girls wore such extravagant jewels, and they gazed at her with envy. Sophia felt suddenly like a fish herself, and very much out of her familiar waters. "You're from America?" one of the women said at last, flicking open her fan, fluttering it in front of her face and waiting impatiently for Sophia's reply. "Yes, from New York. We're guests of the Countess of Lansdowne." The Countess, as it happened, was also American. In New York, she was regarded as the very best social godmother, because 3 years earlier she had married the Earl of Lansdowne and managed to fit into London society as if she had been born and raised there. The Wilsons had known Florence in New York before she married the Earl. Florence, too, had been on the outside looking in, had received the cold shoulder one too many times, and now took great pleasure in thumbing her nose back at those same high-nosed knickerbockers. She secured her revenge by assisting the so-called upstarts, like Sophia and her mother, up the slippery social ladder and sending them home to New York with impressive English titles in their bursting beaded reticules. "Yes, we're familiar with the Countess," the Englishwoman replied, exchanging a knowing nod with her companions. No more was said, and Sophia did her best to smile, the evening suddenly stretching before her like a long road with carriages halted and lined up for miles. At that moment a hush fell over the room, followed by a few scattered whispers. "It's the Duke! Is it the Duke? My word, it is the Duke!" All heads turned toward the door. The major-domo's deep, booming voice announced, "His Grace, the Duke of Wentworth!" As Sophia waited for the Duke's entrance, her American opinions about equality bucked in her head. Duke or ditch-digger, he's still just a man. She rose up on her toes to see over people's heads and steal a glimpse of the highest-ranking peer in the room, but leaned back when one of the young English girls in her group whispered in her ear, "Avoid him if you can, unless you want to marry into a nightmare." Sophia faced the girl, who paled and took a step back, discouraging any further conversation. Shaken by the girl's comment, and more than a little curious about it, Sophia turned her attention back to the door. Women were curtsying. Through the crowd, she spotted skirts billowing onto the floor. Finally, someone stepped aside, and Sophia found herself gazing across the room at a most impressive and magnificent man. Dressed in a black suit with tails, white shirt and white waistcoat, he prowled into the room like a hungry panther, nodding politely, but impassively, at all those who were curtsying and bowing in his path. While Sophia gazed at his strong, arresting face, her heart began to flutter in her chest. It was as if she were looking at a great work of art, feeling robbed of breath by an inconceivable thing of beauty. It seemed impossible that anyone could have created such a face, and yet someone had. A woman, a mother, who had, years ago, given birth to physical perfection. She continued to watch him, taking in everything about him, his self-assured bearing, his calm, aloof presence. His hair was midnight black, thick and wild, distinctly unfashionable, scandalous almost. Sophia raised a delicate eyebrow. No one in New York would ever be seen in public in such a feral-looking state. But this man was a duke, and he could no doubt do as he pleased. No one would dare criticize, contradict him, or cut him. That's what made London different from New York, she supposed. One could be eccentric if one was blue-blooded, and nothing could take away from one's social standing. The crowd was silent, in awe it seemed, as the imposing man made his initial sweep about the room. Then the assembly resumed its quiet conversational hum. As he moved toward a fair-haired gentleman on the other side of the room, Sophia turned to the young woman beside her. "What did you mean?" she whispered. "About the nightmare." The woman gazed over her shoulder to glance at the Duke. "I shouldn't have said anything. It's merely gossip." "Were you teasing me?" The woman's breast rose and fell with apparent frustration over the fact that Sophia would not relinquish her inquiry. "No, I was warning you." She leaned in and whispered, "Some call him the dangerous Duke. They say he has a black heart." "Who says?" The woman's brow furrowed with deeper frustration. "Everyone. They say his family is cursed. A cruel lot, all of them. Just look at him. Wouldn't you agree?" Sophia turned to gaze in his direction again. She watched his eyes. He slowly blinked, gazing with disdain at everyone who passed in front of him. "I wouldn't know." Yet her instincts warned her that he was indeed a dangerous man. There was no light in his eyes, only darkness, along with what looked like a deep simmering contempt for the world. She did not wish to meet him, she quickly decided. Intent upon returning to the conversation at hand, Sophia glanced uneasily at her mother. Heavens! She too was watching the Duke. A surge of dread made its way through Sophia's bloodstream. Her mother was all but salivating. James Nicholas Langdon, the 9th Duke of Wentworth, stepped out from behind a potted tree fern and gazed intently across the crowded drawing-room. Lady Seymour's ivory-plumed fan clacked open to obscure his view, and with some irritation he tilted his head to the side to see around her, for something had caught his eye. "Who is that woman?" he asked the Earl of Whitby, who stood behind him, absent-mindedly twisting an emerald ring around on his finger. "She's the American," Whitby replied. "The one they call the Jewel of New York, with a dowry large enough to support Buckingham Palace, or so I'm told." James stared at those engaging blue eyes and her tall, slender figure. "She's the heiress? You sound surprised. I told you she was beautiful. Didn't you believe me?" Without replying to the remark, James watched the golden-haired woman glide across the room toward Lord Bradley, their host. Introductions were made, and the American woman's eyes flashed as she smiled. She wore a silver and chestnut silk brocade gown that caught the light, and pearls at her neck, with an obscenely large diamond pendant. He let out a jaded sigh. "Another American, here for the pier-hunting season. How many is that now? 3? 4 so far? What are they doing? Writing home to all their friends on the frontier, telling them to please come quickly. There are titles to be had for those willing to pay." Whitby moved to stand beside him. "You know as well as I do that Bertie enjoys a novelty, especially one with wit and charm. And what the prince wants, the prince gets. And the Marlborough house set is only too happy to oblige him." At that moment the heiress laughed, revealing a warm, infectious smile. Whitby raised his chin at her. "She and her mother are residing with the Countess of Lansdowne for the season." "The Countess of Lansdowne of all people," James replied dryly. "Another American huntress, one who has already bagged her title. She'll coach the new recruit, I suppose." James knew the Countess all too well, and subtlety was not her strong suit. James and Whitby walked across the room together. James wasn't even sure why he had decided to come here tonight. He'd always despised the London marriage mart, for he was not seeking a wife, nor did he wish to ever seek one. He loathed being pursued by the avaricious mothers of single daughters who would marry their babies off to a reputed monster just for the pleasure of knowing their own blood would run in the veins of a future duke. Yet this evening something had lured him out into society. James paused beside the marble mantel, draped with a gold-fringed valance and topped with a vase full of carefully arranged white feathers. He couldn't help looking at the American again, all flash and glitter. "You've met her?" he asked. Whitby watched her as well. "Yes, at an assembly 3 nights ago." "And what about the prince?" "He met her last week at the Wiltshire ball. He danced with her twice, in a row, I might add, and from what I hear, her silver salver has been overflowing with ivory cards ever since." James leaned an elbow upon the mantel and watched her converse easily with their host. "You're not declaring an interest, are you?" Whitby asked, sounding surprised. "Of course not. I rarely declare anything." But perhaps tonight, he thought, there was some element of interest shifting around inside his head, shaking things up. She certainly was exceptional to look at. He let his gaze wander leisurely down the length of her gown, over the soft curves of her body. Such slender arms she had, beneath those tight white gloves. She held a champagne glass in dainty hands, but rarely sipped from it. "Is your mother still nipping at your heels about taking a wife?" Whitby asked, interrupting his private observations. James brought his mind back around. "Daily. Though I doubt I'll have to answer questions about any Americans. Mother enjoys running the house too much. She's hoping for some little insignificant chit. British, of course, who won't complain or attract any attention. One who'll be content to stay in the shadows." James nodded amiably at Lady Seymour as she passed by on her way into the gallery, where a recently acquired Rembrandt was on display. It was widely known in the best houses of London that the painting had come from the Marquis of Stokes, who had been forced to sell off a cartload of art to keep his estate from falling into disrepair. It was indulgently whispered in drawing-rooms everywhere that his wife had not spoken a single word to him since. "An American, especially one as flashy as that one," James added, trying not to think any more of the Marquis of Stokes and his money problems, for it touched a nerve of his own, "would be Mother's worst nightmare. My worst nightmare too, I suppose. If I ever decided to marry, I would choose a woman who would fade into the wallpaper and let me forget that I'd walked down the aisle." A group of gentlemen in the far corner laughed at some private joke. Then the noise in the room fell to a conversational murmur again. "You're the only peer I know who says, 'if I was ever to marry,'" Whitby commented. "You are such a rebel, Wentworth. You always were." "I'm not a rebel. I just don't have it in me to be anyone's doting husband. I want to put it off as long as possible. Or perhaps avoid it altogether." "Marriage? Oh, how hard could it be? You live in a house large enough that you'd never have to see her, except when you wish it." James scoffed at the simplicity of Whitby's opinions. "I dare say women are a little more complicated than that. Most don't like to be ignored, especially if, God forbid, they fancy themselves in love with you." Whitby nodded at a gentleman as he passed, then leaned in closer to James. "A wife can be a business matter, if you handle it properly." "Perhaps, but I am fortunate enough to have a younger brother to fall back on, as far as an heir is concerned. Martin will definitely marry. He's not like me or father. He's soft-hearted, and he enjoys falling in love." Somehow Martin had escaped what James had inherited, the passionate nature that had dragged his ancestors into a dark, inhuman hell on earth. James couldn't help hoping that his younger brother's calmer nature would put an end to the cycle of violence. At times, James felt as if he was merely holding down the fort, so to speak, managing the dukedom until Martin was old enough and wise enough to understand that he was the family's greatest hope, the most promising link in the hereditary chain. Whitby conceded, and James knew he had distracted his friend from asking any more intrusive questions. The heiress turned to glance in their direction just then, and he found himself unexpectedly locked in her gaze. Her eyes were enormous and bewitching. He couldn't bring himself to look away. He was rapt with fascination. The attraction unnerved him exceedingly. He had not felt a pull quite like it in years. Since he was a defiant adolescent, to be exact. These days, he never played games with young, marriageable women. He kept his affairs discreet and respectable, limiting himself solely to lovers who were already married. After a time, the heiress nodded cordially toward him. He inclined his head in return. Then she calmly returned to her conversation with Lord Bradley. That was all. She touched her host's forearm, reacting to something he had said. Lord Bradley glanced down, quite evidently shocked at her informality. He recovered fast, however, with an ardent blush and a new sparkle in his eye that made him look 10 years younger. James felt the corner of his mouth turn up slightly. Indeed, he could not recall the last time a woman had stirred the long-buried embers of his susceptibilities. For a fleeting, reckless moment, he ignored his principled inner voice, the voice that told him to look away, and thought he might like to meet her after all, to be properly introduced, that is, and to see where a casual acquaintance might lead. He had been complaining of boredom lately. But was it really boredom, he wondered, with some unease? He wasn't altogether certain. He'd become so adept at strangling his desires that he couldn't really remember what they felt like any more. Better that than the alternative, he thought, further reminding himself that he was still the son of a hot-tempered beast of a man, and the grandson of a paranoid killer, and to unleash his passions of any kind, would be perilous. With that, he quickly crushed the impulse to meet the heiress, and instead joined a group of gentlemen in the gallery discussing politics. Mrs. Beatrice Wilson watched helplessly from across the crowded drawing-room as the handsome Duke of Wentworth walked out. She glanced up at her daughter, Sophia, conversing attentively with an aging marchioness, blissfully unaware of anything going on around her. In particular, the departure of the most prestigious and difficult catch in all of England. Hadn't Sophia noticed that he was leaving the room? When the Marchioness excused herself, Beatrice led Sophia to a quiet corner. "Darling, let us go and find the Countess. You must be presented to the Duke. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" Sophia pressed a hand to her forehead. "Mother, I'm afraid I don't feel well." "You don't feel well? But the Duke of Wentworth is here, and from what I have heard, he rarely attends drawing-rooms. We cannot let this opportunity pass us by." It had been a long year of struggles for her mother, Beatrice Wilson, who was growing tired and weary of the exertion. She often said that Sophia, in her innocence, did not appreciate the importance of her marriage, how crucial it was that she marry well. She did not understand that romance and passion would not last throughout the years. Sophia still believed that she should marry for love and love alone, and nothing else mattered. Beatrice cherished her daughters too much to permit them to make poor choices, and be forced to live unhappily with those choices. Beatrice wanted security and safety for her girls. She knew how easily money could come and go, and how easy it was to be cast out of good society when the money went. British titles, however, there was something that would last. Here, in the aristocracy, all a woman had to do was birth her babies, and her child's social position would be guaranteed forever. "Are you ill?" Beatrice asked, touching her daughter's forehead. "I might be. I don't think tonight is a good time to meet the Duke. Can't we just go home?" Beatrice's eyes narrowed, for there it was again, that immovable resistance. Sophia had always been strong-willed. "Didn't you like the look of the Duke? I thought he was very handsome." Her daughter considered the question. "To be honest, Mother, he is not the sort I'm looking for." "But how can you make that judgment without even speaking to him? It will not do any harm to be introduced. Then you can decide whether or not you like him." "I don't want to be introduced." "Sophia, you must give the man a chance. You cannot afford to be so picky. The season will not last forever, and your father has invested a great deal to—" "Mother, you promised that if I took this trip you would let me make my own choice." Beatrice's heart squeezed painfully at the reminder. Yes, she had promised. It had been the only way to convince Sophia to come. Feeling drained and in no mood for a battle, Beatrice cupped her daughter's chin. If she wasn't feeling well, she wasn't feeling well. What could be done? Let's get our cloaks, then. She walked out with her daughter, wondering if she should have stood her ground and insisted upon an introduction to the Duke. Once again, she felt the uncomfortable weight of her shortcomings. Her husband had always said that she was too easy on her daughters, that she spoiled them. But how could she help it, when she loved them so very much? The next morning, James went thoughtfully to his own study to read the Morning Post and deal with correspondence. As he settled into his chair and leaned back, his gaze fell upon the oak-panelled wall, and for some reason he thought of the American heiress. He wondered what she would accomplish in England, what chubby little impoverished lord she and her mother would snare. They certainly wouldn't have any problem charming the ones they wanted. Lately, the American women were putting the average country squire's daughter to shame. The Americans, after all, were travelling the world, learning science and art and languages from the best tutors money could buy, and seeing for themselves the beauty of the Tempietto or the Sistine Chapel, while the English girls were being educated by a governess or two in a draughty second-floor schoolroom in the rural English backwaters. James was suddenly angry with himself. He was probably one of many gentlemen sitting in his study that morning, staring at the wall and thinking of her. No more. Efficiently, he dealt with the first letter on the pile, then reached for the second. It was from one of Martin's instructors at Eton, the headmaster, in fact. James read the note. Martin was in trouble again. He'd been caught with a bottle of rum and a laundry-maid in his room. The headmaster intended to suspend Martin and wished for instructions as to where the boy should be sent. No, not Martin. Tipping his head back in the chair, James contemplated how best to handle this. Martin had always been a quiet, well-behaved child. What was this all about? Perhaps it was simply the natural recklessness of youth. Boys will be boys, some said. James, who had always kept his distance from his family and had no intentions of altering that habit, knew he was not the person to provide guidance to Martin. James had been the victim of harsh discipline all his young life, and he would not put himself on the other side of that line. Nor did he know of any other alternative methods, for he knew only the example set by his father. After some consideration, he decided to send Martin to their Aunt Caroline in Exeter, his mother's sister, who would be better equipped to deal with this sort of thing. James penned the necessary letters, then firmly swept that problem from his mind and reached for the paper folded on his desk, still warm from the butler's iron. He had just glanced at the front page when a footman knocked and entered, carrying the gold-trimmed salver. He held the tray out to James. "Your Grace." James picked up the letter and recognised the handwriting. It was from his agent, Mr. Wells. The footman departed, and James broke the seal. "My Lord Duke, I regret to inform you that there has been some damage to the roof over the state-room. A few days ago it sprung a leak, causing some unsightly stains on the carpet and furniture. The carpenter I sent for was a rather portly fellow, and the roof collapsed quite violently under his weight. We now recognise that the roof was thoroughly rotted, which leads me to wonder how the rest of it will fare over the coming winter. As you are aware of the state of the finances, I will refrain from repeating the gravity of the situation. I only hope that you will make a decision regarding the sale of the French tapestries in the West Wing, as well as the works of art we discussed in the gallery." James closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose to fight the tension that was suddenly throbbing in his head. He wondered why all these problems were accruing now, like some sort of test. He squeezed his left hand, making a fist to ease the pain of a childhood injury that still ached after more than 20 years. He stared intently at his palm, then turned his hand over, remembering the impossible weight of the trunk lid. Then, as he always did, he pushed those memories away. Should he sell the French tapestries? They would probably bring in enough to cover the roof repairs. His mother would not weather the gossip well, however. But even if James did sell them, what after that? The lake needed to be dredged, and his mother's and Lily's pin money had been cut back to almost nothing. On top of that, they were slipping further and further into debt each year. Expenses were rising. Revenues were falling. Land simply didn't provide the profits it once did, on account of the worst agricultural depression of the century. He'd already raised the rents. He would not do so again. James inhaled deeply and let his thoughts return to the American heiress. He remembered the ostentatious diamond that dangled just above her lovely cleavage. That alone would clear up last year's entire deficit. He stared, unseeing, at the lace-covered window beside his desk, and thought about what Whitby had said about taking a wife, that it could be a matter of business if one handled it properly. Wouldn't it make sense, then, to marry a woman who was as determined as he to marry for something other than love? A title, for instance? But it was the one thing he'd always despised, that hungry, desperate look from women who wanted solely to elevate themselves to the rank of duchess. That's what his mother had wanted when she'd married his father. She'd been blinded by the pomp and ceremony that followed him everywhere. And look where it took her. To hell and back. He leaned forward in his chair. Most likely, the vivacious American heiress was nothing like his mother. He suspected that girl could take care of herself. She had a certain independent quality about her. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing in a marriage, he wondered. He'd always wished his mother had been stronger against his father. Perhaps he could go to the Weldon House ball this evening after all. The American was sure to be there. Not that he'd made any firm decision, of course, or because he was fancying her. He was not so easily swept away, nor did he ever plan to be. He would never allow it. He'd spent his entire life training himself to avoid passion and the loss of one's senses that accompanied it. He was fixed and unyielding as a rock. So, what was there to worry about? He wasn't capable of any kind of true, deep love for a woman. Not with his upbringing. He decided, then, that his attendance at the ball would be a reconnaissance mission. A matter of business, for the fact remained that he had to save the estate and the dukedom from financial ruin. For if he didn't, not even Martin would be able to solve the family's deeper, more ancient problems. Perhaps if James could fix what was wrong in the short term, the next generation might provide the heir to end the madness. Perhaps a loveless marriage to a wealthy, socially ambitious heiress would be a means to tread water. If James didn't lose his head, like his father and his other ancestors had, he would be doing a great service to his family, something that could turn out to be the saving grace they all so desperately needed. It was decided then. He would see her again and shield himself from her beauty and charm. What she looked like or how she behaved would not be part of his criteria. For the good of all, the heiress included, his motives would remain mercenary. Chapter 2. Sophia's stomach flip-flopped with nervous anticipation as the carriage approached the grand Gothic Weldon House. All the windows of the stone mansion were lit up in the night, and gentlemen with top hats and ladies on their arms strolled up the long red carpet to the front door. Across from Sophia, in the dimly lit carriage, sat her mother, wearing yet another brand-new Worth gown of pink satin and gold lace, and Florence Kent, Countess of Lansdowne, who wore a deep blue silk gown trimmed in galons d'argent and glass pearls, adorned with a striking embroidered sunburst on the skirt. "Now remember," Florence said as she pulled on her gloves, "the Marquis of Blackburn will be in attendance, as well as the Earl of Whitby and the Earl of Manderlin, all unattached and looking. They are your first priority this evening, Sophia. There's also a baron from Norfolk. I can never remember his name." Sophia's mother interrupted. "What about the Duke? Will he be there?" Florence gave Beatrice a surprised look. "He rarely comes to balls, and I wouldn't set your sights that high. I'm beginning to think he's made of stone. No one has been able to move him. Oh, look, it's our turn." Relieved that the Countess had dismissed the Duke as a potential groom, Sophia remembered what the English girl had said about him. "Avoid him unless you want to marry into a nightmare. They say his family is cursed." Cursed in what way? She couldn't help but wonder. The coach pulled up in front of the house, and the door swung open. A liveried footman assisted the ladies down onto the walk, and together they made their way up the long red carpet, crowned by a striped awning, all the way to the front door. They had to pause in the doorway behind another couple while they waited to move into the hall and greet their hosts. The lady in front of them turned her head and smiled, then faced forward again, leaning into her escort to whisper, "It's the American." Sophia felt a sudden rush of anxiety, as if she were floating away into deep waters. For a moment, she wanted to turn around and run back to the coach and tell the driver to take her straight home, not just to Florence's house, but to America, to her sisters, to the easy way they were with each other, and the way they laughed and giggled and humoured their mother. What were the girls doing now? Were they sleeping in their beds? Or were they awake and telling tales in front of the parlour fireplace? The line finally moved, and Sophia greeted the hosts on the curved marble staircase, then made her way up to the withdrawing room to remove her cloak and tidy her gown and hair. Her mother tugged on her arm, and Sophia, so much taller than her mother, leaned down. "Remember, if you discover the Duke has come, tell me immediately. I will spare nothing to have you presented to him and get you a dance with him. Just one dance. You owe me that much, Sophia." Sophia fought to control her displeasure at the thought of her mother sparing nothing. "If you could just leave it to me and stay out of it and let things happen naturally." "Stay out of it?" her mother whispered. "How can I stay out of it when I am your mother, and I want the very best for you? I know you want the fairy tales, Sophia, but sometimes fairy tales in real life." She stopped at that, and Sophia was glad, for the thought of her mother trying to hook that devilish Duke tonight made her want to sink through the cracks in the floor and not come out until morning. She decided then that she would not allow herself to be presented to him like a raspberry custard on a platter, there for him to sniff and taste to see if he liked her flavour. Tonight, if she decided she wanted to meet the Duke, she would only meet him when she was good and ready, with her head steady on her shoulders and her feet planted firmly on the ground. As was becoming of a duke, James arrived at the dance late and strolled into the ballroom with his dancing gloves on. His cool gaze swept the room, which sparkled with massive brass chandeliers hanging low and the glitter of gold lace on richly coloured gowns. The floor was polished smooth, shining like a reflecting pool, and couples swirled around the room, turning and dipping to the magnificent flow of a Strauss waltz. James felt the gazes follow him as he meandered through the crowd, past eager-looking young ladies with dance cards and short pencils dangling from their wrists, their fans swaying languidly in front of their flushed faces. Whitby spotted him from across the room, and, with a flourish, raised his champagne glass in salute. Within moments, the Earl was making his way past leafy palms and ferns, around the perimeter of the room. "You came after all," he said, arriving at James's side. "This is a change for you. Out 2 nights in a row. Reminds me of the old days." Whitby and James went back many years, their friendship beginning at Eton and peaking when they were both expelled for building a giant slingshot that sent a stone smashing through the headmaster's office window. James thought back to those days. He'd had a lot of anger in him then, and so had Whitby. That's what had brought them together, he supposed. "You came to see her again," the Earl said. "Who?" "The American, of course." At least Whitby had the presence of mind to lower his voice. "She's making the rounds tonight, is she?" James replied in a disinterested tone, wondering if he should request a spot on her card. "Naturally." Whitby raised his glass toward the dance floor. "Over there, in Burgundy, dancing with that Baron from Norfolk. Oh, what's his name? I can never remember it." The man's name was Lord Hatfield, but James kept silent, for his attention was totally and completely fixed on the vision coming toward him, swirling and spinning, smiling and sparkling. She drew closer. Then he heard the swish of her silk gown, smelled her perfume, and just as she twirled in front of him, their eyes met. There was that look again, that haughty, indifferent little smirk. By God, she was a magnificent creature. Then he considered making a wife out of her. She would certainly not fade into any wallpaper he'd ever seen. And judging by the way his body was reacting to her now, buzzing to life like a brand-new, flickering electric lamp, he knew any hope that this could be a simple business matter was thoroughly ridiculous. Bloody hell! He was not interested in any kind of marriage that stirred passions, regardless of its profitability. In fact, he was wholly determined to avoid anything like that at all costs. Surely there were other ways to manage his finances. "Lucky Baron," Whitby remarked, after she'd gone by. "Why don't you dance with her, then?" James said, feeling irritable. "Or have you already?" "Not yet. Soon, though. I believe I took the last spot on her card." Right then. Her card was full. There would be no dancing with the heiress tonight. Probably for the best, James thought. If he knew what was good for him, he would dance with a few wallflowers, then take his leave. The waltz ended, and he and Whitby wandered about the room, stopping to chat with the Wileys and the Cartwells and the Nortons. They reached the far corner and picked up champagne glasses from a passing footman. At that moment, they noticed the heiress turn from her conversation with Lord Bradley and begin to walk directly toward them. Her mother came hurrying along behind her. "Good heavens! Is she coming over here?" Whitby said, with a frown of shock and some alarm. It was a most uncompromising rule of polite society that a lady never dashed at a gentleman in a ballroom. She waited quietly for him to speak to her. Americans, James said to himself, with an amused shake of his head. Whitby straightened visibly as she approached. "Good evening, Lord Whitby," she said. Her voice was deep and sultry, like velvet, just as James had imagined it would be. "It's lovely to see you again." The orchestra started up again, with a minuet. Whitby smiled, and James could sense his friend's strong interest in the woman before them. Her mother came up late behind her, looking flustered. "Wentworth," Whitby said, "may I present to you Miss Sophia Wilson and Mrs. Beatrice Wilson of America? His Grace, the Duke of Wentworth." Miss Wilson offered her gloved hand. Did she know that she was breaking another rule? That unmarried ladies did not offer their hands to gentlemen, especially not in ballrooms? "Your Grace." She did not curtsy. James held her hand briefly. He knew a mistake like that could pulverize a young woman's social prospects in an instant. Did she even care? Probably not, for she must know that it was that very quality among her fellow countrywomen here in London, those who made the most of their uniqueness by breaking all the rules, that amused the Prince of Wales, and had turned these beautiful American heiresses into such curiosities. "Honoured, Miss Wilson." He let go of her hand and gave a slight bow. "I believe I saw you at the Bradley Assembly last evening," she said. "Indeed," James replied. "I was there for a short time. You left early, however." "I'm flattered that you gave my presence a second thought." She certainly was bold, James thought, and right in front of her mother. He glanced down at the small woman with the enormous jewels around her neck, her eyes round and questioning, as if she was struggling to follow what was going on. James wondered what to make of her. "Are you enjoying your visit to London, Mrs. Wilson?" he asked the woman. "Yes, Your Grace, thank you," she replied, seeming flattered that he had asked. Her voice had a sharp, thorny quality to it. The young heiress wore a pleasant expression as she gazed down at her mother. Then, with disinterest, she turned her attention back to James, and he guessed that this was all for her mother's benefit, to satisfy the woman's desire to present her daughter to a duke. "And where is your home, Your Grace?" she asked. "What part of the country?" "Yorkshire," he told her. "I've heard it's lovely in the north." He made no further comment, and there was an awkward, uncomfortable silence. "Do you have siblings there?" she asked. "I do." "Brothers or sisters?" "Both." "How nice. Do they travel to London with you when you come?" Whitby cleared his throat as if to say something, and James somehow knew his friend was going to correct the heiress on her behaviour, for she had made another error. James suspected it was just as unimportant to her as the last one. "Miss Wilson," Whitby said quietly, almost in a whisper, "if I may, such personal questions may be acceptable in your home country, but here in England they are considered rather intrusive. I only mention it now as a friend, to save you some embarrassment. Has no one told you that?" He said it kindly, as gently as possible. But still, the mother appeared quite horrified at the situation. Her daughter, however, revealed nothing of the sort. "Yes, I've been told, but I thank you all the same. It's very kind of you to want to look out for me." Whitby made a slight bow, as if to say, "You're welcome," and all James could do was try not to laugh out loud and say "Brava" to the girl. Perhaps Whitby was right. Perhaps James was more of a rebel than he'd thought, for why else would he be so highly entertained by such a display? She had smirked at the English social code and didn't seem to give a damn. That's likely why Bertie was so taken with her, because of her daring nonconformity. It was a good thing, too, for if not for the prince's enthusiastic endorsement, she would be finished. James glanced down at the frazzled mother, who had gone pale, and seemed to think all was lost. He simply had to ease the poor woman's mind. "I am disappointed to hear that your dance card is full," he said to Miss Wilson. "Perhaps next time I will arrive in time to—" A look of panic flew across her mother's face. "Oh, no, Your Grace. Her card is not full. I've kept one dance open, the last one." Somehow he was not surprised. James smiled. "Then would you be so kind as to allow me to claim that spot?" "Oh, yes, yes!" The mother grabbed clumsily for the card at her daughter's wrist, tugged it downward, and quickly penciled in his name. The small woman's cheeks flushed with what he could only describe as a mixture of triumph and ravenous hunger. There it was again. Nothing new, though English mothers of marriageable daughters usually did a better job of hiding it than this one. Miss Wilson smiled politely. "I'll look forward to it, Your Grace." Just then, a gentleman appeared out of nowhere, took her hand and led her to the centre of the floor. James watched her intently as she began a quadrille. Mrs. Wilson excused herself and ventured off toward a group of ladies, and James was left standing with Whitby, who immediately chided himself. "What was I thinking, correcting her like that?" James laughed. "She certainly took it well. But I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to cross me off her card tonight. Damn my idiocy! I was hoping to make a good impression. But really, unless she wants to be cast out of London altogether, she should be familiar with our manners and customs." "I do believe she is, Whitby. She just does what she likes." Before James walked away, he patted his friend on the arm and added quietly, "Good luck with that one. You'll need it." He decided at that moment to give up the idea of any kind of match with her, dowry or no dowry, for somehow she had managed, in that brief, casual encounter, to again stir what had for years been consciously and contentedly still. Near the end of the night, James found his mother standing by the door where there was a breeze, fanning herself and looking displeased. "I saw you talking to the American," she said right off. "Lord Whitby made the introduction." "Hardly. I saw her march right up to you, bold as brass." She glanced in the other direction. "Those Americans are always introducing themselves." James stood in a relaxed position beside his mother, hands clasped behind his back. "Lord Wetherby's daughter is out, you know," his mother said. "Have you spoken to her this evening? She's a charming little thing. Shame about Lady Wetherby. Passed away last year." The Dowager Duchess knew she should never push young girls in James's face. She knew how much he loathed it, and that to do so did more harm than good. "Look, there's Lily," the Duchess said. "Dancing with that Baron. Unfortunate, isn't it, how short he is?" James watched his sister dance by. She appeared to be enjoying herself. A few minutes later, the final dance of the evening began. He had been waiting for it. Rather impatiently, he had to admit. Spotting the heiress at the precise instant she spotted him, he smiled and inclined his head, then took a step to go to her. But his mother, whom he had completely forgotten just now, grabbed hold of his arm. "You're not going to dance with her, are you?" she asked, the lines on her face deepening with concern. Smoothly, James pulled his arm from her grasp. "You forget yourself, Mother." She released him and took a step back, her face pale with pent-up frustration. Her displeasure had no effect upon James, however, for since he had become a man, they both knew she could not control him. Beatings in the schoolroom were no longer possible, and God knew he felt no obligation to please or appease her, no desire to make her happy or proud. James let the altercation roll swiftly off his back, then straightened his tie and started off across the room toward the heiress. Chapter 3. James closed his gloved hand around Miss Wilson's and stepped into the blue Danube with confidence and grace. He did enjoy dancing, and he was pleasantly surprised at the ease with which the heiress followed his lead. On her feet, she was weightless as a cloud. She smelled like flowers. He wasn't sure what kind, only that they reminded him of spring when he was a boy, of the rare afternoons when he was permitted to go off on his own, over the green grass and heath and bracken, down to the pleasantly calm, secluded lake. He hadn't thought of such things in a long time. "You dance well," he said at last. "Only because you are a strong lead, Your Grace." She said nothing more, and he found it strange that she was not talking. He'd seen her converse with every other partner this evening. She had always been talking and smiling and laughing. "Why won't you look at me?" he asked, eager to dispense with polite courtesies and get straight to the point. "Most of the other ladies aren't looking at their partners," she replied. "But you've been looking at your partners all evening. Why not me? If I've done something to offend, I should like to know what it was, so that I may make amends." He spun her around to avoid bumping into another couple. "There has been no offence. You simply strike me as a man who doesn't enjoy light conversation. Beautiful turn, Your Grace." "Why would you think such a thing? Do you believe yourself clever enough to judge a man by taking one look at him?" "You're very direct." "Why bother with niceties?" he replied, "when plain speaking is so much more efficient." She took a moment to consider his question. "Well, Your Grace, since you prefer candour, I shall confess that I've heard gossip, that you are considered dangerous. Therefore, I feel compelled to exercise some caution with you. At the same time, I do possess a mind of my own, and I've always been reluctant to believe every piece of idle chatter I hear. I wanted to decide for myself what kind of man you were, so I watched you this evening. I noticed that you haven't smiled once, except at that lovely dark-haired woman a few minutes ago, the one in the cream and gold dress. Nor have you moved about the room. You don't seem to enjoy socializing, and from that, I can only assume that you don't have much to talk about, or much interest in what others have to say." Good God! What an answer! But there was more. "As far as being clever enough to judge a man by taking one look at him," she said, "let it be known, Your Grace, that I took more than one look at you, both tonight and last night." More than one look. Was she flirting, or just supporting her rebuttal? James pulled her a little closer. "Allow me to understand. You noticed that I haven't moved about the room this evening, but have you not heard the old adage that still waters run deep?" For a moment she pondered that. "Then what does that make you? Hidden and unexplored, or dark and abysmal?" They whirled past a statue of Cupid spouting water into a little pool. "That depends," he replied. "Which do you prefer?" After a few seconds, she chuckled. He spun her around again, and she followed him flawlessly. Sophia gazed up at the handsome English Duke leading her around the floor and fought to catch her breath. Her heart rate was accelerating, and she wasn't sure if it was the exercise, dancing and swirling about the room at such a marvellous speed, or the preposterous subject matter of a conversation like this, with a man who had been labelled dangerous by good society. He spun her around at the edge of the dance floor, then moved toward the centre. What skill on the floor! This was by far the best dance of the night. "Ah," he said, "I see a light in your eyes. You are enjoying yourself. Perhaps reconsidering your first impression of me. May I dare to hope that you are beginning to find me moderately charming?" Sophia couldn't help but smile. "Perhaps moderately, Your Grace, but no more than that." She felt his hand slide up her back and wished her brain would behave. There was no need to notice where his hand was from one second to the next. "That is a start, at least." Then he twirled her around again. The waltz was coming to an end, and disappointment muddled James's thoughts. He found himself quite unable to accept that this would be the last time he would speak with Miss Wilson. He could always come to another ball, he supposed, but people would take notice and distinguish who he hoped to see. Not that he cared what people thought. It would matter only to his mother. He didn't care about that either. In fact, something about going against her wishes tempted him. James made another turn about the floor, and Miss Wilson followed him capably. The corner of her mouth curled up in a delicious little smile, and a base, male instinct sparked and flared in his veins. He wanted her. Every inch of her. There was no doubt about it. And being the highest-ranking peer in the room, he was likely at the top of her peer shopping list. A small part of him felt a sweep of satisfaction at that, to know that if he desired her, and all her bags of money, he could probably have both. It was highly uncharacteristic of him, he suddenly realized, to enjoy being the object of women's ambitions. He supposed he was looking at his own mirror image. With the cash that would come with her hand in marriage, and her desire to elevate her social standing, she was as much an object of ambition as he. The music ended, and the dance was over. James stepped away from the heiress, and for a moment they stood in the centre of the ballroom, staring at each other. He knew he should say good night to her, return her to her mother. "I shall call on the Countess of Lansdowne tomorrow afternoon," he announced, "if she will be at home." Calmly and coolly, Miss Wilson inclined her head. "I'm sure the Countess would be pleased to receive you." Then she gestured toward the edge of the room, now almost cleared of guests. "I see my mother." Her mother, yes. James offered his arm and escorted Miss Wilson off the floor. "Your Grace," the older woman said, smiling brightly. James bowed slightly. "Mrs. Wilson, do enjoy the rest of your evening." With that, he turned and took his leave. During the carriage ride home from the ball, Sophia was in a daze. Her mother and the Countess sat together on the opposite seat, gloating and scheming, exhilarated by the fact that Sophia had danced with the Duke and that he had held her captive on the floor afterward, simply gazing at her. Sophia barely heard a word they said. She was staring out the window, feeling weak and breathless. He had been such a magnificent dancer. The way he held her about the waist, it was effortless to float along with him, to follow his strong lead about the room. It was as if she'd had wings. She struggled, however, to remember that her mind must rule her emotions, especially when she recalled what the young woman at the assembly had said about him. A cruel lot, all of them. "I wonder when you'll see him again," Florence said to Sophia. As she stared numbly at her mother and the Countess, she recognized a look of victory in their eyes. She heard the words, "He's a duke," bouncing off the walls inside the carriage, even though no one spoke the words aloud. She tried to speak with a degree of indifference. "I don't know. Perhaps he will be at the Berkeley Assembly." She was glad she had lied, she decided, when the ladies turned back to their scheming and left her to stare out the dark window again. Otherwise, they would question her about when he would arrive, and tomorrow they would make her change her dress 12 times. They would test her on proper etiquette, and she would most likely get caught up in the excitement herself and become even more tempted by a man she barely knew, a man who appeared to harbour a mysterious darkness in his depths. And oh, the certain uproar if he did not come. There would be questions about that. Conjecture, reproach. No, she would not put herself through that. They would be surprised when he arrived, if he arrived, and she would be surprised as well, because under no circumstances would she allow herself to get swept away by silly, romantic hopes and dreams. "Is it common knowledge here?" Sophia asked her mother over the breakfast table the following morning. "How much I am worth?" Her mother set down her teacup, and she and Florence exchanged looks of concern. Why do you ask, darling?
Because I'm curious if there is an exact number floating around. Mind you, I'm not naive. I know there must be speculation, but do they know exactly how much Father is willing to pay?
Mrs. Wilson cleared her throat. I certainly haven't told anyone, except Florence, of course. The Countess kept her eyes on her plate, and Sophia felt a touch of annoyance.
Florence knows, but I don't.
She glanced up at the footman who stood behind the Countess. Like a soldier on duty, he kept his eyes level, giving no indication that he was listening to the conversation, or having any thoughts at all. Sophia knew there were thoughts in his head, of course. The servants tried to act invisible, but they weren't. Not to her. They were human beings like everyone else. Her mother reached for a biscuit and buttered it vigorously. There is no exact amount, Sophia.
There must be a range.
She looked up at the footman and said,
Would you excuse us, please? Just for a moment.
He walked out. Sophia pressed her mother further.
Well, did Father give you some indication?
Oh, Sophia, why must you ask these questions?
Because I have a right to know how the world works, and certainly what my chances are of finding a man who will marry me for love, not just for my money.
No one will ever marry you just for your money, Sophia, Florence said. You're a beautiful woman. That will play a significant part in this.
So it's my looks and my money. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but do my heart and mind not count for anything?
The two women reassured her at once. Of course they do, darling. That goes without saying. Sophia continued to eat her breakfast.
You still haven't told me how much Father is willing to pay.
After a conspicuous silence, her mother finally replied, All right. If you insist upon knowing, I won't keep it from you, because I know you won't let it go. He seemed to think £500,000 was the going rate, but there is room for negotiation, depending on who makes the proposal. It's quite standard, Florence added. The going rate. Sophia's appetite disappeared, and she wiped at her lips with the napkin.
My word, that is rather shocking. But thank you for telling me.
She said nothing more, and Florence rang her little bell for the footman to return and bring more tea. When he went to fetch it, Sophia made one quick request.
Will you please not tell anyone, not even a gentleman who expresses interest? I know that there are, of course, assumptions that I will come with money, but I would prefer that it not be a certainty. That if a man wishes to propose to me, he would at least be willing to take the risk that my dowry might not be what he thinks or hopes it is.
Both women fell silent, gazing uneasily at each other from across the table. If that will make you happy, her mother said, then yes, of course. Our lips will be sealed until you find the man you can love. The word love, uttered from her mother's lips, was a surprise, one that made Sophia relax a little in her chair. She let out a breath.
Thank you, Mother.
Then she rose and kissed her on the cheek. James stepped from his carriage, looked up at the front of Lansdowne House, and wondered uncomfortably if he was doing the right thing. It had been an impulse the night before to say that he would call, and he rarely surrendered to impulses. He usually knew his reasons for doing things, but today he was uncertain. Was he here because of the money? Was that the spark that had lit this fire under him? Or was it Miss Wilson's beauty and charming individualism? He supposed it was a little of both, though he had never found individualism to be a desirable quality in a woman before. Quite the opposite, in fact. For a second, he considered climbing back into his carriage and driving off. Something in him wanted to, but whatever it was, he rejected it. He decided to let this venture play out and see where it led. With that, he walked to the door and knocked. A few minutes later, he was shown upstairs to the drawing-room. The butler announced him, and James moved through the open door. His gaze was drawn at once to Miss Wilson, seated across the room, teacup and saucer in hand. She wore an ivory tulle gown that gave her a look of sweetness, like some whipped cream confection. At the sight of her, he felt a ravenous, predatory rush. It was the challenge of her, he supposed. She had disliked him on first impression. There was a brief moment of stunned silence from the other women in the room, the Countess and Miss Wilson's mother, then a sudden frazzled flurry of greetings. James entered, but drew to a halt when he spotted another man to his left, seated by the fireplace. It was his friend Whitby. "Whitby," he said, keeping a calm, cool demeanour, while he shifted his walking stick from one hand to the other. The Earl rose from his chair. "Duke?" An awkward silence ensued, until Whitby finally gave in to the rules of etiquette and bent to pick up his hat and stick. It was appropriate that he, having already had a chance to pay his call, should politely bid his hostess adieu. He bowed to the ladies. "I thank you for your society this afternoon, Lady Lansdowne. It was most enjoyable. Mrs. Wilson, Miss Wilson, enjoy your day." He gave his card to the Countess, then brushed by James on the way out. "Wentworth," he said, in a cool, hushed tone. James swallowed the bitter taste of Whitby, now considering him a rival. Bloody hell. It would probably be in the post tomorrow. "Won't you come in, Your Grace?" Lady Lansdowne asked. James fought to forget about Whitby and focus on Miss Wilson. But that wasn't so easy either, considering his own past with the Countess. He'd never imagined he would ever call on Lady Lansdowne. Not after the awkward circumstances that transpired 3 years earlier, when she arrived in London for her first season and had directed her ambitions toward him. Thank the Lord, the Earl of Lansdowne had proposed and prevented James from openly humiliating her. "Please make yourself comfortable," she said. Perhaps she did not even remember. Purposefully steering clear of the chair next to the Countess, James took a seat beside Mrs. Wilson. A parlour-maid poured him a cup of tea. "It's a beautiful day, is it not, Your Grace?" Lady Lansdowne said. "I don't recall the month of May ever being so full of sunshine." Ah, the predictable talk of weather. "It is indeed a pleasant change from the wet spring we had in March," he replied. "Is it usually this warm?" Mrs. Wilson asked. The clock ticked on, while they continued to make small talk about nothing of any relevance, and at the end of the obligatory 15 minutes, James wondered why he had even bothered to come at all. Miss Wilson had not said one word. While her mother droned on about the season in New York, James took the opportunity to study the quiet young woman across from him, sipping tea and contributing nothing to the conversation. Where was her fire from the night before? Had he been mistaken about the attraction? Was it not mutual? "So you see," Mrs. Wilson continued, "it's quite the opposite in America. People tend to leave New York in the summer when it's warm and retreat to their summer houses. But here in England, everyone leaves the country to come to the city." "It is indeed a fascinating contrast," Lady Lansdowne agreed. "I don't understand why you wouldn't prefer to be on your estates in the summer," Mrs. Wilson continued, "when the city can be so congested and—" Could it be that Miss Wilson was disappointed that James had arrived and cut Whitby's visit short? He glanced down at his walking stick, chiding himself. What did he care if she was disappointed or not? All he needed to care about was the simple fact that she was as outrageously rich this morning as she had been last night. Richer, probably. He gazed into her unfathomable blue eyes. Lord, she was the most beautiful creature he'd ever encountered. He should probably leave. At that precise moment, Miss Wilson interrupted.
"It's because of Parliament, Mother."
The fact that it was the first time she had spoken was not lost on James. His desire to leave vanished instantly, and he wondered with interest if that had been Miss Wilson's intention just now, to keep him in the Countess's drawing-room a little longer. He felt his mood lift slightly, felt the hot, glowing embers of the attraction smoulder again. He was back in the game.
"Well, of course I know that,"
Mrs. Wilson replied. But James suspected that she had not known. Miss Wilson turned her attention to James.
"Does Parliament take up a great deal of your time, Your Grace?"
He was thankful to have the opportunity to speak directly to her at last. Her eyes sparkled as she waited for his reply, and he allowed himself to imagine what it might be like to make love to her. Would she be as spirited in the bedroom as she was in public, breaking etiquette rules in London ballrooms? For the next 10 minutes they talked about lighter parliamentary matters. Miss Wilson's inquisitive nature and intelligent questions challenged him, and he managed to avoid thinking any more about taking her to bed. He considered more practical matters, like the obvious fact that she would be a fast learner, and a woman had to be such in order to become a competent duchess. A competent duchess. Perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. When the time seemed right, James set down his cup and smiled at the Countess. "I thank you, Lady Lansdowne, for the fine discourse this afternoon." He stood. She stood also, and walked him to the drawing-room door. He handed her his card. "It was a pleasure indeed." He turned to take one last look at Miss Wilson, who was rising to her feet.
"Thank you for coming, Your Grace,"
she said. She watched him with some intensity, and again he wondered why she had been so quiet for most of his visit. As soon as the Duke left the room, Sophia turned to her mother.
"I overheard you talking to the Earl before I came in. You promised me you would not tell anyone how much Father is willing to pay."
The colour drained from her mother's face. "I'm sorry, darling. I wasn't going to say anything, but the Earl expressed an interest in you, and it was my intention to tell him that to propose now would be a mistake, that you wish to truly know a gentleman before you can even consider a marriage proposal. I was only trying to do what you wished, but he pressed for more information. I couldn't lie to him. I tried to change the subject, didn't I, Florence?" She looked helplessly at the Countess. "Oh, yes, dear, she did. She was very discreet for as long as she could be, but the Earl pressed." Sophia suspected that wasn't the case. She tried to keep her voice steady.
"So now everyone will know how rich we are, not to mention they'll be shocked by the gauche Americans actually discussing money in drawing-rooms."
"I told him in confidence, and he's a gentleman after all." Sophia shook her head in disbelief and headed for the door. Her mother called out to her.
"But, dear, aren't you happy about the Duke?"
Sophia hesitated, then returned to kiss her mother on the cheek, for she knew there was no point in punishing her further. Her mother knew she had behaved badly, and would probably lose sleep about it that night. She was a good, kind woman, and a loving mother. She simply lacked verbal discipline. If that was the worst of her mother's character flaws, Sophia should think of her own mother's mother, who sold half her children to buy whiskey after her husband left her, and count herself lucky. As for her being happy about the Duke, she wouldn't call it happy. It was something else entirely. Sophia had best be very careful. The liveried footman opened the coach door for James, then closed it when he was seated comfortably inside. Before the horses had a chance to move, however, a frantic knock sounded at the door. Whitby's face loomed in the window, his breath coming in rapid little puffs, fogging up the glass. "Wait, driver!" James called out, then leaned forward to flick the latch. "Give me a lift to Green Street?" Whitby asked. James felt an unorthodox desire to hesitate, but swept it aside and invited his school chum inside. Soon they were sitting opposite each other in silence, while the carriage wheels rattled down the cobbled street. "So, you've changed your mind, then?" Whitby asked. "About what?" James replied coolly, though he knew exactly what Whitby was speaking of. "About the heiress. You said you weren't interested." James heard the animosity in Whitby's voice, saw it in the set of his jaw, but he kept his own voice calm and detached. "I don't recall having set my mind to anything at all. What are you getting at, Whitby?" The coach bumped, and Whitby shifted in his seat. "I must inform you that I have declared to Mrs. Wilson an interest in her daughter, and she has given me some encouragement." James squeezed the ivory handle of his walking stick. "Who has? Mrs. Wilson or her daughter?" "Mrs. Wilson, of course," Whitby replied, "though the young miss has been singularly forward and friendly, and full of smiles during every encounter this past week." "I believe that is the natural disposition of these American girls," James added with bite. Good God, he sounded jealous. He quickly recovered his aplomb. "Have you proposed?" "Well, not exactly. Mrs. Wilson informed me that a proposal at this stage would be a mistake, that Miss Wilson is determined to be courted properly before any disclosures of affection are made." "Courted properly?" James raised an eyebrow. How very American. Whitby's shoulders rose and fell with frustration, and James guessed that his friend was working hard to control his rancour. "I didn't think you wanted to get married," Whitby said. Now his friend was sounding desperate. James hated this. He should just reassure Whitby that he had no intention of proposing to Miss Wilson, or anyone else for that matter, and let it end at that. "Did she tell you the amount?" Whitby asked. The amount? Suddenly it was James's turn to feel agitated. "I'm not sure what you're referring to." "The amount of her dowry. Is that why you changed your mind?" "I didn't change my mind about anything." "But did Mrs. Wilson tell you?" James inhaled sharply. "Tell me about her daughter's dowry. Good Lord!" He laughed. "The call was not quite so engaging as all that. The only thing we talked about was the bloody weather." "Oh, well, good then." Whitby was quiet for a moment, staring out the window and looking quite full of relief. James, on the other hand, was beginning to feel overcome with tension. "You actually discussed that," he said, sitting forward. "With Mrs. Wilson? The daughter wasn't present, was she?" "Good heavens, no. She came into the room later. But I suppose you never know with these Americans." They drove on a little farther, and James's damned irritating curiosity was taking full control of his mood. He found himself coming up with excuses for why Mrs. Wilson hadn't told him about the dowry. It couldn't be that she preferred Whitby. She was peer hunting after all. She must understand how the aristocracy worked and know that James was the higher-ranking peer. The Countess would certainly know that. On the other hand, perhaps it had nothing to do with what the mother wanted. Perhaps she knew that her daughter fancied Whitby over James, no matter that James was a duke,
and she was aiming for a love match. The degree of his annoyance at that prospect, that Miss Wilson fancied Whitby over him, was disconcerting.
"It's an odd business, really,"
Whitby said, gazing off into space.
"That the father should have to pay £500,000 to marry off such a beautiful daughter. If she'd been born as one of us with a face like that, it probably wouldn't cost him a bloody farthing. That's the price of being American, I suppose, and wanting to be part of the old world. We live in strange times, don't you think, James?"
£500,000. James digested the amount and slowly blinked. The carriage pulled to a stop on Green Street, and Whitby waited for the footman to open the door. In those brief, floating seconds, while James tried to conceive of £500,000 in one lump sum, Whitby glared at him.
"James, I hope you don't intend to come between me and what I saw first. If you do, I assure you, you will regret it."
His anger hardened his features. James felt his blood begin to simmer.
"You of all people, Whitby, should know I don't respond well to threats."
Whitby thanked him for the ride and stepped out. A moment later, the carriage was on its way again, rolling down Green Street, and James had to work hard to control his fury, for he did not appreciate intimidation tactics. Not from a friend. Not from anyone. He felt the muscles in his jaw tighten as he rationalized what had just transpired. Just because Whitby had called on the Countess a half-hour earlier didn't give him any prior claim to anything. It could have been the damned traffic that let him get there first. Whitby knew that James was expected to take a wife. He had even tried to talk him into it, and the heiress, as yet, was unspoken for. £500,000. In light of the state of James's finances, he suddenly wondered if ignoring a sum like that would be bordering on negligence. Wouldn't it be a disservice to his family and tenants to resist marriage simply because there was a possibility that he might become like his father? Surely he was stronger than that. He was capable of fighting whatever violent impulses he might have in the future. He was sensible enough to see it coming and thwart it. Wasn't he? For pity's sake, he'd spent his whole life training himself to control his passions. James decided to view the present situation with logic and rationale from this moment on. Opportunity was presenting itself almost shamelessly. One could even call it farcical. Fate was dangling the heiress in front of his face like a solid gold carrot, baiting him with her beauty and money. Perhaps it was time that James reached out and took a bite of that carrot. He was prepared for this. He'd learned to have self-control. He was disciplined, passionless when he wanted to be. Perhaps there was a reason for all that training after all. Now it was time to test it. Chapter 4. It was just for the money, James said to himself as his valet dressed him for the Berkeley Assembly. Learning that the heiress was worth £500,000 had changed everything. He now had to think of the ducal estate and his tenants and Martin, who should study at Oxford when the time came, and Lily, who was out this year and would one day require a dowry of her own. At the moment, thanks to their father's careless living, there was nothing to offer a suitor, not a single farthing. And James knew that he had to turn this unpleasant idea of a wife into a business decision or risk losing more than just the French tapestries. He also had to put aside his preference for the idea of a quiet, plain English wife, for one didn't usually come with £500,000 in her trousseau. His valet held out his black jacket, and James slipped his arms into it. Perhaps it was better this way.
Knowing that the task was merely a matter of commerce eased his mind. He needn't worry that he was attending this assembly tonight because he was infatuated, which he was not and would not ever be. Yes, he found Miss Wilson attractive. What man wouldn't? But before he'd had that unpleasant conversation with Whitby, he hadn't the slightest intention of actually following through with a marriage proposal, to her or anyone else. For that reason, he could rest assured that he was still as level-headed as ever. An hour later, he was strolling into Berkeley House. He entered the crowded drawing-room and conversed with the ageing Marquis of Bretford. Perhaps this dowry quest could turn out to be a bit of an adventure. Life had become monotonous lately, when all he ever thought about were bills and rising expenses and long lists of repairs. It did not take him long to ascertain that the heiress was there. She, her mother, and the Countess were making their way around the room, flashing their jewels, charming the gentleman, and measuring said gentleman's ranks while planting their feminine seeds of success. What a transparent game it was! But who was he to criticize when he was about to step into the match? Sophia spotted the Duke the moment he walked through the door, dressed in the proper black and white formal attire, the same as every other man, but looking 10 times as arresting. The Countess had mentioned in the carriage that he never went out 2 nights in a row, let alone 3. No doubt this irregular appearance on his part would throw Florence and her mother into a wild frenzy of high hopes and calculations before the night was out. She watched the Duke greet the other guests and work his way around the room with confidence. A few times he glanced in Sophia's direction, and each time their eyes met, her heart quickened in response. She wondered if he had learned of her exact worth yet, as it must surely be all over fashionable London by now. "Miss Wilson, what a pleasure to see you," the Earl of Whitby said, appearing beside her. She faced him. "Lord Whitby, you're looking well." "I believe it is the fresh spring air. It does wonders for the disposition." They spoke for a few minutes, saying nothing of any great importance. Then the Earl clasped his hands behind his back. "Perhaps you might take a walk with me through Hyde Park one day this week. I would be pleased if your charming mother and the Countess accompanied us, of course." Sophia smiled. "I would be delighted." "Wednesday?" "Wednesday it shall be," she replied. "Oh, I see Miss Hunt, of the Connecticut Hunts. Will you excuse me?" He made a slight bow and stepped away. After a brief dialogue with her American acquaintance, Sophia caught the eye of the Duke, and with the common objective to speak to each other, they met in the centre of the room. "Your Grace." His smile was seductive and heart-stopping, aimed at her and her alone. "You look fetching this evening, Miss Wilson." "How kind of you to say so. Are you enjoying yourself?" "More and more with each passing moment." "You?" A fluttering began in the pit of her belly. "Very much so, thank you." She wished the fluttering would stop, yet she was feeling greatly invigorated by it. "Would you care to take a look at the art in the gallery?" he asked. "There has been a steady stream of admirers all evening." "I would be delighted." He offered his arm, and she accepted it. Together they proceeded through the adjoining drawing-room and into the large, long gallery where guests slowly made their way down the length of it. Sophia and the Duke moved with ease along the wall, admiring large family portraits and marble busts displayed on pedestals between potted palms. Farther down they came to some great works of art, a Titian, a Giorgione, a Correggio. His Grace was knowledgeable and full of information, and their conversation never faltered or grew forced or tedious. He was indeed an intelligent man beneath the physical allure. "May I ask about your impressions of London?" he inquired, stopping to pause in front of a Rembrandt.
"I am in awe," she replied. "I look around and see centuries of life, love, and art. You have so much history here, and you place such a wonderful value on it. I would like to see more of England, much more of it."
"Then you must." She stole a curious glance at him, searching for the purported danger she'd been warned about. But all Sophia saw in him was a genuine and polite interest in her company and conversation. She supposed she had never put much faith in drawing-room gossip. They strolled to another painting. "What about the society?" he asked, studying her eyes as if fishing for something. "It must seem a great labyrinth for you." She gazed up at an enormous portrait of a nobleman on a horse.
"Rest assured, American society is equally as mystifying. We call ourselves a classless society, but we are far from that."
"How so?"
"In a country without titled nobility, people are ambitious. They want to better their situations and rise to the top, and money is the means to do so. Sometimes I think that certain rules of etiquette were invented just to make the barriers more visible and difficult to circumvent, for we do not have aristocratic rank to make the lines clear in America."
He gazed up at the portrait as well. "I didn't mean to insinuate that society in your country is simple. I only meant to say that I, myself, find London society like a labyrinth on some occasions, and I had the benefit of being born and raised here."
"I appreciate you saying that, Your Grace."
They wandered along to the next work of art.
"And I am grateful for your honesty with me, and your openness. It is the thing I find most difficult here. How very reserved Londoners are, at least those I've met so far, in the upper echelons. I'm never sure what they are truly thinking. Then I get my hand slapped for asking personal questions."
"Like Whitby the other night," he replied. "Allow me to apologize on his behalf. He meant no offense." She smiled appreciatively and moved on.
"I have 2 sisters.
She knew she was breaking the rules again, but she didn't care. She wanted to show a little of herself to the Duke, a little of the real Sophia Wilson.
I miss them very much. I long for our carefree talks and easy laughter. We tell each other everything."
"And what would you tell them if they were here now?" A glimmer of something curious flickered in his eye, and she wondered what he expected her to say. She took her time before answering, thought carefully about what she was feeling. Excitement, a sense of adventure, hope.
"I would tell them that I prejudged someone I should not have prejudged, and that I would like to begin again with that person."
They stood in the gallery facing each other. His expression revealed very little, but she suspected he approved of her reply. "I am a great believer in new beginnings," he finally said as he moved on. She followed, feeling buoyant. "And I, too," he continued, "have a sister I like to confide in. But I don't think I will tell her anything about our conversations this evening. She is 18 and romantic, and if I know Lily, she will have it all over London by tea-time tomorrow that I have met the great love of my life." He grinned at Sophia. "I don't appreciate being the subject of gossip, even if it is true." Sophia nearly stumbled over the edge of the carpet. Had the Duke just suggested that he had feelings for her? Or was it merely a hypothetical remark? She scrambled to fill the silence with a question while she recovered from her stupefaction.
"You have a younger sister?"
3, actually. 2 are married. One lives in Scotland and the other in Wales. Wonderful young women, all of them. I've even been blessed with 2 delightful nieces and a nephew." Sophia felt her heart soften with every additional word he spoke. He was not devilish at all, she decided. At least not tonight.
You like children, Your Grace?
I adore them. Every country house should be filled to the brim with laughter and the pitter-patter of little feet, to coin a tired old phrase. If he was trying to impress her, he was doing an excellent job of it. They began to talk about art again, discussing the latest trends and what the public galleries were displaying. They came to another Rembrandt, young woman bathing, and the Duke stood before it, admiring it. "Notice the broad, creamy strokes there on the camisole," he said, leaning close, his voice quiet, almost a whisper. "And the flat, opaque glaze of the pool. Such flawlessness in the reflection. And here," he reached out, "the directional shaping of the legs." The Duke's hand moved about, almost as if he were caressing the woman's bare skin. A rather shocking little shiver coursed through Sophia's veins, and she wondered what it might feel like to melt into this man's arms right there in the gallery. She had to work hard not to sound breathless.
He is indeed a master.
Did the Duke speak this way to everyone, she wondered, with a racing heart, or was he trying to seduce her? If he were, she would feel quite certain that he, with his own personal style of brushstrokes, was the true master this evening, for he knew exactly what he was doing. He was turning her into a sticky puddle of warm honey. They reached the end of the long gallery and started up the other side. "Would you like to take a stroll through Hyde Park with me one day this week?" the Duke asked. "The weather has been splendid. Wednesday, perhaps?" Sophia thought of Lord Whitby, and wished he had not spoken to her first, for she could not accept the Duke's invitation when she had already accepted the Earl's. She began to feel a slight sense of panic, as if all her future happiness depended upon this singular moment. "Wednesday, Miss Wilson?" he pressed. "Or perhaps that is an inconvenient time."
"Oh, dear, he is retreating." "It's not that," she replied. "Or rather, yes, it is that, exactly. An inconvenient time. Another day, perhaps?"
"Thursday?"
"Thursday would be most pleasant."
She exhaled with relief. "Excellent. Shall we return to the drawing-room? No doubt your mother is wondering what has become of you." Sophia strolled into the room and met her mother. The Duke exchanged pleasantries with her, then moved to join a group of gentlemen discussing politics. Sophia watched him with an odd feeling of apprehension, realizing that with her heated attraction to this man, the warnings about him, which she had at first taken to heart, were fading from her consciousness. Tonight she had all but dismissed them, and it worried her, for she did not normally permit a fire in her blood to gain control over her intellect. A few days later, hearing the clinking of plates in the dining-room downstairs, Sophia took note of the time and realized how late it was. Her mother and Florence were eating breakfast without her. With the help of her maid, Sophia quickly donned a late-morning gown of dark blue merino, rolled her hair up into a fashionable twist, and made her way downstairs to the breakfast-room to join her mother and Florence. She stopped just inside the doorway. There, on the table in the centre of the room, was a large bouquet of red roses.
"Where did these come from?"
Sophia walked slowly toward the bouquet, gently pulled a single bloom to her nose, and inhaled the enchanting scent. "Open the envelope and read the card," her mother replied in a slightly smug voice. Sophia made her way to where the card lay on the tabletop. If these had come from the Duke, she would not go weak in the knees or squeal like a lovesick fool. She would be calm and sensible. He would have to know that, unlike these flowers, she would not be so easily plucked. She read the card silently to herself.
Delicate roses for a delicate rose of a woman. Whitby.
She blinked slowly at her mother while trying to mask her disappointment.
They're from the Earl.
Sophia handed the card to her mother, who was holding out her arm, wiggling her fingers with impatience. She read it, then handed it across to Florence.
Look what it says.
The Countess read it, then stood up to hug Sophia.
Red roses. How wonderfully aggressive of him. It is a clear message indeed. Congratulations. You hooked an Earl. Though was there ever any doubt that you would be a success here?
Sophia forced herself to smile. She didn't want to dash their hopes quite yet, for she had very little interest in the Earl of Whitby. Nor did she want them to know the truth inside her heart, that she was dreaming about a man who made her feel nervous and uncertain. It would be best, she decided, to keep her cards close to her chest, until she could better understand her feelings for the Duke.
Well, what do you think of him?
Florence asked.
He's one of the best catches. He's already inherited his title, and he is quite handsome.
Sophia nodded dutifully.
Yes, he is very handsome, Florence. No one could argue that.
Whitby had fair hair, a strong jaw and friendly eyes, and bore not a hint of the Duke's darker, more sardonic qualities that she had observed that first night. Perhaps she was wrong to discount the Earl so quickly. Just then the butler appeared in the doorway.
"Lady Lansdowne, there is a gentleman here to see Mrs. Wilson."
Florence turned to Beatrice.
It's hardly the time for calls.
"The gentleman claims it is a matter of particular importance, and he did not wish to wait, my lady."
An unsettling silence ensued.
"Who is it?"
the Countess asked.
"It is the Earl of Mandolin."
They all turned to Florence, who was considering what to do.
"Show him in,"
she finally said.
"Sophia, come with me. You and I will speak to Mrs. Carson about having cook prepare those German sour cream twists that you like so much."
Sophia hurried out, leaving her mother to receive the Earl of Mandolin in the drawing-room. A short while later, the butler entered the kitchen and summoned Sophia to the drawing-room. As she followed the butler up the stairs and into the room where her mother sat across from the Earl, she felt a rush of dread. Lord Mandolin rose when Sophia entered the room. He was not a handsome man. He was small and slender, almost fragile in his appearance. He was not a warm man. He did not smile.
"Miss Wilson," he said, "thank you for receiving me this morning. I have something very particular I wish to discuss with you."
Her mother stood.
"Perhaps I will wait outside."
Looking pale, she scurried out.
"Miss Wilson,"
he said flatly,
"I have come here this morning to humbly ask for your hand in marriage."
"I beg your pardon."
Was this really happening? He repeated himself.
"I would be most pleased indeed, if you would do me the honour of becoming my wife."
When she stared at him blankly, he cleared his throat. That was it. No caveat? Not even a little bit of flattery to precede the question? Good God! Did these Brits know nothing? Sophia moved fully into the room and stood before the Earl, only a few feet away. He looked a little taken aback, suddenly nervous and flustered. Gently she said,
"I thank you, Lord Mandolin, for the flattering offer. It is very tempting, but I am afraid I must regrettably decline."
She was about to give him a polite reason why, to explain that she wasn't ready to accept any offer of marriage quite yet. She'd only just arrived in England, but he stopped her with a bow.
"Thank you for receiving me this morning, Miss Wilson. You have been most kind."
With that, he was out the door. Utterly dumbfounded, Sophia stood in the middle of the room. Her mother walked in, looking frantic.
"What did you tell him?"
"I told him no, of course."
"It happened so fast,"
her mother replied.
"What did he say?"
Florence came dashing into the room to hear what was said as well. Sophia repeated his request. It took all of 2 seconds, and the 3 of them sank onto chairs. "I tried to tell him that it would be a mistake," her mother said. "Truly, I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't hear it. He came here to propose to you, and he was not going to leave until he did just that." Sophia's heart sank. "That was the most unromantic proposal I've ever heard of. He must know the size of my dowry." Her mother and Florence were quiet. The maid brought in a large tray with a silver teapot, cups, and a plate of scones. "All that aside," Florence said, "Lord Manderlin is exceptionally well connected. His mother was close to the Queen in her younger days, and it's a very old earldom." She sighed and poured a cup of tea. "But that is neither here nor there. At least you have the Earl of Whitby to fall back on. A much handsomer man. And I dare say, if the flowers are any indication, a more romantic one. Don't you agree, Beatrice?" Sophia, feeling a little uncomfortable at the reminder of Lord Whitby's advances, accepted the teacup that Florence held out to her. "Let us not forget the Duke," her mother said. "I haven't given up on him yet. Perhaps he simply needs a few more opportunities to socialize with Sophia. Then he'll be sending roses too." Florence was suspiciously quiet. "I wouldn't get my hopes up about the Duke." She sipped her tea. "What do you mean, Florence?" Sophia asked. "What do you know about him?" The Countess shrugged. "Nothing important. I simply don't believe he's the marrying kind, and there's no point squandering our efforts when they could be better applied elsewhere, in areas with more potential, so to speak." "What makes you think that?" Beatrice asked. "He spent time alone with Sophia at the assembly the other night, and he danced with her at the ball. He seemed the perfect gentleman, and very attentive to her." Florence began to speak in hushed tones. "Yes, but he has been known to do that sort of thing from time to time, with some of the more attractive ladies in the Marlborough House set, the married ones." Beatrice gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Florence lowered her voice further and glanced over her shoulder at the door. "This is scandalous to speak of, but he's broken a few hearts, I assure you." Florence sipped her tea again. "He's quite a Casanova. Without compassion, they say. He's only interested in one thing, and nothing beyond it. He's said to have a black heart." Sophia began to feel a little nauseous. "But who's to say he hasn't decided it's time to take a wife?" Beatrice argued. "He's a duke, after all, with a responsibility to carry on his line. Surely he must be thinking of that." "His line, that's another thing. From what I've heard, the black heart runs in the family. His father drank himself to death, and the Duke before him, after a number of impossibly horrible scandals that some say involved his wife's death, took his own life. He shot himself in the head." "Good gracious," Beatrice said, horrified. "Yes, I know. It's shocking, isn't it?" Beatrice scrambled to grasp at straws. "But maybe the Duke hasn't met a woman who has struck his fancy." She smiled at Sophia, who remained silent, only because she didn't think she could move. Florence poured herself more tea. "I still wouldn't get my hopes up, Beatrice. Even his mother, the Duchess, is afraid to push potential brides on him." "Afraid?" Sophia said, speaking up at last. "Well, yes. You must have noticed that the Duke can sometimes be, how shall I say it, intimidating. From what I understand, he and his mother are barely on speaking terms. He quite despises her, and she does her best to stay out of his way. This is all drawing-room gossip, mind you." Sophia sat in silence, staring. The Duke despised his mother. But he had spoken of his sisters with such genuine affection, as if they were a close-knit family. "I'm sure he has his reasons," Sophia said uneasily. "We should not presume to judge him without knowing all the facts.
nor should we believe everything we hear.
She wasn't sure why she was defending him, when all her instincts were telling her that the rumours could very well be true.
"You're right, my dear," Florence replied. "Of course, we should never judge a man's motivations. Who knows what secrets live in that vast country castle of his? I would wager quite a few."
She reached for a biscuit and lightened her tone.
"Oh, heavens, listen to me spreading foolish gossip. It's probably all a bunch of silly stories anyway. Would you believe that I once heard his castle is haunted? That at night you can hear the ghosts howling? Imagine that!"
Beatrice laughed uncomfortably, while Sophia heard nothing but the roar of her blood like a beast in her ears. It was all she could do to sit in her chair, sipping her tea and thinking about everything Florence had said, and wait uneasily for the Duke's arrival. Chapter 5. It was a very good day for a walk in the park, James thought to himself, as the Wentworth coach, polished shiny black, with liveried footmen and postilions, arrived with distinguished, clattering grandeur at Hyde Park, shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The horses whinnied and tossed their heads, while onlookers gaped in fascination at James, who stepped elegantly out of the coach, then turned to hold out his gloved hand to the Americans.
"Lovely day, Your Grace,"
the stout little Mrs. Wilson said to him, striving to sound British as she stepped onto the sidewalk.
"Ah, madam."
He kissed her gloved hand.
"It is all the more lovely by virtue of your delightful company this afternoon."
The small woman blushed at the flattery. He helped the Countess down. Then Mrs. Wilson's lovely daughters stepped out. People on the walking paths fell silent for a moment. Then the whispering resumed. The coach moved on, and James walked leisurely beside Miss Wilson. Today she wore a cheerful blue and white striped walking dress with delicate chiffon ruffles. She carried a parasol and reticule, and upon her head a straw hat had been pinned to her coiffure at a daring forward angle. But she seemed more nervous than usual. They strolled down the park path, along the water, and past numerous small gatherings of ladies and gentlemen. He and Sophia conversed about books and the current opera that was playing at the Royal Opera House at Covent Garden. Miss Wilson was polite and civil to him, but not nearly as bright as she had been the other evening. There was something aloof in her demeanour.
"When we spoke in the gallery at the Berkeley Assembly," he said, glancing over his shoulder to ensure that their chaperones were a fair distance behind them, "I may have been presumptuous when I invited you to go walking today."
They strolled into the cool shade of some towering oaks, and Miss Wilson lowered her parasol.
"Not at all, Your Grace."
"I must admit to feeling a little set back," he continued, "when I heard that you were out walking with Lord Whitby yesterday, and that Lord Mandolin had paid you a call this morning."
She gazed up at him with a frown of displeasure.
"The English grapevine," he explained. "It flourishes."
For a moment, Miss Wilson strolled on without speaking. So he was forced to charge forward, to be frank and direct.
"I understand that Lord Mandolin offered you a proposal of marriage. May I ask, Miss Wilson, what was your reply?"
At long last she glanced up at him. To his immense relief, there was a glimmer of playfulness in her eyes.
"What do you think it was?"
He let out a heavy sigh, a release of tension.
"If I am forced to guess, I would speculate that you refused, but very gently."
She looked down at the ground as she walked.
"You are correct, and I tried to be gentle, truly I did, but I don't think it mattered to him. I wouldn't speak of it if I felt there were any hurt feelings involved. But heavens above, Your Grace, I believe he saw me as a piece of commercial stock to be purchased."
James laughed, and was relieved to fall into more relaxed conversation.
"He's not a bad fellow. He just lacks social finesse."
"A lack of finesse I could live with." she replied, but not a lack of passion or desire. I believe a man and a woman ought to marry for love. I'm afraid I cannot be moved on that point, even though my darling mother does her best to try.
Marry for love? James was surprised and bewildered. Miss Wilson had travelled from New York to London as a title-seeking heiress, waving her money about town to attract the highest-ranking bidder. "But how do you define love, Miss Wilson?" he asked. "Is it a mad passion you require, or sensible companionship?"
Both. I want both.
He considered her reply. "Then I must conclude that you are quite ambitious." He was fully prepared to humour her, whatever it took.
I always thought it was my mother who was the ambitious one, she said.
"Ah, but you are reaching for something far more difficult to attain than social position. I believe you are the most ambitious woman I have ever met." She raised a delicate, arched brow.
You think love is difficult to attain, Your Grace?
James stopped again on the promenade, stalling while he searched his mind for an answer. "What I mean to say is that true love is rare, and it cannot be forced. Love sought is good, but given unsought is better."
Shakespeare. That's very romantic.
He then recalled something else he had read by Plato, that love was a grave mental disease. Naturally, James refrained from quoting that one. "So, you have refused Lord Mandolin," he said. "But what about Whitby? He hasn't paid you any important morning calls, has he? I try to keep abreast of these things, but—"
I assure you, Your Grace, Whitby and I are merely acquaintances. He did send me flowers, though, she added, gazing mischievously up at the canopy of leafy branches above them. She was taunting him. He couldn't help but play along. "What kind of flowers? How many? Do tell. I must know." Miss Wilson laughed. "Red roses, and I would estimate there were about 24 of them."
James drew his hand to his chest and staggered sideways, as if he had been shot. 24, you say?" She laughed again and grabbed hold of his arm to pull him back onto the path.
You charm me, Your Grace, when you're not puzzling me.
Puzzling you? She glanced uneasily over her shoulder at their chaperones, then her eyes narrowed at him.
I may be a foreigner, but I do stumble upon your flourishing English grapevine every so often, so there's no point dancing around that fact. From what I have heard, you have a scandalous reputation. People say you are dangerous to a woman like me. It is said, among other things, that you are a Casanova.
James shook his head as if to clear it. She was certainly blunt. It was one of those American traits he couldn't help but admire. I see. Palming the handle of his walking stick, he walked on, saying nothing for a few seconds. You told me once that you have a mind of your own, that you don't believe every bit of idle chatter that comes your way.
Which is exactly why I am asking you about this myself.
James inhaled deeply. She was indubitably logical. May I hazard a guess as to where you heard this gossip? It wasn't the Countess, was it? Miss Wilson raised her parasol again.
It was.
And she tried to warn you off me, no doubt. After a pause, she said,
The Countess is a very good friend of my mother's. I won't permit you to insult her, Your Grace, if that's what you intend to do.
He raised his hands in surrender. I have no intentions of insulting anyone. It's just that the Countess and I, well, we met under rather awkward circumstances.
What kind of circumstances?
He squinted in the other direction. We met at a ball. I danced with her, and I believe she wanted to become my Duchess. At least that's what the gossip said. Miss Wilson dropped her parasol to her side.
Florence? And you?
Yes, though nothing came of it, I assure you. I merely danced with her a few times, sensed what she was after, then avoided society for a time until someone else proposed, which was sure to happen. Lord Lansdowne was a good match for her.
Miss Wilson shook her head.
She said nothing to me about that.
Of course she wouldn't. She is happily married to the Earl now.
He looked directly into the heiress's eyes and spoke with conviction.
I am not a Casanova. I give you my word.
I am many things, but not that. James had learned a long time ago how to identify women who wanted what he wanted. Brief, superficial affairs. He never played games with the hearts of innocent, vulnerable women, which was why, until now, he'd always avoided débutantes. They walked on in silence. Then Miss Wilson began to recount another bit of drawing-room gossip. Obviously, he had been discussed in some detail.
She also told me that your father and grandfather each took their own lives. I'm so sorry to bring it up. It must be a very painful thing for you to speak about. But I wish to know if everything they say about you is just gossip and fiction. I have a feeling that it is. I don't believe that you are a danger to me.
Oh, God, he hated this. Since we have already been frank and open with each other, Miss Wilson, I will be honest with you today. It is partly true, he said in a low voice, forcing the words across his lips. My grandfather, yes, but that was a long time ago, and I never knew the man. My father, on the other hand, lived a life of debauchery, which eventually led to his demise. Whether it was intentional or not, I'll never know. I'm not proud of the way he lived. You can be sure of that. I've done everything in my power to avoid becoming like him, and so far I have succeeded. So please—"
He couldn't quite finish. Miss Wilson regarded him intently.
I've always believed, she said, that a man should be judged for himself, not according to his past, or his class, or what others think or say. Rest assured, Your Grace, I will form my own opinion about you, based on our acquaintance. As I said before, I possess a mind of my own.
He gazed at her with surprise, and felt an unfamiliar contentment simply from being with her. A part of him wanted to do anything to have her, to claim her as his own, while another part of him felt compelled to warn her away, to explain to her that the truth in his heart was far worse than all the rumours, for the rumours were mere stories. Then he reminded himself that he shouldn't be concerned about those things. Miss Wilson had come all the way to London to purchase a title, and he was in possession of a very good one, and in need of what she offered in exchange. This was intended to be a business arrangement. She knew it. He also knew it. He should not forget that. Yet his attraction to her was mounting at a shockingly brisk pace.
"Is that all you wish to know?"
he asked, steeling himself for more personal questions he was not accustomed to answering. Most people didn't dare. Miss Wilson looked away toward the water.
Well, there was one other thing, and this is perhaps the most shocking and frightening question of all. I'm not even sure I should mention it.
All his muscles stiffened. Miss Wilson gave him a naughty little smirk.
I'm afraid there is a rumor circulating that your castle is haunted, and that the ghosts howl all through the night. Please, Your Grace, tell me this is not true.
He laughed out loud. She continued to question him, sounding completely serious.
Because my parents convinced me when I was 7 years old that ghosts weren't real, but to find out that, yes, indeed, they are alive and well in Yorkshire, well, I don't think I could live with that thought.
James smiled down at her.
I assure you, Miss Wilson, your parents were quite right. I've never heard a ghost howl at my home, though the cook sometimes sobs over his fallen cream cakes late in the evenings." They laughed softly together. "My word," James said as they walked on. "I cannot say that I've heard that particular bit of gossip before."
"Well, now you've heard it all," Miss Wilson replied. "And please, let me apologize for prying into all your secrets, where it was really none of my affair. I only wanted to hear it from you."
He nodded and tapped his walking stick along the path as they moved on. "If you don't mind, can we go back to what we were discussing before?"
She drew her pretty brows together. "I'm sorry. After all of that, I cannot even recall what we were discussing."
He let his expression go serious. "You told me that I charm you when I am not puzzling you. If I may, you charm me too. Quite remarkably, in fact. It was the damned inconvenient truth." He hungered to touch her. All at once, he felt as if he were falling from a very high place. Apprehensions pierced through him, for none of this was going as he had planned. He took hold of her gloved hand and turned it over in his. With the tip of his finger, he drew a little circle on her palm. Even through the thin fabric of her glove, he sensed her body shudder, and her response shivered through him as well. Sophia gazed warily over her shoulder at their chaperons, who were slowly approaching. "You're worried they'll see?" he asked. She nodded, so he eased her mind by taking a single step to the side. Now his body blocked their chaperone's view of her hand in his. James unbuttoned her glove at her wrist and peeled it back. Sophia sucked in a little breath, a dainty gasp full of socially appropriate shock. He paused to glance up and ensure she was in agreement, then slowly traced a line from the center of her palm to her bare, luscious wrist, drawing tiny little circles over the delicate blue veins. He said nothing. He merely admired the softness of her skin, then lifted his gaze. Her lips were mere inches from his own. Her bosom was heaving. His own heart was pounding. She spoke in a breathy little whisper.
"That feels—"
"Yes."
"Wonderful."
He smiled again, though inside he felt like he was spinning in circles, out of control.
"It tickles, Your Grace. I have goose flesh."
James glanced over his shoulder at their chaperons, who were curiously slowing down, keeping their distance. Then, with a heavy dose of physical restraint, he pulled her glove back over her palm and laboured to bring his mind around to focus on his objectives. He was not here to fall in love with Miss Wilson. He was here for the £500,000. They faced forward and began to walk again. James took a moment to breathe while he fought to curb his vigorous and most inopportune lust. For a man of stringent control when it came to his passions, he was uncharacteristically flustered. They came to the end of the path and emerged out into the sunny open air, where groups of ladies and gentlemen mingled on the green grass. Miss Wilson opened her parasol again, and their conversation drifted to lighter matters. Soon, Mrs. Wilson and Lady Lansdowne appeared, and it was time to leave. James escorted them to his coach, and they returned to Lansdowne House. He climbed out first to assist the ladies down, then walked with Sophia to the front door to say goodbye. Mrs. Wilson and the Countess entered the house, and James was left alone with the heiress on the massive front portico. He took hold of her gloved hand, raised it to his lips, and placed a gentle kiss upon it. "No words can describe how deeply I enjoyed our time together this afternoon, Miss Wilson." He let go of her hand, and she lowered it to her side.
"I enjoyed it too, Your Grace."
She gave him a flirtatious little grin and turned away. She walked through the open doors to where the other ladies were being greeted by the butler. James stood motionless,
astonished by her skill and proficiency in this love-making game, a game he had expected to belong principally to him. Judging by the way his body was reacting to her now, however, there was enough evidence to suggest that she might be better at it than he was. The title-seeking American heiress had caught him and reeled him in, and he hadn't even realized until this moment that he was hanging from such a large hook. Chapter 6. It was not James's habit to share the luncheon table with his mother, so he had a plate sent up to his study where he could eat without tension-filled silences. The silence that arose from being completely alone, however, evoked a different type of tension. He had begun a courtship with a young single lady, openly seeking a husband, a lady who had come to London to hook a peer. He had been seen out walking with her in Hyde Park, and all of London must now be whispering about his intentions. The English mothers were probably furious with him for allowing his gaze to wander off English soil. He was a bit furious with himself for becoming a thing he'd always despised, a fortune hunter. He supposed he should not be too hard on himself. Aristocratic marriages were almost always based on matches that were in some form advantageous for both parties involved, and he of all people knew that passion should not be pursued, at least not by the likes of him. He must find other reasons to marry, and money was as good as any other. What was his problem then? Was it because she was American? Did he feel somehow disloyal? Perhaps a little, but not enough to sound the retreat. He was determined now. The more dominant concern was the fact that she would not leave his mind, no matter how hard he tried to dislodge her from it. Nor would she give him a moment's peace regarding matters that had less to do with the mind and more to do with the flesh. All he wanted to do was move past the courtship and proceed swiftly and without delay to the wedding night. A worrisome thought. James pushed it away. He could not allow himself to slide into dark memories of his father's volatile temperament, at least not for the time being. He must try and forget how the man had lost his sense of reason whenever his passions took over. Desire, anger, jealousy. James would find a way to deal with those issues later. A firm knock sounded at his door, and he jumped. An unexpected banging or slamming always seemed to startle him. Weldon, his butler, walked in.
"Begging your pardon, Your Grace, but Lord Mandolin wishes to speak with you."
James was taken aback. "Lord Mandolin is here? Now?"
"Yes, Your Grace."
James rose from his desk and moved to the window. He pushed the curtain aside with a finger and looked down onto the street, where the Earl's coach waited out front. "Send him up." A moment later, footsteps tapped up the stairs, and the Earl walked into James's study. Weldon announced him.
"The Earl of Mandolin."
Then he backed out of the room and closed the door.
"Good afternoon, Duke," the Earl said. "Thank you for receiving me. How can I help you, Mandolin?"
The Earl nervously cleared his throat.
"Well, you see, I have a matter of particular importance I wish to speak with you about."
"Please sit down." Mandolin lowered his slight, frail frame into a dark green upholstered chair. James watched him for a moment and wasn't sure how he would respond if the man mentioned an affection for Miss Wilson. James knew she would never consider marriage to a man like Mandolin. Not because of his looks, mind you, but because the man had not the slightest clue how to stimulate her mind or rouse her interest. Miss Wilson needed a man who could...
"I've come to seek your permission to speak to your sister, Lady Lily, about a possible—"
He stumbled on his words at that point, then coughed into his fist and quickly recovered.
"About an offer of marriage."
Shortly after the Earl left James's study, there was another knock at his door. this one quick and frantic, and he knew it was not Weldon. "Enter," James said from behind his large desk. The door swung open, and his sister Lily swept in with an almost musical turn to close the door behind her. Sometimes she reminded him of a leaf floating on a breeze in unpredictable directions.
"Oh, James, how can I ever thank you?"
she blurted out, before he had a chance to even say good day to her. He rose from his chair, and she crossed the room and wrapped her arms around his waist. "What's this about?" he asked.
"You know what it's about. You are the best brother in the entire world."
"I honestly don't know."
"Lord Mandolin. You sent him away."
James felt a slight tremor of unease and returned to the chair behind his desk. "Ah, the Earl. You saw him arrive?"
"Yes. I was in the front hall when he came to the door. Then I hid in the servants' corridor. Mother would have a fit if she knew."
"You didn't need to hide in any corridors, Lily. You are only 18, and I am not a proponent of child brides."
"But Mother will pressure me. She can't help it. And I don't want to tell her that I don't have to do what she says because you say so. That will only make her angry."
"It doesn't matter if she's angry. If she has a problem with it, she can speak to me directly."
"She never will."
"Precisely," he said with a shrug. "And even if she did, I would explain to her that you are too young." Lily rolled her eyes a little.
"I am not too young, James. I simply don't wish to marry a dull man like Lord Mandolin."
He sighed heavily. "You have some growing up to do, Lily. One day you may come to realize that a dull man is often the better choice." There was shock in her eyes as she stared at him.
"Not you too, James. I never thought you would turn out like Mother."
He stood up and moved to the window. "I'm not like Mother. I only want you to be safe. You of all people should understand that."
"But I don't want to be safe. I couldn't bear the boredom. Please don't be so protective of me. You can't just lock me away to keep me from danger. I want to live, fully and completely."
He gave her a look of warning, and was about to continue the debate when another knock sounded at the door. "Enter," James said. The hinges creaked, and his mother walked in, hands clasped tightly, ringing in front of her. The cold, hard lines of her face were deeply drawn. What more today, he wondered, feeling tired all of a sudden. Lily backed away from his desk.
"Hello, Mother."
The Duchess did not reply. She merely stood there, and James knew she could not for long withhold whatever thoughts were boiling over in her mind. He turned to his sister. "Lily, why don't you go and tell Cook that I will not be dining at home this evening? I have an appointment with my solicitor." All smiles gone, Lily nodded and left the room. James turned to the window and looked out again. "What is it, Mother?" She closed the door and faced him, then looked around as if nothing were familiar to her, probably realizing how long it had been since she'd set foot in his private study. "I came," she replied, "because I wish to make it known to you that I am not in agreement with what happened just now." "Not in agreement?" he repeated, feeling almost amused by his mother's way of telling him that she was furious, and wildly so, that he had sent the Earl of Mandolin away. Still, he supposed it was quite something that she was there to voice her opinion at all, when she despised open confrontation of any kind. She usually got what she wanted through her intimidating manner, which was never more intimidating than when she said nothing. It was as if she possessed an invisible hand that could clutch one's throat and squeeze out one's resolve without seeming to have been involved in the decision at all. James faced her squarely. "You don't know what happened just now?" She shuffled her shoulders, in the way she always did when she felt she was being opposed. "I know that he came here to declare himself to Lily, and that you did not allow it."
They glared at one another. "I did not forbid it. I simply did not recommend it."
"But Lord Mandolin would be an excellent match for Lily," she argued. "His title is most auspicious. He may not run in your fast set, but the Queen has a very high regard for him."
James moved away from the window. "Lily is practically a child. She's not ready for marriage."
"As you must know, James, what a young girl is ready for, or wishes for, is not always what is best for her. It is up to you, as head of this family, to see that the best decisions are made for her."
"Like they were made for you?"
A muscle twitched at the corner of his mother's mouth.
"May I remind you, James, that I am the Duchess of Wentworth, and ours is one of the greatest families in England."
There was much he could have said to dispute that high opinion she'd always clung to, but he felt no need to repeat what he'd already said years ago, when he was young and full of fury, and less able to control his impulses. His mother knew well enough what he thought of his family's greatness. "The season has only just begun," he said, "and Lily is young. She has time to look around. That's all I have to say on the matter." The Dowager was quiet for a moment, and James wondered why she was not leaving. Then,
"I understand that you went walking with the American yesterday."
"Ah, the American," he replied with a sigh. "Is that what's really bothering you?" He strolled back to his desk and picked up a letter at random. He glanced casually at the salutation. The Dowager took a few steps toward him, and he looked up to see a mixture of frustration and fear in her eyes. Fear of the unthinkable.
"It's not serious, is it, James? You wouldn't actually consider—"
He did not reply to her inquiry. He merely watched her until she was forced to continue what she had begun.
"She's American, James."
"I'm quite aware of that."
"From what I have gathered from very reliable sources," his mother continued, "her paternal grandfather was a bootmaker. A bootmaker! And her maternal grandfather— oh, I can barely even speak of it. He worked in a slaughterhouse. He butchered sows."
She waved her arm through the air.
"This appearance Miss Wilson has, the Paris gowns and the jewels and the charming smile, it does not cover up what she truly is beneath it all. She is nothing more than the daughter of a pauper, and she is here as oh, what is that vulgar phrase? A gold digger."
James had to laugh at that. "You forget, Mother. She is the one with the gold." The Duchess shuffled her shoulders again. "And her father is no pauper," James added. "He is an enterprising man who built something from nothing, and I admire him for that."
"You're scaring me, James."
He laughed again. "You're frightened, are you? Well, don't expect me to make it all better." It was a cruel retort, and for a fleeting instant he wished he could take it back. Then he saw his mother's eyes flash with that familiar cold fury, the disbelief that anyone could behave with such rebellion, and he did not regret what he had said. Suddenly there was a ripple in his mind, like a stone had been tossed into the still waters. A vague memory of his mother walking into the schoolroom. She found him in tears on the floor at his governess's feet. There was blood. She quickly backed out and closed the door behind her. So many of those memories were vague, seen through mist and fog. He was glad, at least, that he was able to distance himself from them. His mother wanted the world and everyone in it to quietly obey and do their duty without questioning it, even when it came down on one's hand with a painful, resounding crash. She whirled around and left the room. When the door slammed shut behind her, James calmly lowered himself into his chair and returned to his correspondence. Chapter 7. Sophia was coming to realise that the London season was just one long line of assemblies, with balls and theatre visits thrown in occasionally to mix things up. It was night after night of formal gowns and jewels and music and conversation, of champagne and midnight suppers and plumed fans, of dance cards dangling from slender gloved wrists and hostesses in great gaudy tiaras. To Sophia, at times, it seemed like a fairy tale, complete with a handsome prince, who was, at this very moment, capturing her heart. She walked with her mother and Florence along the red carpet that led to the front door of Stanton House, where an assembly was already in full swing. Her heart did an anxious little flip as she glanced over the crowd that was moving up the wide staircase inside. She was looking for the man she hoped would be here tonight. Her prince. Heavens! When had her opinion of him changed so drastically? And what, in particular, had caused it? It was a bit of everything, she supposed, and the past few days away from him had only intensified her longings. She'd done nothing but dream of being held by him, and she trembled at the memory of his fingertip brushing like a feather across her bare wrist in Hyde Park. At the mere thought of it, she became filled with desire, and wanted, more than she'd ever wanted anything, to be near him again. Sophia glanced around self-consciously, hoping her cheeks weren't flushing with colour. They reached the withdrawing room upstairs, and Florence whispered, "This is largely a political party, so do try not to look bored if the conversation turns to whatever went on in Parliament this morning."
"I've been following the speeches in the papers,"
Sophia replied. Florence leaned closer.
"That's fine, Sophia, but don't pretend to know too much about it."
She was about to say she would never pretend anything, but Florence and her mother became distracted by a gown that a certain Miss Weatherby was wearing. Quite unlike anything she'd ever worn before, Florence said, with a very daring décolletage for an English girl who rarely spoke a word of these things, let alone attended them. It resembled the gown Sophia had worn to the Weldon House ball, when she'd first danced with James. Florence winked at Sophia. "It appears you're setting trends." They moved into the massive hall, brightly lit and adorned with ferns and leafy palms. For an hour or so, Sophia met gentleman after gentleman, peer after peer. There were politicians from the House of Commons, as well as the House of Lords. Newspapermen, bankers, wives, sisters, mothers and aunts. It was the largest assembly she had attended thus far. She guessed the number of guests at an easy 500. Not so easy to find her prince, however, when all the gentlemen were dressed the same, in black tails and white shirts and white waistcoats. Would he even come? Then her mother whispered, "Look, there's the Duke," as if they were strolling in the park and she had just spotted a partridge. "There he is, indeed," Sophia replied. Her mother's eyes narrowed. "That's all you have to say about it?" "That's all for now," she replied with a small grin as she snapped open her fan. It was another half hour before Sophia found herself on the same side of the room as James. He was engaged in conversation with someone, and as he sipped his champagne, he spotted Sophia over the rim of his glass. His green eyes flashed beneath the dark lashes. A few moments later, he was there beside her, tall and suave, greeting her mother and the others they'd been conversing with. After the appropriate light discourse, the Duke turned to Beatrice. "Would you permit me, madam, to steal your daughter away for a moment or two? I wish to introduce her to my younger sister, who is here with my mother, the Duchess." Beatrice's face lit up like an exploding gas lamp. "Of course you may steal her away. Sophia would be delighted, I'm sure, to meet your family." He offered his arm to Sophia, and they crossed the crowded drawing-room together. "I'm pleased you came," he said quietly to her.
I was hoping that you would.
I was hoping you would too.
She could have said so much more, that she'd been unable to think of anyone but him since they'd parted, and that she wished he would pull her into his arms and kiss her, and end this painful, frustrating feeling of apartness. They approached the young lady from the Weldon ball, the lovely dark-haired girl in the cream-coloured dress. Tonight she wore a becoming shade of blue. So she was his sister. A wave of relief moved through Sophia. James touched her arm. "Lily, if I may present to you Miss Sophia Wilson of New York. Miss Wilson, Lady Lily Langdon."
"It's an honour to meet you,"
Sophia said.
"And you as well."
Lily's smile was bright and infectious, and Sophia suspected that if she had the good fortune of becoming better acquainted with the Duke's young sister, she would come to like her very much.
"I do love your gown,"
Lily mentioned, and they talked about some of the new fashions, while James stood by listening.
"Shall we go to the buffet table and see what delicacies it offers?"
Lily suggested.
"I'm feeling quite famished suddenly."
"I'd like that very much," Sophia replied. She followed Lily, and was pleased that James was coming too. They made their way through the crowd to the long table clothed in white linen and topped with decorative dishes, and an Epicurean delight of finger foods. Scalloped oysters, pastry puffs filled with lobster salad, and fresh, colourful sliced fruit and grapes were carefully arranged on silver platters and spilling over the rims of huge china bowls. There were cakes and candies, and fancy biscuits iced with buttercream, and sugar sculptures towering as immaculate centerpieces. Sophia, James and Lily moved around the table, sampling and talking and laughing, and Sophia wished this night would never end. They moved into a smaller drawing room that was less crowded, and Lily and Sophia sat down on a sofa at the far end. James chose a chair opposite them. Beyond them was the conservatory, visible on the other side of yet another hall, all lit up and looking like a great jungle of leafy greens. The three of them sat and talked, and Sophia sensed a mild tension between Lily and James, a few looks of annoyance from Lily, the odd contradictory opinion. She wondered if they might have argued over something recently. Two young ladies walked into the room, and Lily recognized them.
"Oh, look, it's Evelyn and Mary. If you will excuse me for a moment."
She stood, crossed the room, and went to join her friends. Sophia was now sitting alone with James in front of the massive marble fireplace.
"Lily is lovely,"
she said. He lounged back in his chair. "Lovely, but rebellious. I'm afraid I have my work cut out for me." Glancing over at James's sister, giggling with the two young ladies, Sophia was not surprised to hear this.
"I sensed an element of tension between you."
James gazed at Lily too. Candlelight glimmered over his handsome profile. "We had a disagreement the other day, over her marriage." Sophia could not contain her shock.
"Her marriage? But she's so young."
"Precisely what I said. Mother would marry her off tomorrow if she could, and when I told Lily that she didn't have to worry about that because she was too young, she didn't seem to realize that I was on her side. She accused me of underestimating her maturity." Sophia smiled sympathetically.
"She'll come around. I'm sure she'll meet someone respectable who will suit her very well."
James rested his temple on a finger and gazed intently at Sophia. The lines around his eyes softened as he regarded her. "How is it possible that we have found a way to be alone in this crush?" She raised an eyebrow, playfully.
"Miracles do happen, Your Grace."
He uncrossed one long leg and crossed the other over it. At the sight of his powerful, muscular thighs, she felt a tingle of desire move through her, and had to quickly tear her eyes away. "I recall the night we admired art in the Berkeley Gallery," he mentioned. We were alone then, too.
Yes. I've been thinking about those paintings we looked at, especially the Rembrandt, the young woman bathing. It was like peering into someone's private moment. I've wondered what she was thinking about when she was posing.
Sophia gazed off in the other direction. I believe there is another Rembrandt just beyond that door. James gestured toward it. A self-portrait. Sophia glanced at the open doorway, then back at Lily, who was still conversing with her friends on the other side of the drawing-room. Could Sophia go alone with James into another room that seemed currently uninhabited? Her mother would most definitely not approve. Nevertheless, Sophia stood up.
I would like to see it, if we could.
Certainly. As they rose from their chairs, Lily watched them. Sophia and James crossed the quiet room. She listened to the sound of her heels clicking over the marble floor and echoing over their heads. Though she'd always considered herself a liberal girl, she felt uncomfortable with what they were doing. It's this way. James led her to a painting at the bottom of a wide, red-carpeted staircase. Sophia stood before it and let her mind relax about where she was and who she was with.
He looks very dignified.
Self-assured.
Yes, but sad, too. Look at his eyes. I wonder what he was thinking about when he painted himself like this.
As she stared at the portrait, she felt James watching her. You often seem to wonder what people are thinking.
I suppose I do wonder that. People are a mystery, aren't they? You never know what's going on inside a person's head, and even if they tell you, how do you know they are telling you everything?
His eyes remained fixed on her profile in the golden light from the chandelier. I can tell you this much, Miss Wilson, and I swear it's the truth. For a few seconds he held her in his gaze as he took a deep breath. I do believe that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Sophia's heart swelled with rapture, and she turned to face him. James glanced over his shoulder. They were still very much alone, but Sophia could hear the hum of the crowd nearby, and Lily's laughter with her friends in the drawing-room at the top of the stairs. Her knees were turning to liquid. James's hand found hers, and he led her around a corner into a dark alcove. She knew she was doing something unthinkable. But this man, this beautiful man, sparked a fire within her, the kind of heat she had longed to feel in all those dull, stuffy New York drawing-rooms, when she'd resigned herself to the fact that her life was going to be one colourless, tedious, meaningless soiree after another. But with James, for the first time in her life, she felt potent and indulgent, alive. Heaven help me, she thought, as he backed her up against the wall and slowly lowered his mouth to hers. All her life's experience could not have prepared her for that moment, for the resounding impact of his kiss, for the tickling of his thumb as it gently caressed her cheek, for the naughty impropriety of kissing a man in a secluded corner of a Mayfair mansion. She knew it was wrong and dangerous, but she couldn't help herself. She parted her lips to taste the flavour of his tongue, and suddenly he was gathering her more tightly into his arms. She floated into his embrace, holding on to him with a desperation that was almost frightening. Before she knew what was happening, he had taken hold of her hand and was leading her across the hall, deeper into the shadows. She glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone was watching. There was no one, so she followed him willingly into the conservatory, which was unconditionally off-limits to a young lady and a single gentleman. But she had no common sense left, only the desire to feel James's hands on her body again, to relish the flavour of his mouth and hold him close. He led her down a set of stone steps, into the heady, humid heat of the conservatory,
and around a wall of leafy ferns and palms and flowering shrubs and bushes, into a back corner where no one who might walk in could see them. Sophia would have followed him anywhere at that moment. She would have followed him upstairs to some unknown bedchamber and let him lock the door behind them if he had gone in that direction. Thank God he had not. There was still a chance they could sneak out of there unnoticed when they finished whatever it was that they were about to do. He pulled her by the hand, firmly up against his hard body. "You taste like wine," he said in a sensual whisper. "Only better." "And you taste like nothing I've ever tasted before." And suddenly he was kissing her again, and she was running her hands through his beautiful, thick black hair and feeling his fingers at her shoulders and neck. It was too much for her to take. She didn't know what to do, how to think, how to touch him. She'd never kissed a man like this. Had she been asleep her whole life? Was she waking up only now? The next thing she knew, she was tossing her head back and he was kissing her neck. "I wish we were alone," she said breathlessly. "Truly alone." His lips worked over her like magic. "That could be dangerous. I may be a gentleman, but I do have my limits. And if I had you alone, mark my words, you would walk away quite without your virtue. So perhaps it is best that we are here, only somewhat at risk." "I don't want to think about that, about the risk." His hand slid down, over the curve of her hip. What in God's name was she doing? "Oh, James," she managed to whisper. But she did not know what to say after that. She couldn't think. Suddenly there was a noise, laughter echoing in the hall outside the conservatory. James dragged his mouth from hers and lifted his index finger to his lips. She gazed into his eyes, only inches away, and felt his breath beat against her cheek. Her heart was pounding out a breakneck rhythm in her chest. They stared at each other for a moment. Then he kissed her again, quietly, and she kissed him back with abandon. They heard the laughter again. James drew back. "This is insane," he whispered. Indeed it was. What had she been thinking, behaving this way? The Duke probably thought she did this with every English lord who suggested it. Surely he had lost all respect for her now. Horror and regret coursed through her body. Had she spoiled everything? "Let me go. This is wrong," she whispered in an instant of panic. She tore herself out of his arms and hurried along the leafy enclosure to peer out into the hall. The group of assembly guests, whoever they were out of sight, so she left the conservatory and somehow found her way back to the buffet table, feeling breathless and bewildered, and still dazed with passion. James closed his eyes and buried his forehead in his hand. He felt dishevelled and shaky and out of breath, and he wondered how, in a few swift, passion-filled seconds, he could have lost all physical control. If he had any brains left in his head, he would recognize his failings and retreat from the path he was on. But no, he could not do that. Not after tonight. For he had just started a heavy ball rolling with a momentum he could no longer stop. There could be no more ruminating, no more considering the possibility of proposing to Miss Wilson. After what happened tonight, it was inevitable. There was no turning back now. No way to get out of it, at least not honourably. He must propose immediately, before word of this got out, for surely someone saw them. Lily certainly had. Her friends were young. They did not understand the importance of discretion. Good God, the American heiress. Perhaps the strangest thing was that despite all his misgivings, it was wonderfully gratifying to know that one day soon he would have her in his bed.
James opened his eyes and looked at the glass ceiling above him. His mother was going to cough up her lunch. Chapter 8. The following morning, Sophia woke early after a restless sleep. She ate a light breakfast and ventured outside to wander in the garden. Lansdowne House, one of the few London mansions to have its own private garden, was shrouded in a thick yellow fog, as was the rest of the city. She felt the damp chill on her skin, imagined that her hair was turning frizzy, but what did that matter? She was alone at last, away from the constant looks of concern from Florence and her mother. They had left the assembly quite abruptly the night before, when she'd claimed she felt unwell. They remained unconvinced, however, and rightly so, for she was thoroughly ashamed of her behaviour and could not bear to imagine her mother knowing about it, or her father. He would be shocked and disappointed. Just then, the clatter of hooves on the street alerted Sophia to a visitor. A large coach rumbled to a stop in front of the house, and she watched from the garden as James, in a black greatcoat and top hat, stepped out of the vehicle and looked up at the house. What in the world is he doing here? She wondered in a panic. It was not the proper time of day for a social call. If he was here, it was an important matter of business. 10 minutes later, while Sophia was perched nervously on a bench under a tree, James emerged from the back door of the house and settled his hat upon his head. He crossed the stone terrace and descended the steps to the garden below. Her heart began to race. He looked like something out of a dream, dressed all in black, emerging from the fog. He stopped a fair distance away, removed his hat, and held it at his side. "Are you not cold, Miss Wilson?" She swallowed nervously. "It's quite refreshing, actually." Heaven help her! What did a girl say to a beautiful duke dressed in black the morning after she'd behaved like a trollop in his arms? He took a few steps closer. "You're not punishing yourself, I hope?" When she offered no reply, he said, "Because if anyone deserves to be punished, it is I." He approached and sat down beside her, and his nearness brought warmth, despite the chill in the air. "I have spoken to your mother," he said matter-of-factly. "She was kind enough to tell me where to find you. She also gave me permission to speak to you about something rather important." He set his hat and gloves on the bench next to him, and reached for her hands, which were as cold as the grave. He held them snugly between his palms, rubbing to warm them. After a few seconds, he bent to kiss them. Sophia's heart leapt with longing and desire. He gazed into her eyes. "You must know why I have come." Speechless, she waited for him to continue. "I have come here, Miss Wilson, because I want to ask if you will consider—" He paused and looked down. "If you would do me the great honour of becoming my Duchess." Sophia wasn't sure if she could breathe, let alone speak. She had dreamed of this moment, but not quite like this. "Are you here because of what happened last night?" she asked. "Because I don't wish to be a wife that you were forced to marry." His eyes lifted, and he gave her a compassionate look that told her he had anticipated such a response. "I would be lying if I told you that last night had nothing to do with this. It had a great deal to do with it, in fact, but only because I realized that I couldn't bear another moment thinking that you might return to America or marry some other man, or that I would never have the chance to hold you in my arms again. I was bewitched last night, Miss Wilson. You are the most beautiful, captivating woman I have ever known, and I must have you. I need to know that you will belong to me and no other." She sat motionless, unblinking. Had she heard him correctly? Had he said he was bewitched? Naturally, doubts came hurling at her from all angles. "Did you speak to my mother about a settlement?" He stared at her for several seconds, then cupped her cheek in his warm hand. The intimacy of the gesture made her head spin.
"Is that what you think? That I want you for your money?"
She searched his eyes for the truth. Was this planned? Had he seduced her the night before to make sure she would accept his proposal? She did not know him very well. Perhaps he was like all the rest, feigning interest in her as a woman, when all they really wanted was her dowry. She could see it in their eyes. But James, what did she see in his eyes? She wasn't entirely sure. She believed she recognized genuine desire, but was she seeing only what she wanted to see? Was she blinded by her own attraction, which was perhaps based on lust? If only she had more experience in such matters. She'd never felt like this before, so she did not feel capable of judging its integrity. What if the feelings passed in a week's time? What if she discovered later that he truly was as dangerous as all the gossips claimed? That he was an accomplished rake who knew exactly how to seduce a young innocent?
"I don't know what to say," she replied at last. "Surely all of London must know what I am worth. Whitby knows."
"Ah, Whitby."
He lowered his hand to his side and looked away, back toward the house.
"Are you thinking of him now?"
"No,"
she blurted out.
"It's not that. It's just that I thought because Mother told him, everyone must know."
His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath.
"I am here, Miss Wilson, because I cannot accept the idea of taking any other woman as my wife. It must be you."
He met her gaze directly.
"And that is the truest thing I have ever said to you."
What she wouldn't give to have him hold her now. She lowered her gaze.
"James, I'm not sure. This seems sudden."
He rubbed her hands again and kissed both of them.
"Please, Miss Wilson, marry me and make me the happiest man alive. Come to my home in Yorkshire and be the greatest duchess my family has ever known. You told me once that you were in awe of England for its history. Come and be a part of it. You can, if only you will say yes."
Sophia sucked in a breath. Was this really happening? Could she truly walk into a fairy tale and marry her very own Prince Charming? With no further deliberation, she gave him a clear and fixed response, using his given name for the first time.
"Yes, James, I will be your wife."
The whole world disappeared for a shimmering moment, then it returned with a rush of blissful anticipation, for he was going to kiss her. He pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips to hers, and she felt transported to the clouds. She was going to be his wife. They would spend the rest of their days together, loving each other, living happily ever after. Sophia drew back and glanced up at the house. She couldn't help but laugh, for her mother was watching from an upstairs window, jumping with joy. Chapter 9. There, it was done. James was betrothed to an heiress. He returned to his coach, got in, and ordered the driver to set off immediately. Sitting alone, hands folded over the ivory top of his walking stick, he listened to the sound of the horses' hooves clopping over the cobblestones as they drove slowly through Piccadilly, which was clogged with traffic. Why did he not feel more satisfied? He wondered with apprehension. He had been determined to win the race, to acquire the dowry every other man in London was coveting, and this morning he had triumphed. He had secured the prize. Yet still, he felt displeased with himself when there was no logical reason to feel displeased. Why? Perhaps because everything he'd said to Sophia that morning was true. In all honesty, his proposal had not been about the money. Not when he was looking into her eyes and telling her that he wanted to make her his duchess, and that if she said yes, she would make him the happiest man alive. Imagine that. Him, the happiest man alive. Good God, he had been carried away on a gigantic wave. He had blathered on and on to her about how much he adored her. He'd sounded like a damned schoolboy. He had never intended to be so romantic about it. This was supposed to be a business arrangement. But she truly was the most beautiful woman he had ever known, and it was exactly as he had said. He simply had to have her. Bloody hell, he wanted her right now. He wanted her here in the carriage beside him, in his arms. Perhaps that's why he felt a lack of satisfaction. He knew deep down that he had not really triumphed. In truth, he had lost the fight against his impulsiveness, given in to his desires, and there was nothing he could do about it now except to live with what had suddenly become his future, and somehow survive it without descending into hell. What a morning! And he still had to break the news of his engagement to his mother. James squeezed the handle of his walking stick tightly, while the carriage continued to clatter through the noisy London streets. A half-hour later, he was entering his own London house. Her Grace, his mother, was sitting in the morning room, sipping tea. Her harsh gaze lifted when she sensed his presence in the doorway. "James," she said, somewhat startled. He moved into the room and took a seat on the chintz sofa, deciding that there was no point putting off the inevitable. No need for idle chatter. He would be direct. "I have news, and I thought you should be the first to know before you read about it in tomorrow's paper." "Tomorrow's paper? Oh, James, what have you done?" His mother leaned back and rested a hand over her heart. "Please, not the American." James crossed one leg over the other. "As a matter of fact, yes, the American." Her face reddened, and she stood up and walked to the fireplace. No, I don't understand. You've been so difficult to move on the matter of marriage. But wait." She faced him. "Is this some kind of childish rebellion against me? To hurt me? Because if it is, you have succeeded." "It's not a rebellion." "What is it, then? How in the world could this have happened? This American girl, in barely more than a fortnight, managed to lure you away from any number of lovely English girls from excellent families. There must be a reason. If it's not to hurt me—" She glared at him. "Surely, James, you have not given this adequate thought." "I have given it more than enough thought, Mother, and even if I hadn't, the machine is in motion. There is no turning back now. I've already placed the announcement in the Times." Strange. He never imagined he would experience such perverse pleasure from this moment, but there it was. Good heavens! She sank onto a chair. "She's not in the family way, is she?" "Now you're being ridiculous." "Well," she waved a frivolous hand about, "you never know with these Americans. I told you her grandfather was a bootmaker, didn't I?" "Yes, you told me." "And the other grandfather slaughtered pigs." James watched her for a few more seconds, then he stood. "I beg your pardon, Mother, but there is business I must attend to this morning." He started toward the door, but she stopped him with another question. "Have you set a date?" He faced her. "August 10. "Of this year?" "Yes. There is no point in prolonging the engagement. Sophia's mother will be returning to New York at the end of the season. Rather than send her home with her family, I would prefer that she accompany me to Yorkshire." His mother laid a hand on her heart again. "I cannot bear to think of the gossip when the servants see her. She dresses like an actress, James." "She has style, Mother, and that is the last time you will insult her. She is the next Duchess of Wentworth." With that, he left the room. He went upstairs to write to his agent, Mr. Wells, and instruct him to arrange at once to have the roof over the stateroom fixed, and to spare no expense. While he was at it, he could finally, at long last, have the lake dredged.
"You bastard!"
Whitby said, halfway up the stairs, just outside the House of Lords. He grabbed hold of James's arm. James turned to look down at his old school chum on a lower step.
"Get a hold of yourself, man." "A hold of myself? I think you were the one who should have gotten a hold of something. You forced your hand on her, and you know it."
James straightened his tie and resumed his ascent up the stairs.
"I know no such thing."
Whitby followed beside him.
"Where were you at the assembly the other night? You disappeared with her for half an hour." "We were with Lily." "Not the entire time. I saw Lily later, and you weren't with her. I returned Sophia to her mother."
He stopped at the top of the stairs and met Whitby's heated gaze.
"Why am I even explaining myself to you? Maybe because you fancy that you are an old friend of mine, and you feel guilty for stepping in on a woman I was openly pursuing."
James pointed a finger at Whitby.
"She was not spoken for. I had spoken. Privately to you, of course. But I thought we were friends. I thought you understood that I was asking you to back off."
James shook his head at the ridiculousness of this conversation. He started walking again, down the long Gothic corridor of the building. Their angry footfalls echoed off the arched ceiling.
"You had no right to ask that. But you assured me at the Bradley Assembly that you were not looking to marry, that you would never marry. How did that change so completely in a matter of weeks?" "I hadn't met the right woman." "You mean you hadn't met a rich enough woman?"
James stopped. He stabbed a finger on Whitby's chest.
"Do not cross that line. I think it is you who has crossed the line."
Whitby lowered his voice.
"You can't do this. I would oblige you to make your point. I know you, James, and you're a cruel fellow if you think you can take her to Yorkshire and toss her at your mother to look after. That woman will have her for breakfast."
"Sophia can take care of herself," James assured him.
"Yes, of course, and that's exactly why you proposed to her, so that she can take care of herself and you can forget that you've ever been married. You said it yourself. That's what you wanted in a wife, for her to be invisible."
James started walking again. He had the distinct feeling Whitby was looking for a fistfight, but he would not get one. Those days were over. If not for Whitby, at least for James.
"I would have known how to love her,"
Whitby shouted after him, his voice full of fury. James felt the words like a knife shooting through the air and puncturing his back. Nothing less than a wedding gown by Worth would do for England's newest Duchess. For Monsieur Worth did not just sew a dress for a woman, he created a whole new persona. Therefore, Sophia and her mother packed up and left for Paris. They met her sisters there, accompanied by an aunt, for they too, being Sophia's bridesmaids, required Worth gowns for the ceremony. Clara and Adele were astute enough to bring stacks of New York newspapers with them in their trunks, for news of the upcoming nuptials had reached headlines in America. Sophia and her mother were anxious to read them. The stories dripped with delicious details of the couple's romantic first encounters at London assemblies and balls. The Wentworth family tree, illustrated with coats of arms and portraits, and augmented with sketches of the castle in Yorkshire, filled column after column of every society page, as well as flattering misinformation about the bride's family history. Even in Paris, journalists scurried out from behind shrubberies and parked carriages outside Sophia's hotel, hoping for a chance to ask her questions and have her pose for a picture.
She had become an overnight sensation in the papers, and she could still barely believe any of this was happening. She found it all quite distressing, and tried to remind herself that life would soon settle down, once the wedding was over and she and James could retire to his country estate for the winter, where they would finally be alone together as man and wife. Late one evening, Sophia sat up in her bed in the Paris hotel, wearing a white nightdress and reading the inside pages of a New York paper by the light of a gas lamp. She rose from the bed, however, when she came across a disturbing editorial piece.
"Clara, Adele, listen to this."
She began to read aloud.
"It is an affront to our flag that so many hard-earned American dollars are leaving our country to fill the bare bank accounts of British nobles, who know nothing of proper work ethics or proper morality for that matter. Our wealthy American brides are victims of greed and laziness. The girl's value is appraised only by how much she can do to restore the decaying castles of a decaying England. It is no secret that the English nobles squander their rent-roll money in the gambling houses of London with careless abandon, for they have never had to lift a finger to earn it."
Feeling a sickening lump take form in the pit of her stomach, Sophia lowered the paper. She looked beseechingly at her sisters, who had been combing each other's hair. They were staring blankly at her now.
"Have you heard this sort of thing before?"
Sophia asked them.
"Is this what they're saying in New York?"
Clara rose from her chair to take Sophia's hands and reassure her. Clara had always been sensitive to everyone's feelings. She seemed able to recognize the emotions of others and understand mental torment. In all honesty, sometimes Sophia suspected her sister of actually enjoying it. She liked melodrama in any form.
"Oh no, Sophia,"
Clara said.
"Everyone's thrilled for you. It's like a fairy tale. You've read the headlines."
"Yes,
but this person seems to think that James is some kind of wicked scoundrel, when in actuality he's a responsible caretaker of a large estate with tenants who depend upon him. He is a well-respected man."
"Of course he is," Clara said.
"He's a gentleman. This writer, whoever he is just jealous. Some people are always looking for things to complain about, and they hate seeing anyone else happy. They have to spoil it somehow. Don't they, Adele?"
It seemed a simple, almost childish way to cheer Sophia up, but she appreciated it all the same. Her youngest sister nodded. Adele, unlike Clara, despised the melodramatic or scandalous, anything the least bit out of the ordinary. Clara sometimes called Adele a prude, but Sophia knew Adele was just a proper young lady who wished to please her parents and follow the rules. There was nothing wrong with that. Probably, when she was out, she would marry a Mr. Peabody, someone acceptable, someone who wouldn't surprise anyone or cause any friction or gossip. Clara strolled back to the dressing table and sat down. She picked up her brush and ran it through her long chestnut hair.
"I'm sorry, Sophia. If we had noticed that article, we would have burned it before we gave you the paper, like Auntie made us do with the other one."
She grinned mischievously at Sophia in the mirror.
"What other one?"
Sophia asked. Adele spoke with a warning tone.
"Clara, tell me,"
Sophia demanded, grabbing the brush out of her sister's hand. Clara swiveled around to face her.
"All right."
She sounded pleased to have something juicy to relate. The three of them in their nightdresses leaped onto the bed. Clara spoke dramatically.
"Poor Auntie nearly swooned on the train when she read it."
"Read what?" Sophia asked, growing impatient.
"There were illustrations and everything. I don't know where they found such sordid details."
Sophia grabbed hold of her sister's arm.
"Tell me."
Clara paused a moment to draw out the suspense, then said,
There was an entire column all about your wedding day underclothes. My what? Which, of course, Clara added, only the Duke will ever see in real life. Clara, Adele scolded, you needn't be so vulgar about it. They said the ribbon on your chemise came from Queen Anne's own trousseau, and that your corset hooks were made of gold. And there were illustrations? Sophia asked in dismay. Yes. Clara laughed and flopped backwards onto the bed. You should have seen Auntie's face. She looked positively beastly.
Sophia stood up and went to the dressing table to look at her reflection in the mirror.
I hope James doesn't hear of that. Imagine corset hooks made of gold. As if any of that matters.
Meanwhile, back in London, James's mother, claiming she was unwell, packed up in a huff and left for the country, while his solicitor and the Wilson family lawyers haggled over the finer points of what was to become the largest marriage settlement in English history. Chapter 10. I wasn't sure you'd come. The sound of her fiancé's deep, seductive voice from behind her, his breath hot and moist in her ear, sent delightful waves of gooseflesh dancing down Sophia's spine. Standing next to her mother in a stuffy, overcrowded ballroom at a mansion not far outside of London, she smiled and turned to face him. Oh, but he was handsome. It was excruciating just to look at him. He wore his usual black suit with tails, white shirt, white bow tie and waistcoat, and that contrasted sharply with his midnight black hair. The effect was devastating. James took her gloved hand, raised it to his lips, and laid a warm kiss upon her knuckles, holding her in his fiery gaze as he did so. "A walk on the terrace, perhaps?" he suggested.
"That sounds enchanting."
He offered his arm, and they headed toward the large open doors at the edge of the ballroom. Many guests watched them, and whispered with curiosity and fascination. Sophia didn't mind it at all. She was proud to be the woman James had chosen to become his wife. She was also proud to show them how much in love they were, and how wrong the gossips were about him. "You look ravishing," James said. "You make it difficult for a man to wait for his wedding day." "It's painful, actually." Sophia laughed and rubbed her shoulder up against his. They reached the balustrade and faced each other under the stars. A breeze swept through the leafy oak trees and swooped down across the grass, like a seductive whisper in the night. "Have you been enjoying all the attention?" he asked. "I gather your social calendar has filled up considerably."
"Yes, it's astonishing. I can't get over it."
"Everyone wants to get a look at us together," he mentioned, glancing over his shoulder. "They are in awe of you." She lowered her gaze.
"But you know I don't care about any of that, James. All I want is you."
He surveyed the other couples on the terrace, as if to determine what social rules currently applied, then reached out and touched her cheek. Sophia closed her eyes briefly, took his hand in hers and pressed it to her lips. "You're killing me, you know," he said, taking a step closer. "Our wedding is still over a month away. I'm growing very impatient."
"As am I. All I want to do is be with you, every minute of the day. I had no idea it would feel like this."
With an experienced eye, he glanced around the terrace again, then reached for her hand. "Perhaps a walk in the garden?"
"Yes,"
she replied breathlessly. Yes, to anything, to everything. "I am a gentleman," he said, leaning close, "so I will offer you my arm and politely escort you down the stairs, when what I really want to do is grab hold of your hand and take off running." She laughed and slid her arm through his. They descended the stairs and stepped onto the soft, cool grass. The moon was full. The sweet scent of roses drifted languidly on the night air. It was a perfect evening. "Have you chosen your wedding dress?" he asked, resting his hand upon hers.
"Yes, but I will tell you nothing about it, nor will I say anything about the flowers I'll be carrying, or the colour of my sisters' gowns, or the fabric of their sashes."
There was amusement in his voice. "You seem to be enjoying this, keeping me in suspense about the details. Just a small hint?"
"Absolutely not."
"Pretty, please?"
"No,"
she said, laughing and slapping at his arm. "I give up. You are a rock. You'll make an excellent duchess." She rested her head on his shoulder.
"I hope so, James. I want to make you proud."
"You've already made me proud," he replied. "I am the envy of every man in London."
"No, you're just flattering me."
"It's God's honest truth." They strolled around the garden to where the trees grew tall. "I'm pleased you're wearing a dark gown this evening," James said.
"Why?"
Guiding her by the hand, he backed into the wispy branches of a weeping willow. The leaves parted like a beaded curtain, and he drew Sophia through, into a private little haven where it was nearly pitch black. "So that no one will notice when I lure you into the shadows."
"This is dangerous, James," she said,
glancing over her shoulder.
"If anyone sees us—"
He backed up against the trunk of the tree and gently drew her toward him. "They won't. Come closer."
"Why?"
she asked wickedly. "Because I want you near." She could barely see his face in the darkness, only sensed where he was through instinct and the touch of her hands. When he pressed his lips to hers, she gave herself over to the desire that had not left her in peace for weeks. The kiss was deep and intoxicating. Sophia clutched at James's broad shoulders, leaned into his body. As his passion grew, she took a strange, perverse pleasure in the power she seemed to have over him, in knowing that she could push him to his limits. Before long, he dragged his mouth from hers, turned his face away, and said in a low, husky voice, "I should take you back." Sophia caught his face in her hand and drew him back to look at her.
"Not yet, James. Please."
He touched his forehead to hers, then nibbled at her ear. "You have no mercy, do you?"
"I don't know. I don't seem to care about anything except the feel of your hands on me. I've never felt like this before. Everything happened so fast between us, but now time seems to be passing so slowly. I want to marry you right now, this minute. I have no patience left."
He glanced toward the house, where a Strauss waltz was playing inside the ballroom. The sounds of the orchestra were faint but discernible. "We've been gone a while." He was right, and she knew it, but that didn't make it any easier to take even one small step away from him.
"I know," she said. "We should return, but I don't want to."
He kissed her one more time, softly on the lips. "You are an extraordinary woman, Sophia." She smiled at the compliment, and backed away from him, smoothing out her gown.
"All right, then, since you put it that way."
"Mercy at last." He pushed away from the tree and straightened his tie, then offered his arm. After one last kiss, they strolled dutifully back to the ballroom. James danced with his future wife, laughed with her, and openly flirted with her, and realized, with no shortage of turmoil, that he had relinquished any futile attempts at self-restraint. All night long he had been entranced by her. He was still shaken by his response to the way she'd touched him under the willow tree. She now stood beside him, speaking intelligently to a gentleman in their group, and he felt as if a set of floodgates had suddenly broken open, and he'd been knocked over and swept away by this mad, all-consuming desire for his betrothed. He glanced around for a tray of champagne and picked up a glass from a passing footman. This was not at all how he'd imagined things would be. He'd intended this marriage to be a business matter, a fair exchange. Perhaps it was simply the lure of the forbidden that had put him off his game, or the strain of constantly suppressing a damned inconvenient number of persistent arousals. He tried to tell himself that after he made love to Sophia properly on the wedding night and on their honeymoon, the intensity of his feelings would diminish. But for now, what to do? He wanted her. There was no getting around that, and she wanted him. Fortunately, they would have each other soon enough. The wedding day was approaching, and he would finally be able to douse the fire. Sophia would satisfy her curiosity. He would enjoy her on the honeymoon, as she would enjoy him. They would travel to Italy, spend a few pleasurable weeks with each other. Perhaps it would be best to hold nothing back, he decided. Perhaps he needed to release this pent-up lust. He had been suppressing his passions for what felt like forever. After the honeymoon, they would return to England and travel north to his house in the country where his mother was now, where the reality of his life existed. It did not need to be complicated. He would simply curtail what was left of his passions and settle into a more tranquil life with a duchess at his side. They would produce an heir, or 2 or 3. Feeling his shoulders relax slightly, James swallowed the last of his champagne. This will pass, he told himself. For the good of everyone, this passionate madness, as enjoyable as it was only temporary. Chapter 11. August closed in, and London cleared out. The lords and ladies, and sirs and honourable misses skipped off to their country estates, for everyone knew that it was better to be seen in one's underclothes than wandering about the streets of London in August. Unless, of course, you were planning a wedding, and you were marrying the Duke of Wentworth, or any duke for that matter. Then you could set your own rules and do whatever you pleased, anything short of wandering about in your underclothes, of course. August passed. The wedding day arrived, and that very morning a package arrived from New York, a wedding gift from the Mrs. Astor, the matriarch of the Knickerbockers, who before that day had refused to acknowledge the Wilsons' existence. She had sent an exquisite string of pearls for England's newest duchess, and Sophia's mother wept with perfect joy as she ripped and tore at the tissue paper. "At last," she said, between deep, resounding sobs, "Clara's and Adele's futures are assured." Shortly after that, a gift arrived from Buckingham Palace, a magnificent gilded clock, and her mother wept again. The horses that were hired to bring the bridal carriage to the church were matched greys, a time-honoured tradition, and the streets were lined with crowds of enthusiastic spectators waiting to get a look at the famed American heiress. Held back by rows of uniformed London constables, the throngs cheered and waved and threw flowers. Sophia squeezed her father's hand as they rode in an open carriage behind the one carrying her bridesmaids, Clara, Adele, and Lily. She raised the other gloved hand to wave nervously to the crushing mob. The carriage arrived at St. George's Church in Hanover Square, and with a trembling heart, Sophia stepped out of the carriage. She followed her bridesmaids up to the door of the church, where she heard the peal of the pipe organ and caught a glimpse of the guests seated inside. There were over 300 of them, from both sides of the Atlantic. The bridesmaids, dressed in gowns of white satin with pink sashes, embarked upon the long walk up the aisle to the music of Mendelssohn. Then, at last, Sophia reached the altar. The bishop, with a deep, resounding voice, asked, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" Her father replied in his deep American accent, "I do." Then the bishop took Sophia's hand and placed it in James's. She gazed up at him and saw the man of all her dreams, handsome, strong, intelligent, and professedly enamoured with her. He smiled with encouragement, his green eyes warm and true, and all the madness of the morning melted away inside her body. There was only her and her elegant groom, there to pledge their undying love to one another. James hoped he would not become like his father. As he and Sophia spoke their vows, then knelt on the red velvet cushions for the blessing, he closed his eyes. The bishop prayed. What would happen when the novelty of their new life together was no longer novel? James experienced a sudden rush of panic. What if Sophia took a lover one day, as James's own grandmother had done all those years ago? Would he be able to restrain himself from becoming the man his grandfather had become, full of jealousy and rage? "What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder." James and Sophia rose from their cushions. He studied his bride's face and saw the exuberance in her eyes. She was born to be a duchess. There was no doubt about that. Her portrait would hang in the gallery, and no one would ever think she did not fit the part. Life as an aristocrat was what she had come to London seeking after all. A deeper tension found its way into his gut. He hoped she would conceive on their honeymoon, so the initial obligation would be fulfilled sooner rather than later. Then they could each settle into their individual roles as Duke and Duchess. She would make a home for herself in her own private rooms, as all the duchesses had before her, and he would continue as he always had in his. Dinner each evening would be a pleasant time for conversation. He would hear about her undertakings for that day, and she would hear about his. He slid the ring onto her slender finger and tried to assure himself that everything would work out, that his self-control would not be lost. James and Sophia rushed out to the carriage that was waiting to take them to their private wedding breakfast at James's London residence. First, however, they were driven ceremonially through the streets of London, lined with crowds of screaming onlookers. Sophia waved at the people on her side of the street, and James did the same for those on his. There they were, alone for the first time as man and wife, and they were too busy waving to strangers in opposite directions to even look at each other. Sophia tried to remind herself to be patient. Life would settle down soon enough. The wind had gained force while they were inside the church, and though it was warm, it blew hard against her veil and loosened the Greek twist in her hair. She raised a hand to keep the veil in place, which caught James's attention. He finally turned to her. "You're beautiful," he said. She gazed appreciatively into his eyes. "Thank you, James." "And you're a duchess now." Sophia smiled. "Funny, I don't feel any different." "You will. Just wait until you arrive at Wentworth. Life will be very different from what it is here." She wasn't quite sure what he was referring to exactly, but she did know one thing. They would be man and wife, and they would share the marriage bed. A ripple of anticipation, both frightening and exciting, shimmied up her spine. She remembered all the times they had snuck away to quiet places to be alone and kiss, and she relished the notion that no one would interrupt them next time, when they were alone together in their bedchamber. They would be free to explore their desires, fully and completely. There was much she did not know about that side of a marriage. So many wondrous moments lay ahead of her.
"Will we be leaving for our honeymoon first thing in the morning?"
she asked. Like a wolf picking up a scent, he seemed to detect her meaning, and he smiled. "Are you yearning to see Rome, or do you just want to run away with me?" Sophia met his gaze boldly, her eyes glimmering with heat and daring. Her world seemed like a fairy tale all of a sudden, full of magic and grandeur. Her wedding day had been as enchanting as she'd ever imagined it would be, and she wanted to leap with all her heart and soul into this glorious marriage. She clasped James's hand.
"Perhaps a kiss would give everyone something sensational to talk about,"
Sophia suggested.
"Not that I want to encourage that sort of thing, but—"
With a smile, he leaned close. "I'm keen, if a little shocked." Sophia's blood quickened as his lips brushed hers. The crowd cheered louder. "You are a very naughty Duchess," he said with a teasing grin. Sophia laughed and turned to the crowd.
"James, sometimes you are so very British. It's why I love you."
"Why I love you?" Suddenly numb from head to foot, James watched his wife wave exuberantly at the Londoners along the street. Good God! She was his wife, wasn't she? And she was tossing the word love around like it was something commonplace. No one had ever used that word with him before, and he wondered if it was an American thing, to say it so lightly with such innocuous ease.
"Did your mother come to the ceremony?"
Sophia asked without looking at him.
"I was too nervous to see who was sitting in the front pews."
James searched his mind for an excuse. "She is still unwell, I'm afraid. Of course, she sends her regrets, and is anticipating your arrival at Wentworth Castle with much enthusiasm."
"I'm looking forward to meeting her as well,"
Sophia replied.
"She won't mind, will she? Handing her duties and responsibilities over to me, or having to vacate her rooms?"
"Why do you ask? You aren't nervous about meeting her, are you?"
"No, I always expected to know a man's family before I married into it. As it stands, I will only meet your siblings for the first time today."
"You've met Lily?"
"Yes, and I like her very much."
He squeezed her gloved hand. "Then do not worry. You are the new Duchess of Wentworth, and Mother knows well enough what her duty is, and that is to step aside. You shall have no problem there. Believe me, she will know her boundaries." Sophia met his gaze directly.
"Please, I beg your pardon, James. I wasn't suggesting that there should be boundaries. I merely worry that she might feel left out or feel as if she has no more purpose. That will not be the case, I assure you, for I will need to rely on your mother for everything, to show me what to do, to share my joys and disappointments, as I have always shared them with my own mother. I hope we will be close, James. I hope she will love me like a true daughter."
There it was again, the word love, carelessly flung about. It was one thing to say it to him in the privacy of their carriage, but he hoped Sophia would know enough to be a little less outspoken when she met his mother. James doubted the woman would know what to make of such sentiments. "Let us think only of ourselves today," he said, "and not worry about the future. Everything will work itself out."
"I do apologize, James. There have just been so many changes these past few weeks. I'm a little overwhelmed."
As any bride would be on her wedding day, when crowds of strangers are cheering and shouting her name. They both waved simultaneously in the same direction. "Do not feel anxious, my dear. Tonight it will be just the two of us, and we will celebrate in our own way." James stroked Sophia's cheek with a finger, and with one small kiss he knew he had successfully eased her concerns
just in time for their arrival at Wentworth House.
Late in the afternoon, after Sophia had spent some time conversing with James's younger brother, Martin, who was a handsome young man at 16, her father took her by the arm and led her to a settee. She gazed lovingly at his bushy grey sideburns and moustache, his wild mane of grey hair. He looked so handsome in his wedding attire.
"My darling girl," he said, with his booming American drawl, "I haven't been able to steal a single moment alone with you. You're such a beautiful bride. To congratulate you. Do you know how proud I am?"
Sophia wrapped her arms around her father's big shoulders and hugged him tightly.
"I'm going to miss you so much."
Now, don't fret. We're only a steamship ride away, and I'm sure your sisters will be writing to you constantly. I don't doubt, after the pageantry they've witnessed today, they'll be wanting to return in a year or two and catch a couple of English husbands for themselves."
Sophia grabbed his nose and wiggled it.
"Oh, Papa, I didn't catch anyone. James and I are in love."
His voice grew more serious.
"I know you love him, my sweet girl. I see it in your eyes. But do remember, this is a different world, and if you ever need me to come and fetch you, I know your mother wouldn't like it, but—"
"I'll be fine, Papa,"
she replied, uncomfortable with the direction this conversation was taking.
"You needn't worry. I'll be the happiest woman on earth."
He hugged her again.
"Oh, my precious girls, you're a horde of hopeless romantics."
He withdrew from the hug and squeezed her hand.
"I know this is your wedding day, but I do need to speak to you privately about the marriage settlement. I want you to know what your situation will be before you go off on your honeymoon."
"Of course,"
she replied, feeling her smile slowly drain away. He spoke matter-of-factly, in the same tone he used with his business acquaintances.
"The amount of the dowry was settled at £1 million, 500,000 as a lump sum, and the balance paid in installments for the first 2 years of your marriage."
Sophia fought to catch her breath.
"As well as £200,000 worth of my railway stock," he continued. "The yield payable annually. I've also agreed to pay all the country estate debts outstanding as of the date of the settlement. Otherwise, half your dowry would have been gone before you'd even reached the castle."
Sophia snapped her mouth shut. A surge of nausea flowed like a river into her belly.
"I had no idea the settlement would be so large."
Nor had she known that James's estate was so deeply in debt. Her father seemed to notice something change in her expression. He began to ramble with some further explanations.
"James wasn't present for the negotiations, of course, nor was I. Our lawyers hammered it out, and you know how cutthroat those people can be."
She nodded, but inside there was a painful, squeezing despair. It was like having her fairy-tale wedding bubble pricked with a gigantic knitting needle.
"In addition to that,"
her father said, rubbing his hand over the back of his neck,
"I've arranged for you to have your own bank account, and an annuity of £50,000 per year, payable quarterly."
"Papa, that really wasn't necessary."
Well, maybe not for you, but it's more for my own peace of mind. I need to know that my little girl will never want for anything. Things are different here, my darling. Married women, according to law, have no control over their money. Dowries are absorbed into the husband's estate, and wives are given an allowance, which depends solely on their husband's generosity. I'll not have you going to James every time you want to buy something. That was the deal, and I said, it's the American way, so take it or leave it. And naturally the Langdon lawyers took it.
As an afterthought, he added,
Because, of course, James would never have allowed anything to keep him from marrying you.
Sophia swallowed over a painful lump in her throat and hugged her father again.
Thank you, Papa, for everything you've done. You've made me very happy.
She rested her cheek on his broad shoulder and squeezed her eyes shut to keep him from seeing her tears.
"Congratulations, Duchess," Lord Whitby said, appearing beside Sophia after the German soloist finished his set. "I do believe you are the most dazzling bride London has ever seen." He raised his champagne glass to toast her before taking a sip.
"Thank you, Lord Whitby."
"Please, you must call me Edward."
Sophia smiled.
"Edward, then. You are enjoying the festivities, I hope?"
"Immensely. And I am man enough to admit that I am envious of your husband, the lucky devil."
He glanced around the room, his eyes searching for James.
"I have accepted that the better man won. He is a duke, after all. I shouldn't take it too personally."
Sophia would have liked to correct him on that point, that he should indeed take it very personally, for there was no other way to take it. But of course she held her tongue.
"So you're off to Rome tomorrow?"
Whitby said, and she was thankful he was changing the subject.
"Yes, we'll spend a fortnight there, then return to Yorkshire."
"You've not been there yet?"
"No, but I look forward to seeing the house and the countryside. I hear it's lovely in the north."
"Yes, there is a certain oldness to the place. Lots of fog. It's very damp. I hope you have a warm cloak."
He took another sip of champagne.
"I do, Edward, thank you."
She sipped from her own glass and gazed across the room to where James was conversing with a man she did not know.
"Please come and rescue me," she thought.
At that precise moment, their gazes locked and held, and her husband noticed the Earl beside her. Without a second's hesitation, he approached.
"Whitby,"
James said, reaching them.
"You're not trying to charm my wife, are you? You wouldn't try to steal her away from me?"
The two gentlemen laughed, but Sophia sensed a tension between them. Had her marriage to James caused a rift in their friendship? The moment grew awkward, and the Earl politely took his leave. Sophia was left alone with James in the crowded reception hall. He touched her under the chin.
"Clearly I've married a heartbreaker,"
he said with a touch of humour. Sophia smiled guiltily.
"I hope Edward didn't hold any unrealistic hopes that there might have been a match between us."
"How could any man refrain from hoping where you were concerned?"
If she hadn't had such a firm head on her shoulders, she might have kissed him right there in front of everyone, passionately. Sophia gazed into her husband's eyes.
"I've never known a man more charming and handsome than you."
"Nor I a more fascinating woman. We are a good match, then."
"Indeed we are."
She tasted another sip of champagne and anticipated the night ahead with a wave of indulgent expectation. Chapter 12. James dismissed his valet early. Still in his wedding clothes and impatient to see his new wife, he picked up a candelabra and walked down the dimly lit corridor of his London house. He reached his wife's boudoir and knocked.
"Come in,"
he heard from inside. He opened the door to find Sophia in a white nightdress, sitting up in her large canopied bed, her legs crossed at the ankles on top of the covers. She looked quite happy to see him. Slowly, he moved inside and set the candles on her dressing table.
"You're not too tired, I hope, after such a long day?"
"Not at all."
"Well, then,"
he said with a smile, sauntering toward the bed, tugging his neckcloth from side to side.
"Perhaps we can come to know each other in a more intimate fashion this evening."
"I would like that very much."
He shrugged out of his waistcoat and began to unbutton his shirt.
"Has everything been to your liking here? Your maid was satisfactory, I hope?"
"Mildred?"
Sophia paused.
"She was fine, but I sent her out. I hope that was not too wrong of me."
He paused at the bottom button and inclined his head.
"What do you mean? You sent her out?"
She wanted to bathe me, James.
She said it as if that was something strange. You weren't comfortable with that?
No, I haven't had anyone bathe me since I was a child.
He pulled off his shirt and climbed onto the bed beside Sophia. But duchesses are always bathed by their maids.
That's exactly what Mildred said, but she sounded like she was scolding me, and I didn't like that. That's why I sent her out.
Sophia twisted her wedding ring around on her finger. He covered her hands with his own. You'll become accustomed to the way of things in time. His touch seemed to appease her.
I hope so, but let us not talk about Mildred. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad too, he replied. Would you like me to put out the candles? She gave him a mischievous smile.
No, James. I want to be able to see you. I want to see all of you.
The comment shook him inwardly, perhaps because his wife was so outspoken about her emotions. Looking into her eyes, he sensed an entire world of expectations. Expectations very different from what he was accustomed to in a bed partner. He felt a great weight upon his shoulders suddenly. This was new territory. We shall let them burn all night, then, he said nonetheless, because in that moment his desire to please his wife outweighed his misgivings. He leaned close and touched his mouth to hers. She tasted like paradise, and again he felt as if he were being carried away on that potent wave of passion, forgetting his objectives of control and temperance, and instead enjoying the journey to wherever the current took him. He was now completely immersed in the indulgence of being near this provocative woman, discovering the soft texture of her skin and the rapturous scent of her perfume. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, and a whimper escaped her, so he eased her onto the soft pillows, his hands sliding across the soft linen of her nightgown. He kissed her deeply and devouringly, first her mouth, then down the length of her warm, slender neck. Sophia ran her fingers through his hair.
I've dreamed of this moment since that night in the conservatory. I didn't know the true meaning of passion before then.
His head was swimming. Searching for the will to take things slow, he leaned up on one elbow and gazed down at her in the dim candlelight, while she began to unbutton her nightdress, then sat up and pulled it off over her head. Leaning back to make way, James realized he'd married an uncommonly assertive woman. Assertive at least in the bedroom, and he was not sorry for that. She was naked now, cupping his face in her hands. She pulled him down for another open-mouthed kiss. His own passions bucked wildly again, and he rolled on top of her and thrust his hips against hers, let his hand move over her breasts and down to her long, slender legs, which she wrapped tightly around his hips.
This feels so good, James.
Her voice was breathless. His hand worked its way down her belly, and for a long, leisurely while he pleasured her intimately, preparing her for what was to come.
What are you doing to me?
She asked him in a way that revealed her surprise that such delights were possible. He watched her face intently, his own body hot with need, and with the barrier of her virginity loosening around his finger, an urgent heat began to ignite in his core. Tingling with desire, Sophia rolled to her side. James reached for her hand and gently wrapped it around him to help her understand his body. He taught her how to stroke him, and she enjoyed watching how the pleasure carried him away. Then he moved on top of her and kissed her breasts and drove her mad with fresh yearnings. "I can't wait much longer," he finally said in a low, husky voice, gazing down at her, his expression almost pained in its intensity. Sophia's heart quickened with both fear and excitement. All at once she felt as if she were floating in a dream. She was eager to feel him inside her. She wanted him to reach into her depths. Her husband, her mate,
the man of her dreams. They were about to create a bond that would last forever, a bond of both body and spirit.
"Try to relax,"
he whispered in her ear as he reached down with his hand to guide himself to the place he needed to be, then slowly but firmly pushed forward. The pressure was invasive and discomforting. But then he kissed her, and Sophia parted her lips for him and felt the heat of his mouth and the heat of her own desire. A wave of moisture down below brought relief where he was pushing deeper still. He thrust ever so gently, and she forced herself to relax as he drove forward and finally broke through her maidenhead. Crying out, Sophia held him tightly, and he went still.
"We're not there yet, darling."
He pushed again and drove more deeply inside. She cried out again.
"I promise it won't hurt after this,"
he whispered in her ear, dropping apologetic, affectionate kisses on her cheeks and nose and eyelids.
"My darling wife."
She felt a lump form in her throat with the urge to cry from the pain. But another part of her felt the most extraordinary, dreamlike joy and yearning. Soon, a rhythm of movement began and continued until all the pain was gone, and she was slick with moisture, feeling dazed with delight as he moved inside of her. Squeezing her eyes shut, Sophia felt as if she were about to reach heaven. The approach of his own climax centered deep in James's core and dimmed all rational awareness. When it finally crashed over him, he experienced an ecstasy so electrifying, so rich and new, he felt like a virgin himself. A low groan escaped him. He could not, for the life of him, fathom the euphoria that reached him from all directions. Sophia hugged him. "Oh, James!" He realized, with some unease, that a part of him relished the sound of his name spoken so lovingly on his wife's lips, while another part of him tensed at her emotional abandon. His breathing slowed, and he carefully rolled off her. Sophia lay there with her head on his shoulder, sighing with contentment, rubbing her fingers lightly across his chest. Before long, she fell asleep. James lay very still, trying not to think, trying only to sleep like he did every other night of his life. But this was not by any means every other night, and he did not want to sleep. He wanted to do one of two things: make love to his wife again and experience another brilliant, blazing pinnacle of pleasure, or make haste to leave her bed. He opened his eyes and watched Sophia resting peacefully beside him, then sat up and reached for his trousers. Chapter 13. James was just reaching for his shirt on the chair when he heard the bed creak and knew that Sophia had awakened. Dread flooded through him. He had hoped to sneak away unnoticed. "Where are you going?" she asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. With his back to her, he breathed deeply, then turned and faced her with a smile. She was naked on the bed, lying on her side and resting her cheek on her hand. She looked like an ancient goddess in the flickering golden firelight. The curvaceous line of her waist and hips and legs distracted him for a few seconds, but he quickly corralled his thoughts. "Back to my bedchamber, of course," he explained. "Your bedchamber?" She sat up. "But I thought this was your bedchamber. Our bedchamber." James stared at her wordlessly in disbelief. Perhaps, in his mad haste to marry Sophia, he had not realized the full extent of her innocence. He had known, of course, that she would have much to learn regarding the running of his house here in Yorkshire, but this, not knowing that they would maintain separate rooms, was a surprise. He buttoned his shirt as he spoke. "The Duke and Duchess have always had separate rooms. Did no one tell you that?" She continued to gaze up at him with confusion, as if she didn't want to believe what he was telling her. "But we're man and wife. I thought—"
She hesitated, as if considering this.
"But you'll sleep here with me, won't you? I mean, after our servants have retired."
You mean Mildred and Thompson?
"Is Thompson your—"
My valet, yes.
She seemed to find it unsettling that she had not known the man's name.
"All right, then. After Mildred and Thompson have retired,"
she repeated for clarification.
"You will be sleeping with me, won't you?"
She sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bed. James took in the graceful way she moved, the beguiling length of her legs, the perfect fullness of her breasts, now that she was no longer lying down. He noticed, with a resounding report of desire, that her pink nipples were soft, and he remembered how they had tasted when they were hard, how he had enjoyed feeling her soft, warm body melt and wiggle beneath him. A violent compulsion to touch her again and bend to all her whims overpowered him as he gazed at her, as if he wished to adapt himself to her customs and expectations instead of the other way around. For a moment, the very common idea of sharing a bed with his wife night after night seemed intriguing. What a curious thought it was. Imagine how comfortable two people would become with each other. There would be no pretenses, no secrets, only an intimate connection that would surely deepen through the years, and a coinciding confidence in the other person's affections. He forced himself to tear his gaze away from her and fasten the last button on his shirt. Suddenly, he was thankful for this particular custom of his class, separate rooms. He was not sure he could cope with such intimacy too often. Perhaps, he thought with some curiosity, becoming too intimate and presumptuous had been his father's downfall.
"I'll come and see you, of course,"
he said in reply to her question.
"Come and see me. But you'll leave like this every night."
He chose not to answer that, for he wasn't even certain he would come to see her every night. He wanted to produce an heir, not become besotted with his wife, and he surely would become besotted if he made love to her constantly. He reached for his waistcoat and pulled it on. Sophia stood. She crossed toward him, her bare feet padding soundlessly upon the rug. Suddenly, she was standing naked before him, and he could smell her perfume. Her thick, wavy hair spilled over her shoulders and covered her breasts. Her turquoise eyes were wide and worried and brimming with anxiety. She took hold of his waistcoat to prevent him from buttoning it. Boldly, she used it to pull him forward a step.
"Tonight's our wedding night, James. Can't you stay a little longer?"
Her voice quivered a little. Then she rose on her tiptoes to press her lips to his. While he kissed her in the flickering candlelight, an involuntary tremor of desire began. He searched his frazzled mind for a reply to what she had just said, if he could even remember, and succeeded, thank God, in dragging his lips from hers.
"Yes, exactly. It is our wedding night. I thought you might be uncomfortable."
"If you mean sore, I don't care," she said.
He wondered if she was afraid to be alone.
"I didn't mind the pain the last time," she continued. "In fact, I quite liked it."
Her provocative words shocked him, and the last of his self-restraint was effectively pummeled. With a deep shudder of exhilaration, he found himself gathering his beautiful American wife into his arms and covering her mouth with his own. His blood quickened as she let out a little moan of pleasure and buried her fingers in the hair at his nape. The next thing he knew, he was tumbling her onto the soft mattress and coming down, heavy upon her, unfastening his trousers for the second time that night.
"Are you sure?"
he asked her, as his hand traced a path down the sweet curve of her hip.
"Yes, if you'll only stay."
He realized that this was a form of bargaining, and his wife was a very skilled negotiator. For him, there was no backing out now, even if he wanted to.
"Of course I'll stay,"
he replied, kissing her again. Adjusting her body to fit perfectly beneath his own, he entered her. The heat of her womanhood stole his breath, and sensation overpowered all reason. He let himself enjoy it, until he felt the oncoming white-hot flooding of his passions. Then he surrendered to a potent release, and held her and squeezed her beneath him in a strangely delirious state of being. For a long while he could not think of his past or his present. It was as if he had even forgotten who he was. He could have been a simple American merchant, or a poor blacksmith in bed with his wife for all he knew. James lifted his head and gazed into the depths of Sophia's long-lashed blue eyes.
"Did you really think this was our bedchamber?"
he asked, suddenly appreciating the charming, adorable sweetness of such a notion. She smiled up at him.
"I did. And it is."
He stared at her for a startling moment, wondering what would happen if he did let himself love her, truly and deeply. Was there a chance everything would work out, that he would never become like his father, or his grandfather, or the great-grandfather before him? Could James put an end to the poison in his bloodline simply by loving his wife? It was too soon to tell. So, for now, he decided, the best thing for everyone was to play it safe and continue to keep his emotions in check. Marian Langdon, the Dowager Duchess of Wentworth, sat down on a chintz chair in her boudoir at Wentworth Castle in Yorkshire. She gazed numbly at the pale blue walls framed in dark oak, the imposing family portraits hanging in precise balance upon them, and the bulky chest of drawers supporting a malachite vase that she hadn't looked at in years. It had a chip near the bottom. Why had she not noticed the chip before and taken steps to have it repaired? She wondered with some irritation. She supposed she'd become too comfortable in this room, and had not noticed a great many things, and it was only a silly, sentimental weakness that made her take notice of them now, for as of yesterday, her fate had become a certainty. Her son had taken a wife, and she herself would be cast out to the East Wing, where all the dowagers before her had always been cast when the new, younger Duchess arrived. She had been a new, younger Duchess herself once, she recalled with some melancholy. Many, many years ago. She still remembered the day she walked into the house with Henry, proud and regal, for he enjoyed the pomp of his position, and was introduced to the servants as the new mistress of the house. She recalled how her frail mother-in-law had curtsied before her, how the servants had looked upon her with uncertainty, not knowing what to expect. She, of course, had come from a great English family of her own, and had possessed every skill necessary to manage the household of Wentworth Castle. Surely her late mother-in-law, the former dowager, had relinquished her position with confidence. She must have felt some relief to know that her son had selected a worthy successor, though, naturally, they had never discussed such things. She herself was not so fortunate. Off on a honeymoon in Rome, no doubt corrupting her eldest son, was a little American upstart with the manners of a savage and the surface gush to make a proper Englishwoman's toes curl. Her American dollars, substantial as they were her only recommendation. What will the servants think when that woman walks into the house for the first time? Marian wondered, almost wincing at the thought of it. How on earth will the silly girl ever learn all that she needs to know in order to perform the duties of her position with dignity and grace? She will come to me for help, Marian reasoned, with a hint of cruel anticipation. But James will offer no support to her. It was a miracle he'd even gone through with the wedding. Marian had begun to believe the dukedom might pass through her younger son, Martin. Not that that would have been the end of the world, but Martin was not reliable, He was too impulsive and quick to follow his heart. He could not be depended upon to do what sometimes needed to be done. James, however, was nothing of the sort. Sometimes Marian wondered, with a hateful feeling, if he possessed a heart at all. Then again, he was his father's son. A knock sounded at her door. A footman entered. He presented a silver tray to her, and she reached for the letter upon it, which was sealed with silver-grey wax. The paper smelled strongly of cheap perfume, a vaguely familiar scent that caused a tightness to squeeze around Marian's chest. She turned the letter over a few times before breaking the seal, barely noticing the footman exiting the room. Carefully unfolding it, she glanced at the fancy penmanship. Her anxious eyes fell to the bottom to ascertain the name of the sender. Recognizing the signature, she felt as if her lungs were going to fail. A sick feeling moved through her body. The letter had come from Paris, from Madame Geneviève Larue. Before the Dowager could comprehend the idea of having to again protect her exalted place in the world and the place of her son, she cursed her late husband with foul, loathsome words in her head, then fainted dead away in her chintz chair. Chapter 14. After a fortnight's honeymoon in Rome, where they spent their days touring the city and viewing the antiquities, and their nights tangled in sheets and poetry and each other's arms, the Duke and Duchess of Wentworth prepared to return to England. They did not make love during the journey, however, for Sophia's monthly had begun. On a misty, cold, overcast day, they arrived at the Yorkshire train station to find it adorned with flags fluttering in the wind and triumphal arches of white carnations and English ivy shivering in the cold. Sophia stepped off the train just as the whistle blew 3 times and a burst of steam hissed from the engine. A sudden gale came out of nowhere, and she had to hold on to her hat. James assisted her down to the red-carpeted platform, where a welcoming committee of local dignitaries had been awaiting their arrival. Included among them was the local mayor, dressed in his formal regalia. Not knowing quite what to do or where to step, Sophia held tight to James's steady arm. They stood by the mayor, who gave a brief speech about history and tradition. A young girl, no more than 4 years old, brought a heavy bouquet of roses to Sophia and curtsied. A short while later, they stepped into their waiting coach. They drove through the village, waving at the tenants, who had turned out with their pitchforks along the cobbled market square, to cheer and wave flags to welcome her and James home. Church bells pealed as they drove through. They began the journey to the castle. The coach bumped and rattled along a muddy road. They drove into a cold, damp fog and travelled over rolling moors and dales and past meandering stone walls. There was a bleak emptiness to the land, Sophia thought to herself, as she peered out the window into the mist. It was as if she were being driven to the farthest reaches of the earth. Soon they rounded a curve. James, who had been disconcertingly quiet since their arrival in Yorkshire, leaned forward in his seat and pointed. "There it is." A rush of anticipation burst forth in Sophia's heart as she stretched to see her new home. It would be the core of her existence, where she would raise her children and be a loving wife to the man she adored. She promised herself she would be a charitable and devoted duchess for the good people of Yorkshire. At last, she ascertained a clear view of the estate. The castle loomed like a fortress at the top of a steep hill. Beyond iron gates and a stout stone wall with crenellated parapets, battlement walks, and hexagonal belvedere towers. What a giant dragon it was in the distance! She reached nervously for James's hand and squeezed it. He gave her a small smile of encouragement, then turned his face away to look out the other window. A short time later, they reached the gates, which had already been cast open for them. At the gatehouse, their coach came to a halt.
"Why are we stopping?"
Sophia asked, watching a dozen or so men come darting toward them to unharness the team. It was all done in a matter of seconds. The grey horses were led away, and the men took hold of the poles to haul them the rest of the way. Sophia heard them grunt in unison as they pulled for the first time to set the carriage in motion. She laid a gloved hand upon her breast.
"Oh, my goodness, James, is this really necessary? You needn't do this to impress me. I'm quite impressed already."
"It's not to impress you, my dear. It's tradition."
Tradition. She'd heard that word a great many times that day. They embarked upon the final leg of the journey, a steep, bumpy hill up to the house, and Sophia felt her muscles tense in sympathy for these men who were dragging the carriage like mules. She glanced at James, who was still looking off in the other direction, unaffected by any of this, it seemed. They finally reached the front door of the massive stone castle, solid and imposing, and upon a closer look, stained black in places where the weather had been unforgiving over the years. Sophia's sense of wonder and awe began to recede. Apprehension took its place. London balls and drawing rooms and lace-trimmed parasols suddenly seemed 1,000 miles away from this place. Not that she wasn't happy to be married to James, but the castle seemed less like a home and more like a Gothic museum, massive and sprawling and daunting. Now she understood the gossip about ghosts. Would there at least be a cosy corner somewhere for her and James, a place to be a close-knit family when their children were born? The servants were lined up on the front steps, steely-faced and silent as the wind tugged at the girls' caps and the men's lapels. They were all dressed the same, black uniforms and white aprons for the women, everyday black and white livery for the men. There was no cheering or flag-waving here, no generous, heartfelt gushing of welcomes, or giggling chatter, or warm hugs. Sophia felt very alone suddenly, and out of her range of experience. She wished her sisters were here with her. They were not, however, and she would have to learn to get along without them, without her mother or her father, who used to snap his fingers and with a laugh and a big bear hug make everything better. James helped her down from the carriage, and she walked past the men who had hauled them up the hill. Discreetly, she glanced at one of them. His eyes were lowered, his chest heaving, for he was out of breath, for good reason. His face was covered in a shiny film of perspiration. Sophia wanted to thank him, but he would not meet her gaze, and her instincts warned her that it would not be appropriate. She felt another wave of weariness spread through her. "You're just nervous," she told herself. "You were about to meet your mother-in-law and see your new home, and you're worried they won't approve of you. And surely everyone else is nervous too." James led her up the stone steps, between the rows of servants, none of whom offered the smallest welcoming smile. Even James seemed distant at that moment, avoiding her gaze, his expression serious. Sophia cleared her throat and stepped across the threshold. Inside, more servants stood like soldiers in a straight line to greet their new Duchess. Sophia smiled at them. Then her attention was arrested by the great hall around her. Her gaze travelled up giant Corinthian columns to a towering cathedral ceiling, the walls made of enormous blocks of grey stone. There was a chill in the air as her heels clicked over the floor. She took a breath and hesitated. Still holding her hand, James stopped to look back at her questioningly. Just then, Sophia noticed a woman emerge from the shadows at the base of the staircase. She was clearly not a servant, for she was dressed differently, but the drab colour of her gown and the lack of jewels made Sophia wonder if perhaps she was the housekeeper. Her face was thin, and the angle of her jaw hard. The woman walked towards Sophia and curtsied before her.
James said matter-of-factly. "May I present my mother, Her Grace the Dowager Duchess of Wentworth?" Sophia's eyes widened.
"Oh,"
she said with a smile, offering her hand.
"Yes, it's so nice to meet you at last. I hope you are feeling better."
The woman rose from her curtsy, her expression edged with steel. Without responding to Sophia's effervescent greeting, she simply said, "Welcome." James let go of Sophia's hand and crossed the hall to stand beside an empty suit of armour. A dark tension closed in around Sophia's heart, coupled with a sudden fear that she had made a terrible mistake. Poor, sweet Cinderella came to mind. What was Sophia doing here in this spooky old castle with these unsmiling strangers? Where were her sisters and her mother now? Had they left the country? Were they on a ship bound for America yet? She turned her head then toward the opposite side of the hall and saw James, standing beside that steely suit of armour. Her prince. How handsome he looked! She told herself that he was her hearth and home now, and no matter what kind of house they lived in, whether they were rich or poor, her heart would forever be full of cheer, because they were together. At that moment, Sophia heard the fast clicking of heels down the staircase, and she turned to see Lily scurrying down in a blue and white striped dress. As soon as she reached the ground floor, she slowed to a more ladylike pace and approached Sophia, who exhaled a breath of relief to see a familiar face. Lily curtsied.
"Welcome, Duchess."
She gifted Sophia with an extravagant, twinkling smile. Lily wiped the smile away, however, as soon as she stepped back in view of her mother. Sophia then understood the family dynamics at work here. All this cool detachment was for ceremony, and clearly her mother-in-law was a strict woman, but behind closed doors perhaps she would be more relaxed. Perhaps everyone would. Surely their true personalities would surface then, and Sophia, over time, would come to know and care for them in a deeper, more intimate way. She was handed over to the housekeeper, Mrs. Beeler, who stood at the front of the line. The stout little woman escorted Sophia up the stairs to the ducal rooms. When she reached the top, she glanced down over the railing to where James had been standing, for one last look at his handsome face before she retired for the afternoon. She felt a ripple of disappointment, however, to discover that he was gone. Chapter 15. Mere minutes after Sophia was shown to her rooms, the household, like a well-oiled machine, returned to its crank and turn, and she was left alone to take a much-needed and well-deserved nap. She had not been awake long, however, when the loud dinner gong sent its pompous call echoing off the stone walls of Wentworth Castle. Mildred had at least prepared her for it with a few simple words.
"The family dresses formally for dinner, Your Grace. The dressing bell will ring at 7 for dinner at 8.
Sophia, outfitted in one of her spectacular Worth gowns and the sparkling jewels her parents had given her as a wedding gift, pulled on her long white gloves and ventured out into the hall behind Mildred, who, just for today, would show Sophia to the drawing-room, where the family would gather before entry to the dining-room. Sophia wished that James could have come to fetch her, but she supposed he must have had many duties to attend to, his first day back. She entered the drawing-room, and like a ghost, Mildred quietly disappeared. Sophia stood alone inside the great arched entry, staring at her mother-in-law, who wore a modest dark gown, long-sleeved and buttoned at the neck, without jewels. Sophia touched the large emerald displayed at her low satin neckline embroidered with pearls, and felt suddenly that everything about her attire was all wrong.
"Good evening, Your Grace,"
Sophia said. Her mother-in-law fired a shocked look at her, fast as a musket ball.
"No, no, no. You are not to address me that way."
Sophia felt a whoosh of nervous butterflies in her belly at having blundered before she'd fully entered the room.
"My apologies. How shall I address you?"
"You are the Duchess now," she replied. "You are no longer a social inferior. You may address me by my Christian name." Sophia cleared her throat. Should she say, "Good evening, Marian," now, or would that be redundant? Marian turned away and moved to the fireplace mantel, where she repositioned a small statue an inch to the left. Sophia decided it would be best to keep quiet. Much to her relief, Lily entered the room.
"Oh, Sophia, what a stunning gown!"
Lily wore a dress not unlike her mother's.
"I do so admire your sense of style."
"Thank you, Lily."
"Are you well rested? I peeked in on you a few hours ago, but you looked so peaceful I didn't want to wake you."
If only Lily could have known how much her warmth and caring meant to Sophia. She felt Marian's hovering stare just then, looking on, judging. Sophia tried to tell herself that she was being overly sensitive. She felt inadequate only because she was not yet fully settled in or aware of her duties and responsibilities. Then she recalled what Marian had just said to her. "You are the Duchess now." Perhaps there was some ill feeling, as she had feared there might be. Awkwardly, Sophia cleared her throat again. She could feel her confidence draining away into the cracks in the stone floor, as if there were a gigantic leaking hole in her shoe. She watched her mother-in-law sit down regally on the sofa and gaze out the window. Then she tried to tell herself that this would get easier in time. Sophia realized suddenly that if she had a farthing for every time she told herself that, she'd be able to put central heating in this cold stone house before the first snowfall. James entered. Sophia's whole being perked up at his arrival. Her body returned to its natural rhythm, and her reason for being in Yorkshire suddenly made sense again. What power he possessed to make everything feel worthwhile. He took hold of her hand and kissed it. Excitement sparked in Sophia's bloodstream. "You are comfortable, I hope," was all he said, and she nodded, then eagerly anticipated their time together in bed later, after the rest of the household retired. At precisely 8 o'clock, they all moved into the grand dining room and sat down at a massive oak table clothed in white. James sat at one end of the table. Sophia was instructed to sit at the other. She doubted she would be able to hear him if he called out for her to pass the salt. Not that he would ask that. There were half a dozen servants nearby to do whatever he commanded them to do at any given moment. Then she noticed that she had her own silver salt and pepper shaker right in front of her, and so did everyone else. How convenient. A self-contained place setting for each and every one. No one needed to ask anything of anyone else, except the nameless servants, of course. Formally dressed footmen served them in the German fashion, à la Russe, and though the food was delicious, the conversation was nothing of the sort. Sophia quietly ate her soup, struggling to fit in and do what everyone else did. But to do that meant she mustn't talk. She had to wrestle with her tongue to keep herself from asking all the questions she wanted to ask, like why Mildred had shaken her head disapprovingly when Sophia asked the footman to light a fire, and why she could not have tea at 5 o'clock when she'd asked, after having slept through the usual tea time at 4. She held her tongue and decided to ask James all those questions later when they were alone. How grateful she would be to see him walk through her bedchamber door. After dinner, when James rose from his chair at the table to retire to his own rooms for the night, his mother requested a private meeting in his study. He instructed a servant to go and light the lamps, and a few minutes later he and his mother were standing on opposite sides of his monstrous oak desk, facing each other squarely. "What is it, Mother?" he asked without ceremony. The dowager cleared her throat.
I understand that the marriage settlement was quite substantial, and I would like to ask if I may have an increase in what has traditionally been the amount of my allowance.
James knew his mother, and he knew this could not have been easy for her, for she did not like to ask anyone for anything. Of course. How much would you like? He knew it was cruel to ask the amount, but at least he was agreeing. She cleared her throat again.
Well, I would like to have a large lump sum I could draw from, rather than a number of smaller monthly sums. That would give me more freedom to spend.
Freedom? There's a word I've not heard you use before. Has some of Sophia's democratic fragrance rubbed off on you? It was cruel, and he knew it, but he would not let himself regret it. If anyone should feel regret in this room, it was not him. How much? He asked again.
£1,000 would be very generous of you, James.
Considerably taken aback, he regarded his mother in the lamplight. He hadn't expected her to be quite so eager to spend their newly acquired American riches. In fact, he'd had some doubt as to whether she would even wish to soil her hands touching any of it. £1,000? Martin's not in trouble again, is he? James asked, thinking of his younger brother, who had just returned to Eton.
Of course not.
Neither of them spoke for a few seconds. What does this concern exactly? He asked, probing.
It is simply the total of some unfortunate debts I have incurred over the past few years. Things, as you know, have been tight, and I did not want Lily to suffer.
I see. James could tell by the colour of his mother's cheeks that this was extremely vexing for her. He decided he'd tormented her enough, so he sat down. Very well, then. You will have your £1,000. He wrote out a note to her. She took it and stuffed it into her skirt pocket, then turned and left him alone to wonder what purpose that money would serve. Like most things, it would probably reveal itself to him in its own due time. Sophia sat up in bed, waiting for her husband. It was 11:30. Her candles were still burning on her dressing table, but her fire had gone out. The room was growing chillier, so she decided to snuggle under the covers to wait. She pulled the coverlet up to her ears, but her feet were ice cold, so she leaped out of bed to retrieve a pair of stockings from her dressing table, tugged them on, then leaped back into the bed. She wished James would hurry and arrive. He would certainly keep her warm. It seemed like forever that she lay there, watching the door, sitting up whenever the house made knocking sounds, or the wind rattled the window panes. Still he did not come, and she was beginning to grow frustrated. There was so much she wanted to tell him and ask him. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, it was 2:00 in the morning. He had not yet come, and she wondered if he'd accidentally fallen asleep, as she had just now. It had been a busy day, after all, with their official arrival in the county, and who knew what other sorts of problems he'd come home to after a fortnight away. Perhaps she could go to him instead. She slipped out of bed, pulled a woolen shawl around her shoulders, and picked up the candelabra. Venturing into the corridor, she found it cloaked in darkness. There was no sign of anyone anywhere. Her candles were the only source of light, and as she moved quickly, the flames flickered and hissed against the air. It all seemed spooky and primitive, as if she'd stepped back into another century. Her own home in New York had all the modern conveniences, gas lights, and very recently, electricity. She had central hot water heating and hot running water in a porcelain tub in her own private bathroom. Tonight, frail little maids had lugged jug after jug of water up from the kitchen to her room. and spread towels on the floor around a tin tub they had dragged in. At that moment, the grandeur of her elevated rank hadn't seemed quite so grand. But that was not why she was here, she reminded herself. She was here because she loved James. If she could only find his room. She turned left where she thought she should, then found herself stopping in yet another unfamiliar corridor, feeling quite decidedly lost. Massive portraits were hung on the walls. She tiptoed closer to one of them and held up her candles. The gold marker at the bottom labelled the man as the second Duke of Wentworth, a frightening-looking person who looked more like a warlord than an aristocrat. His eyes were dark, full of menace and rage and ugly hatred. She gazed uncomfortably at those eyes, remembering the night she had seen James for the first time. Shaking that memory away, she returned to the task of finding his bedchamber, but all the doors looked identical. Feeling defeated, she knocked on a few, but each was locked. They must be guest rooms, she surmised. At last, she came to a green baize door studded with brass nails at the end of a hall and pushed through it. She entered a much narrower corridor that smelled of stale cabbage and creaked from squeaky floors. The servants' wing. Thank goodness. Perhaps she would find someone to direct her back. She entered the servants' hall, a large common room. 2 massive tables filled its centre, and she touched the deep gouges and markings that came from decades of use. These tables were probably more than a century old. She felt the fascination of the history all around her then, and she remembered what James had said when he'd proposed. You wanted to see it from inside the very heart of it. Come and be part of it. Well, here she was, part of it, and all she felt was a lonely detachment, as if she was still on the outside, an interloper, who was not even able to find her way around the house when she tried. She felt a lump form in her throat, but refused to give in to it. She would go back to her room, forget about seeing James for tonight, get a good night's sleep and start again tomorrow. She turned to leave, but bumped into a young maid who was hurrying into the room in her nightdress. Their candles clicked together, and both Sophia and the girl stepped back with gasps of surprise. The girl curtsied.
"Begging your pardon, Your Grace."
Sophia tried to catch her breath.
"Oh, it's fine. I didn't see you either. I'm just glad to have met someone."
The girl's lips trembled as she backed up against the wall, as if to clear a path and make herself invisible. Sheer terror seemed to fix her to her spot. Sophia took another step closer.
"Perhaps you could help me." "Help you, Your Grace?"
"Yes, I'm lost."
"Lost?"
She contemplated that for a moment.
"I should go and fetch Mrs. Beeler."
She made a move to venture deeper into the servants' wing, but Sophia stopped her.
"No, please don't. I would prefer for you to simply take me back to my room. There is no need to wake anyone." "But I'm a scullery maid." "That's fine. All I need is someone who knows this house better than I do."
The girl glanced up and down the hall.
"I don't want to lose my position, Your Grace. There are rules about—"
"You won't lose your position. What is your name?"
"Lucy."
She curtsied again. Sophia offered her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucy." The girl stared at Sophia's proffered hand like it was some sort of strange foreign object, then finally offered her own hand with visible uncertainty. Sophia clasped it in hers. It was rough and scabbed.
"Good gracious!"
Sophia brought the candlelight closer so she could look at the girl's chafed red palm.
"Your hand."
The girl withdrew it.
"It's nothing, Your Grace."
"No, it's not nothing. How did this happen?"
"I scrub."
"But—" Sophia did not know what to say. She still felt like a guest in the house, and was inclined not to say anything. Then she reminded herself that she was not a guest. She was in charge of this house, and if she felt that a servant was being treated unfairly, she would see to the situation.
"Where is your home, Lucy?"
"I live here, Your Grace."
"No, I mean, where does your family live?"
"In the village."
"Would you like to go and stay with them for a while?"
To Sophia's dismay, Lucy began to cry.
"I'm very sorry, Your Grace. I know I'm not supposed to be down here, but I forgot to clean something that Mrs. Dalrymple asked me to clean, and I only wanted to do my job the best I could. If you'll only reconsider, I promise I won't."
"Oh, no, dear Lucy. I'm not dismissing you. I only wish to give you a holiday so that your hands have a chance to heal. You can think about it."
She guided Lucy toward the baize door.
"Now, if you'll just help me find my way back to my room, no one even has to know we bumped into each other."
Looking doubtful, Lucy went with her. As soon as they set foot in the main castle, the young maid scurried along like a frantic little mouse. She found the correct door and opened it. Relieved, Sophia entered the room. Lucy stood in the open doorway.
"Is there anything else, Your Grace?"
"No, Lucy, that's all. Thank you."
Lucy curtsied and hurried away, and Sophia crawled into her cold bed, feeling not only displaced but rejected. She had been forced to go searching for James in the dark, had failed, and here she was, alone again in this ridiculously cold room. Why had he not come, she wondered, as she snuggled down under the sheets embroidered with coronets. She had to work hard not to read too much into his absence. Chapter 16. Sophia said good morning to Marian and Lily, then helped herself to a plate of eggs and toast at the sideboard. Clumsily, she dropped a serving spoon on the floor, and a footman was quick to dash forward and pick it up.
"Thank you so much,"
she said before she sat down at the table. Marian's gaze bored into hers.
"There is no need for that here."
Sophia picked up her fork. It was early, and she'd barely slept a wink. Her feet were numb from the cold, and she was feeling quite depleted of patience when it came to being corrected at every turn. Marian had not said one nice thing to her yet, nor had she offered a smile or the slightest bit of encouragement.
"No need for politeness,"
she replied, with a somewhat terse edge to her voice. She might regret it later, but it felt good now. Lily kept her eyes downcast. Marian showed no reaction. She smoothed the tablecloth beside her plate.
"We don't thank servants here."
Sophia wanted to say, "Well, that's not very nice," but she held her tongue. She did not wish to displease her mother-in-law, who was clearly having trouble with this transition. Sophia was certain of it now. She would have to try harder to be understanding, and hope that things might soon get easier.
"Has James eaten yet?"
she asked, working to keep her voice light and not show how disappointed she had been over his failure to come to her bed the night before.
"James does not take breakfast with the rest of the family."
Sophia swallowed a bite of her egg, hating that she had to press her mother-in-law for information about the man who was supposed to be the mate of her soul.
"Where does he take it?"
After an excruciatingly long hesitation, seemingly intended to torture Sophia, Marian replied,
"In his own rooms."
"He doesn't usually share the luncheon table with us either,"
Lily added helpfully. Sophia continued to eat her breakfast, not wanting to ask any more questions, but she couldn't help herself.
"Will he be in his rooms now, do you think?"
Lily gave her a look of sympathy.
"He's not here, Sophia. He left early and said he wouldn't be back until dinner."
Sophia dabbed the corners of her mouth with her napkin and forced herself to sweep away all hopes of seeing James before then. for she did not think she could handle any more disappointments.
"Perhaps, then, after breakfast, Lily, would you be so kind as to give me a tour of the house?"
"I would be delighted."
They finished eating in silence. James mounted his horse and trotted out of the courtyard, listening to the pleasantly predictable sound of hooves crunching over gravel. Beyond the gate, a chilly mist hung in the air and floated motionlessly over the moors. It was just like the fog of incomprehension inside his brain. He urged his horse into a steady gallop. He needed to decide how he was going to handle this marriage, for last night had been troublesome. No, not troublesome. It had been utterly chaotic, and he loathed chaos. He had climbed out of his bed at least a dozen times to see Sophia, walked to his door and opened it. Then, each time, he'd halted and stuffed himself back into his own bed, determined not to get out of it again. Fear had held him back. Fear of what? He asked himself with some irritation, urging his horse to gallop faster. He despised fear. He was not accustomed to it. Well, he had been once, a lifetime ago. His horse jumped a low stone wall and landed smoothly. Was it fear of his wife? No, that was not it. It was fear of the inevitable, that he would fall so deeply in love with her, he would lose his sense of reason. Perhaps he had already lost it. He'd certainly felt like it in Italy. He'd become obsessed with seeking pleasure with his new wife, whether they were making love or merely laughing and throwing pillows at each other in the nude. She had satisfied his every desire, entertained him, soothed him, and he'd let himself enjoy her, for it did not seem like his real life. He'd felt like a different person in a foreign country with a foreign bride. Now they were back on the foggy moors of Yorkshire. People's accents were familiar again. His bed felt the same as it always had. The honeymoon was over, and this was reality. It was time to remember who he was and what his intentions had been when he had decided to marry Sophia. For they had been humane, responsible intentions, for the good of everyone involved, including his wife and his unborn children. When he'd proposed, he had been confident in his ability to resist his base nature and see that any child born of this marriage never witnessed or suffered what he had witnessed and suffered as a child. In order to create the kind of tame, peaceful environment that had been absent from Wentworth for centuries, he knew he would have to keep his distance. He could not act selfishly and risk falling back into the pattern his forebears had set, merely to fulfill his own personal avaricious lust for his duchess. He steered his mount across a sloping dale and decided that he would limit his visits to her room, at least for a while, until he could curb the passion between them and establish a more practical arrangement. He would try to focus more on his duty and his dukedom, for those were his reasons for marrying Sophia in the first place. For the sake of his future children, he could not afford to forget that. James did not return home in time for dinner. Sophia was forced to sit through yet another agonizing meal in an ice-cold dining room where no one spoke a word, and even the clinking of silverware seemed to be a faux pas, for it echoed off the stone walls, high up into the ceiling. Now, Sophia was again climbing into her cold, empty bed, feeling unpleasantly skeptical about whether she would see her husband tonight either, and she really needed to see him. She waited a little while, and when there was no knock at her door, her hurt transformed to anger. Surely James must know that this was a difficult time for her, that his mother was not the warmest of individuals. Surely he must know that his new wife would need some support and guidance, and that she would be missing her own beloved family and might benefit from a simple word of affection. Her dander was flying now. Even if he didn't realize those things, wasn't he at least longing for her sexually as she longed for him? Was he not counting the minutes until they could make love again? Her body was positively burning for him. All day long she had not been certain she could survive another moment of it. Well, tonight she would know the way to his rooms. Lily had given her a thorough tour, and Sophia had made sure she took note of everything. She climbed out of bed, pulled on her shawl and picked up her candles. A few minutes later she was knocking at her husband's door. "Enter," she heard from inside. "So, you're here." She pushed the door open to find him sitting in front of a roaring fire, an oil lamp shining brightly onto a book on his lap. The sight of him there sent a painful surge of heartache through her. Did he prefer reading that book over a night of fun and games with his wife? "You're here," she said, with every intention of sounding surprised. "Yes, I'm here. Where else would I be?" She moved fully into the room, taking note of the fact that he had not invited her there. Nor had he risen from his chair to greet her, or even closed his book for that matter. "I don't know. You didn't join us for dinner. I thought you must have had duties to attend to somewhere." Finally, he did close the book. "Indeed, there are always duties." He said no more than that, and it pained her that he was being so vague and dispassionate with her. She had expected, after their time apart in the last 24 hours, that there would be an ardent dash into each other's arms. She had expected him to pick her up and twirl her around and kiss her deeply and tell her that he couldn't bear another moment away from her. Sophia swallowed nervously and tried to communicate her discontent. "I thought you might come to my room last night." He was quiet. "It was a busy day." "I understand, but I would have liked to see you. I had so many questions." "You wish to know something?" he asked. "Feel free." He spread his hands wide. "Ask away." For the life of her, she couldn't remember any of the questions she'd had during the day. All she could think of now was her heartbreaking confusion over his conspicuous emotional retreat. When she said nothing, he set his book down and stood. "Perhaps you could ask Mildred if you need to know something. She is your maid, after all."
"Mildred is not the most talkative woman in the world."
Sophia did her best to keep her tone light. "That may be true, but it is her duty to meet all your personal needs. If you ask her for anything, she will provide it."
"I don't want things," she told him directly. "I want you to come to my room and make love to me."
He slowly blinked. Sophia suddenly remembered where she was, and what she was supposed to be, a stuffy English duchess.
"Clearly I've shocked you. I suppose that's not how a duchess should speak."
James's eyes grew steely. "If you are referring to your marital duties, I thought we discussed this on the way back from Rome."
"Discussed what?"
"You told me that your monthly had arrived. Therefore you would not conceive now anyway. There is no point in my coming to see you for at least a week, and certainly no point in making love." His shocking assertion hit her full force. She crossed the room to stand before him.
"You can't be serious."
"You seem surprised."
"What are you saying? That you don't wish to spend time with me? That you only wish to be in my presence for the purpose of conceiving a child?"
A muscle twitched at his jaw. "You've been perfectly dutiful, Sophia. I am more than pleased. You can have some time to yourself now. It might be a good thing for both of us."
"I don't need time to myself," she argued. "I'm already alone enough as it is, even when I'm sitting in a room with Mildred, or your mother, or 10 footmen."
"Lower your voice, if you please." Sophia took a deep breath to calm herself, then continued.
"James, you must know that I want to share a bed with you. Perhaps it is not very ladylike or very English of me, but I am not an English lady. I spent my childhood in a one-room shack in Wisconsin, where manners were a little more relaxed, to say the least, and we all slept together and woke up together and ate together. I have some deep-rooted values that are not so easy to abandon."
"But you are in England now," he reminded her, "and you are a duchess. You cannot expect us to adapt to your ways and all share the same room."
"I don't expect that."
"Then what do you expect? You must realize that we, too, have deep-rooted traditions that are not so easy to abandon." Feeling defeated, she dropped her forehead into her hand.
"I don't expect you to change everything for me."
She lifted her gaze and looked him in the eye again.
"There are only a few things that I feel are important."
"Sharing a bed is one of them," he surmised.
"Yes, and—"
She hesitated, hating the fact that she had to request this.
"I need to know that you care about my welfare."
He stared at her for a moment. "Naturally I care about your welfare. You are my duchess, mother of my future children. Do you not feel taken care of here? You are mistress of this house. You have over 50 servants at your disposal."
"I'm not talking about servants. I'm talking about you. I need to know that you care."
"I do care," he said matter-of-factly, dutifully. Where was the passionate man she had come to know on their honeymoon, Sophia wondered. Who was this person, and why had he changed? Was he afraid of something? Did he not know how much she loved him?
"I have enough money of my own,"
she announced with a subtle lift of her chin.
"I could have married whomever I wished, rich or poor. But I chose you, James. I came here to live in your house because I loved you and because I want to be with you."
He considered her words, then turned his back on her. "It was my understanding that you came to London in search of a title." All the air fled her lungs. He might as well have hauled back and punched her in the stomach. Where was all this coming from?
"Don't you remember what I said to you that day when we went walking together?" she asked. "That I believe marriage must be based on love."
"You said what you had to say to—"
"You thought I was lying?"
"No, not lying." He paced around the room. "Sophia, we are both rare individuals with duties and many different qualities to recommend us besides our lovability, for lack of a better word. I am a duke, and you are an heiress."
"What are you trying to tell me?"
A sick feeling crept into her gut. "I'm trying to tell you that marriages between people like you and me are not like marriages between more common people. In my family, there are too many other factors to complicate matters and—"
"What do you mean, in your family? Why? Because by mere accident of birth you were born into a title? That doesn't make you any different from me, or the servants, or the people who work their fingers to the bone on your land. You are still a man, and I am a woman, and it is in our nature to want to love and be loved in return."
She took a gallant step forward. His brow furrowed with anger, as if she had overstepped some invisible boundary. She halted where she was. "Why did you come here?" he asked. "What do you want, exactly?" Cold-hearted veracity blazed in his eyes. It was the same angry bitterness she had seen in the portrait of his ancestor. Alarmed, she gazed at James in the lamplight. No, she could not have made such a ghastly mistake, and been so wrong about what she had seen in his eyes in all the moments and hours leading up to this one. He was her prince.
"What I want is for you to love me."
She hoped she would not live to regret saying it. For a long moment he stared at her, his chest heaving with deep, furious breaths. Then he shook his head. "You do not know what you're asking."
"I do. I want you in my bed, James."
"Your bed." He contemplated that,
then crossed the room toward her. She took an instinctive step back. "You want me to make love to you, like I made love to you in Rome?" His voice became a dark, menacing seduction. "Is that it?"
"Yes," she replied breathlessly.
"Is that all? Because I have no reservations about making love to you for the sake of pleasure, Sophia." For the life of her, she did not recognize the man before her. He was a complete stranger.
"I don't understand. Why are you acting like this?"
"I'm not acting like anything. You came here for sex, and I'm willing."
"I didn't come just for sex."
"Well, I can't make any promises beyond that, because I never intended to love you." Shock and disbelief forced the air out of her lungs. She felt as if he had slapped her.
"I beg your pardon?"
He said nothing more. Her voice broke as she stumbled over words.
"Are you telling me that you only married me for my money?"
"It wasn't quite as mercenary as that," he replied. "I wanted you when I proposed, Sophia, and I want you now." With a choking cry, she moved away from him.
"I can't believe you're saying this."
He followed her with his eyes. "You pushed."
"I didn't push. I just want to be with you."
Her shock erupted into anger. "There's nothing wrong with enjoying each other," he said, "as long as it doesn't give you unrealistic expectations."
"But you tricked me. I thought you loved me."
He straightened. "I never said I did. Besides, how could I love you? I barely knew you. And what did you expect? Coming to London and offering a colossal marriage settlement? You must have known you'd be snatched up for your money."
"But not by you,"
she shouted.
"The way you spoke to me, the way you looked at me."
"I was courting you for your dowry, just like all the rest." She could not restrain the fury that was cutting her from the inside out. Her gaze clouded with tears. She had to fight for a breath. To her surprise, James moved closer, pulled her into his arms and held her. He raised her chin with a finger and kissed the tears from her cheeks, then laid his soft lips upon hers. She drank in the comfort he was offering, for it was all she had. He was all she had, and this seemed to be all he could give. Then something stopped her. She turned her face away. "No, we can still enjoy each other, Sophia, as long as you don't expect too much from me." Her anger swung around again. All she could do was pull away and wipe the taste of his kiss from her mouth.
"I don't want to enjoy you. Not like this. I would rather hate you."
He sighed heavily. "You don't know me well enough to hate me. You married a fantasy. Now it's time to settle down to real life."
"You think love is a fantasy?"
"Most definitely." He spoke with unwavering certainty.
"But I've known real love," she told him. "The love of my family. A family I am missing very much."
"Maybe you should have considered that before you steamed across the Atlantic in search of a husband." She let out a breath of shock, anger, and disbelief.
"I gave everything up for you, James, because I loved you."
He stiffened at her candour, and his brows drew together in stupefaction, as if her belief in loving him was as ridiculous as a belief in leprechauns. "Maybe you should rethink how you feel about me." Sophia's body went numb at the realization that in falling in love with this man, she had made the worst mistake of her life. There was nothing more to say. She turned away from him and walked out. James stood in the centre of his bedchamber, immobile, staring silently at the door. After a moment, he returned to his chair by the fire, sat down and drank the rest of his brandy in one single gulp.
He waited for the alcohol to take effect, then pinched the bridge of his nose. He should have known that marrying Sophia would be a colossal mistake, and giving in to his desires on their honeymoon had been an even bigger one. He should have known he would not be capable of meeting her needs for intimacy and love. He could not love. There had been no seeds for it sown into his heart as a child, nor had he ever come to understand it through experience as a man. All he knew was cruelty, and he had been cruel tonight, just as he had always suspected he would be one day. The irony was that he had been cruel in some deranged effort to be kind. His life made no sense. Kind was what he wanted to be. He had thought that by pushing Sophia away, by forcing her to give up the idea of a true bond between them, he would be protecting her, protecting them all. If only it was not so complicated. If only she did not demand so much from him. He poured another glass of brandy and took a swig, then settled back in his chair, praying that its numbing effect would come quickly, for he could not bear to think of Sophia in her room, alone, and no doubt crying. James shut his eyes, fighting to overcome the sudden ache in his chest, because he could not give in to the temptation to go to his wife and hold her and plead for her forgiveness. If he gave in to such feelings and opened himself up to her, hell would surely follow. Chapter 17. Sophia climbed into her cold bed and wished she had imagined all the shocking, hurtful things James had just said to her. She had left her beloved family, given up her home and country for him. Had he not believed the sincerity of her feelings for him on their honeymoon? Surely he must have felt it in his bones every time she cried out his name or told him that she loved him. Did he not want to be loved? Was that it? How could anyone not want that? It was the only thing in life that mattered. Why had he changed so drastically upon their arrival here? Was it this house? Was it a need to be what everyone expected him to be? A duke, not a man? The idea of such a thing made her squirm in her bed with fist-clenching fury. This world of titles and crests and coronets had such power, it crushed and smothered the passions out of the people who were born into it, or those who married into it. Her spine prickled. Would she become like them some day? With a heart made of stone? Would her spirit and ideals and optimism be beaten down and sucked out of her? Would she feel dead inside and disillusioned, and finally become too weak to cling to the person she once was? Feeling as if she had been cast adrift in a stormy sea, Sophia clambered out of bed and went to her desk, where her candles still burned. She pulled out a single sheet of stationery, picked up her pen and dipped it in ink. She wanted to write to her mother and tell her how miserable she was. She wanted to pour out all her woes. She wanted her father to make it all better like he always did. He had even said he would come and fetch her if she wanted him to. Sophia held the pen over the paper. Her hand trembled. She shut her eyes. She was a grown woman now, a married woman. She couldn't go sobbing home to her parents at every disappointment, no matter how enormous that disappointment was, or how desperate she felt. She searched inside herself for the strength she knew she still possessed, and reminded herself that she had only been here a few days. Perhaps all she needed was more time to adjust. James had admitted that he wanted her. Maybe that was the way it was with men. Maybe they simply required more time to cultivate their deeper feelings. But he had not just said that he didn't love her. He'd said he didn't intend to love her. Ever. Sophia dropped her pen and covered her face with her hands. The memory of his cruelty pierced her heart again and again. If only there was someone she could talk to. Sophia wiped the tears from her face. Florence! Who better to understand what this was all about? Florence, too, had left her home and country to marry an English aristocrat, a man who was kind, but exceedingly reserved. Sophia penned a short note to Florence. "Please come. I must speak with you." She signed it simply, "A fellow countrywoman." She sealed the note and set it on her desk to send first thing in the morning. Then she climbed back into bed. Despite her letter to Florence and the tiny ember of hope it rendered, her insides continued to pitch and roll, and she did not know how to make the sick feeling go away. The only thing she knew was that she would not allow herself to lose her dignity and self-respect. It was the only thing she had left. No matter what Florence had to say, if Sophia's husband did not truly love her, she would not go begging for his attentions again. He would be the one to come to her. For an entire fortnight, Sophia did not see or hear from James. He had gone to London, allegedly for parliamentary business, without even informing Sophia that he was leaving. His drawn-out absence, without a single letter to his wife, only served to stoke the flames of her anger and discontent. Day after difficult day, she ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner with her mother-in-law, who continued to criticize Sophia's manners and her lack of knowledge about her duties. The dowager offered no help or encouragement, and tormented Sophia with a "you are so hopeless" tone whenever Sophia was forced, out of sheer desperation, to ask for guidance. It was all she could do to keep up with her daily duties, the ceremony of her attendance at the morning prayers in the chapel, consulting with cook about meals, learning the way things were done, and keeping up with all the little traditions Marian had always adhered to. All this between trying to learn proper forms of address and study Burke's peerage, which Marian had insisted was a top priority. Sophia did not even have her more congenial sister-in-law, Lily, to turn to, for Marian had sent her away to visit an elderly aunt in Exeter. Sophia was beginning to think that the dowager had sent her daughter away for the express purpose of removing the one person who would offer some cheer to Sophia and make her life even slightly, momentarily enjoyable. Sophia was hanging on to her grand ideals by her fingernails, and she knew it. She had wanted to be a devoted wife and a great duchess and make a difference in people's lives. She had wanted to help those in need. Now, all she wanted to do was survive. Sophia opened the door of the coach just as Florence Kent, the Countess of Lansdowne, stepped off the train into a harsh downpour of rain. A footman greeted her and escorted her to the carriage, where she hugged Sophia. "I left home in an absolute state of panic. What is it, my dear? Your notes sounded urgent." The footman attended to her bags and assisted them both into the shelter of the coach, then leaped up onto the pageboard as the vehicle lurched forward. "It felt urgent at the time," Sophia replied, recalling how desperate she had felt the night James had rejected her. She had needed to talk to someone who would understand, someone who would be able to shed light on the situation. Florence was an American, and she'd been through all this a few years earlier, marrying an earl. Surely she would have some words of wisdom for Sophia. "Thank you for coming, Florence. It does me good to see a familiar face, to hear the sound of your voice." "Is everything all right? Where is James?" "He's in London, attending to some parliamentary business. He left 2 weeks ago." Sophia neglected to mention that he had not even informed her that he was leaving, nor had he contacted her since. "Why didn't you go with him?" Florence asked. "We could have met there instead of here." She tried to peer through the rain-soaked window. "Heavens, I've never been this far north before." Sophia peered out too, at the mist and moors in the distance, at the stony greyness of it all.
It's not exactly how I pictured it either.
Florence squeezed her hand.
You sound disappointed.
Oh, she hoped she had done the right thing, bringing Florence here.
It's just not what I expected, that's all.
Is it the countryside that has not met with your expectations? Or the house? Sophia shook her head.
It's all of it.
All of it? Oh, dear. Florence pulled off her gloves.
You must tell me what has happened. Nothing could be as bad as all that.
The coach rattled and bumped over the road, and the narrow wheels washed through deep puddles. Sophia gave in to the motion and let everything come spilling out in one simple verdict.
I've discovered that James married me for my money.
Florence stared at Sophia for a moment, blinked a few times in bewilderment, then rubbed a finger over her cheek.
Oh, my dear, sweet girl, that is what's bothering you?
But you knew your dowry was a part of this. You knew how much your father was offering, and you came to England to raise your family in society. Don't tell me you thought that you were marrying for love. Her face went pale.
Upon my word.
You did think that? Sophia gazed at Florence with surprise.
Of course I thought it. Couldn't you see how I felt about James?
Florence hesitated before she answered. I knew you wanted him.
Of course I wanted him. I was in love with him, madly in love. I thought he loved me too. He let me believe that he did. The way he looked at me and spoke to me, there was such passion between us. Or so I thought.
Florence grimaced. Oh, passion is so easy for men. You're a beautiful woman, Sophia, and it would be impossible for a man not to feel desire in your presence. The important thing is that James did marry you. He could have had any woman he wanted, and he chose you. He made you a duchess. You don't realize how lucky you are. The coach swayed beneath them.
I don't feel lucky, and I don't care anything about being a duchess.
You don't mean that. Sophia gazed resolutely into Florence's eyes, then remembered a question that had niggled at her ever since the moment Florence tried to discourage her and her mother from hoping for a proposal from James.
Florence, did you tell me everything about how you first met James?
The Countess's expression grew taut, and she took a long moment to form an answer. Why must you ask me that? Her reply sent a stabbing dread through Sophia's insides.
Because I can't help but sense that you've kept something from me. Please, tell me what it is.
A dark tension closed in around them. It's nothing. It doesn't matter now.
It matters to me, Florence. You must tell me.
I don't see what.
Please.
Florence sighed in defeat. Fine. If you really must know. Something happened between us. But as I said, nothing came of it. I met James at a ball, my first week in London, when I was still in awe of everything. He walked into the room looking so beautiful and elegant, and I wanted him, right then and there, more than I ever wanted any man in my life. Sophia felt a sudden chill. Florence continued. I was presented to him, and we danced, and we met a few more times at assemblies and such, until one night I was determined to make him mine, and I went off with him, alone. We found a private library that was closed off to everyone, and we remained there for quite some time. Sophia's heart was ramming against her ribcage as she listened. She feared she might be ill, there in the coach. I could have been ruined, Florence said. Were you? The Countess shook her head. No, but I came very close.
Thank goodness I came to my senses and put a stop to things. Not a moment too soon, I dare say. By some miracle we were not caught, but he never spoke another word to me. I even wrote letters to him, hoping he would request my hand, but he never replied. He was as silent as a grave, and as cold. A heart made of stone, I soon came to see. I hated him after that. I still hate him now. She stared out the window for a long moment, then spoke softly. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't say that. He's your husband. Sophia swallowed over the painful lump in her throat. Why didn't you tell me any of this? I did try to. I told you about his reputation. But you made it all sound like idle drawing-room gossip. Florence clenched her jaw. Most of it was. Even so, you and your mother wanted him so badly, nothing I said would have made any difference. And then, every time I thought about the time when fashionable New York wouldn't touch us, I couldn't help but cheer you on. Sophia Wilson, an American duchess. I wanted to be a part of that beautiful, poetic justice. Sophia tried to keep the shock and anger from her voice. You kept those things from me because you wanted revenge on the Knickerbockers? Florence sat forward on the seat. It wasn't just that. It was the thrill of the hunt. He was the best, Sophia, and I knew you and your mother wanted him. I wanted you both to succeed and be happy. Sophia felt her blood rushing hotly through her veins. If only she had been wiser. If only she had not been blinded by a fairy tale. Please tell me that you are happy now in your own marriage, Florence. Florence shrugged. I'm not sure anyone really knows what true happiness is. The point is, I married very well, and no one can ever take that away from me. Tears began to fill Sophia's eyes. But you and your husband have grown to love each other, haven't you? Florence kept her eyes down as she smoothed a gloved hand over her skirt. Of course, just as you and James will as well. With all her might, Sophia smothered the urge to cry. There was an uncomfortable silence in the coach. It was as if the air had suddenly become too thick to breathe. Florence squeezed Sophia's hand. You should be proud. The Duke of Wentworth married you after he vowed never to marry anyone. You accomplished a great feat. And you an American. No one ever thought you would actually pull it off. You cannot possibly be anything less than ecstatic about your magnificent victory. Staring bewildered at Florence in the dim, dusky light, Sophia realized that this woman had no words of wisdom to offer. Sophia had hoped Florence would be a kindred spirit, but she was far from it. She did not understand, nor did she care to. She had come to England in search of a title. She had found it, and nothing else mattered. Or perhaps she did not wish to be reminded of what she had not found. Sophia gazed out the window, feeling more displaced and alone than ever, wondering if in a few years she would become like Florence, and not want to face the possibility that she had made a mistake. Would she ever be able to do that? To paste a pretty smile on her face, pretend that she was happy, and eventually forget that she'd ever known what real happiness was in the first place? The carriage bumped, and her head began to throb. Florence's attempt to appease her meant nothing, for she now knew that both James and her mother's dearest friend had kept a secret from her. They had both ushered Sophia into a world that they must have known would suffocate her. Sophia suddenly felt as if her soul was being annihilated. She had been stuffed and sealed in a gilded tomb, with nothing but a coronet on her head to keep her happy,
and no one wanted to hear her complain about it. A few days after Florence left, the Dowager announced over breakfast that it was tradition in late October for the Duke and Duchess of Wentworth to host a shooting party. Sophia would therefore be required to send out invitations to the usual people. Who the usual people were was left for Sophia to guess at, until the time came to actually prepare the invitations. Sophia had no choice but to go to the Dowager and request a guest list. She was about to knock on Marian's door when she heard a loud, gut-wrenching sob from inside. Startled, she hesitated and listened for a few seconds, then gathered her resolve and knocked. Something dropped on the floor inside the room, and it was a few more seconds before Marian shouted, "Come in!" Sophia entered. If Marian had been crying, it was over now. Her face was as cold and unfeeling as ever. "What do you want? I'm busy." Sophia wondered if she should ask Marian if she was all right.
"I need the guest list for the party."
Marian huffed as she rose from her chair.
"I don't have the time or the inclination to do your duties for you, Sophia. You must learn to do them on your own."
The Dowager's terse reply helped Sophia to decide not to pry into her personal business. She simply wasn't up to being shouted at today.
"Believe me, Marian, I want that as much as you do."
The Dowager gave her a sidelong glance, then went to her desk and retrieved a book. She handed it over.
"This is my record of last year's party. It includes the menus and the guest list, as well as my notes about each guest's tastes and preferences regarding food and rooms. Viscount Irvine, who is quite elderly, found the bed in the green guest chamber too hard, if I recall. You'll have to put him elsewhere this year."
"Thank you, Marian. This is exactly what I need."
Sophia accepted the book and turned to leave. She had just stepped over the threshold when the door slammed shut behind her and almost caught the hem of her dress. Forcing herself to ignore her mother-in-law's hatefulness, for if Sophia surrendered to her own smouldering temper, her soul might explode, she returned to her own boudoir and sat down at her desk, dipped her pen in the ink, and began her letters. 3 hours later, she leaned back in her chair and sighed with fatigue as she marvelled at the enormous stack of invitations, each sealed with red wax imprinted with the ducal coat of arms. A knock rapped at her door just then.
"Come in."
The creaky door opened slowly, and her mother-in-law walked in. Not knowing what to expect, Sophia sat up straight in her chair.
"Hello, Marian."
"You've been working on the invitations?"
A sudden desire to please this woman, whose approval should not matter to her, infiltrated her weary spirit. She gestured with her hand toward the pile in front of her.
"Yes, I finished all of them. I invited everyone who came last year."
"Not Lady Colchester, I hope?"
Sophia cleared her throat.
"Yes, I do believe I invited her, along with her husband."
Marian shook her head in that slow, eyes-toward-the-ceiling manner.
"No, no, no. Lady Colchester passed away last winter. You must redo that one. It will be Lord Colchester only."
"I see."
With hands stiff from all the writing, Sophia began to sort through the pile of invitations on the desk, searching for the one she had written to the Colchesters. The cards slid off each other, and a few fell to the floor. Marian approached and began searching too, squinting to read the names on the outsides of the invitations, and scrutinize the quality of Sophia's penmanship, no doubt.
"I can find it,"
Sophia insisted, crouching to pick up the ones she'd dropped. Oh, how she disliked the feel of her mother-in-law standing over her, breathing down her neck, as if Sophia were incapable of finding one simple invitation. Here it is, Marian said, her blue-veined hand scooping it up from near the bottom. She broke the seal and opened it.
Oh, good gracious!
She bellowed, as if Sophia's letters were lists of profanities.
What's wrong?
Sophia asked, not quite sure she wanted to know.
You do not sign your name as Sophia Langdon. Your signature must read Sophia Wentworth. Wentworth.
Marian threw the letter down onto the desk and picked up another and ripped it open.
This one is the same.
She ripped open another.
And this. They're all wrong. You must redo them all. All that paper has been wasted. You will have to burn it.
She walked out, slammed the door behind her, and Sophia swallowed hard over the fury and frustration that was escalating in her chest. She felt like a child, back in the one-room schoolhouse with Mrs. Trilling as her teacher. Sophia could still hear that ruler smacking the desks. But she was not a child any longer, and she was all done being polite. It was time the Dowager learned that her new daughter-in-law would not be broken. Picking up her skirts, Sophia marched to the door, pulled it open, and swept out into the corridor. Marian was just disappearing around a corner. Sophia ran after her. She reached her at the top of the wide staircase in the main hall.
"Wait!"
she called out. Marian stopped and turned. Heart racing, Sophia approached her.
"I've had quite enough of this." "I beg your pardon?"
Marian replied indignantly.
"I've had enough of your critical, disdainful tone. If you don't like me, that is your choice. But your son has married me, and I am here to stay. I am the mistress of this house, and I expect from now on to be treated, at the very least, with civility."
Marian glared at her in dumbfounded shock. Then, without one retaliating word, turned to hurry down the stairs. Typical, Sophia thought. Raise your nose in the air and ignore the lowly unpleasantness of emotion. Sophia stood at the top of the staircase, feeling triumphant at last. For days she had struggled to cling to her self-confidence and fit in with these cold, unfeeling people. She had been agonizing over her husband's cruel withdrawal, endlessly analyzing why he didn't want to love her, and wishing for answers that were simply not going to come. Not if she continued to feel like a victim. No more. Starting this minute, she would seize the reins. She would live here as Duchess on her own terms. She would never again allow her mother-in-law to intimidate her, nor would she allow her husband to think that she was going to be a simpering, emotional burden pining away for him. When he returned from London, he was going to learn that his American wife was stronger than that. He was going to learn that he would have to do some fancy footwork to gain back her regard. With a mental, "So there," she returned to her boudoir to redo the invitations. After that, she would take a buggy out to visit some of her husband's tenants and see what she could do to give something of herself to those who needed her and those who would welcome her. 2 weeks later, James returned. He had been gone for a month. It was late in the evening, past 11. He entered his rooms to find the fire already burning, and Thompson waiting dutifully with a glass of brandy on a tray. "Ah, just what I need." James picked up the glass and took a deep draught. He tugged at his neckcloth and sat down. "Welcome home, Your Grace." "Thank you, Thompson. It was a tiring journey this time around, don't you agree? It seemed so much longer than usual." Probably because he'd had to deal with more problems concerning Martin. Since his suspension from Eton, the boy was not behaving himself at the home of their Aunt Caroline. Just then, a knock tapped at the door. "Enter," James called out. The door swung open, and his wife stood there in the threshold, wearing a white dressing gown with a shawl around her shoulders. She held a large brass candelabra. Her hair spilled down over her shoulders in thick, wavy locks, and the candlelight glimmered in the deep blue of her eyes. Feeling a sharp surge of arousal at his wife's staggering beauty, James stood up. Without ever taking his eyes off Sophia, he said to Thompson, "That will be all." The valet obediently took his leave. Sophia walked in and closed the door behind her, then set her candles on a desk. "Welcome home," she said, somewhat reservedly. "Thank you." She stared at him for a moment and made no move to dash into his arms, as she might have done during their honeymoon. Instead, she held her chin high and spoke in a clear, steady voice. "You didn't write to me while you were gone, James. For that matter, you neglected to even tell me that you were leaving in the first place. Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" James let his gaze sweep down the full length of his wife's slender body. His eyes fixed for a second on her tiny bare feet, then rose again so that he could look her in the eye when he answered her question. Words, however, seemed elusive to him, like fluffy feathers on a breeze that he was clumsily trying to grab at. He tried not to concern himself too much about it. Their separation, though unpleasant at times, had provided the much-needed proof to him that everything was normal, that he was still in control. He'd managed to justify all the cruel things he had said to her the last time they spoke, and he'd even managed to forget about her completely for certain extended periods of time during the days. But not at night. Never at night. That, however, was manageable, he told himself, for it was only lust. He'd felt lust for women before, and he'd never lost his head over it, and he would not lose his head over Sophia. He tipped his glass and downed the rest of his brandy. "The decision was a sudden one." "I would prefer it," she said matter-of-factly, "if, in the future, you would inform me in advance of any planned trips away from the castle. And in such circumstances, I must insist that you kiss me goodbye." He studied her expression. Austere, with a hint of arrogance. He had expected wrath. She certainly had good reason. If not wrath, then tears. At the very least, some form of pleading. Instead, he was hearing a set of clear and simple ground rules. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. "Agreed," he replied, gazing at her ivory face and the rigid set of her jaw. "Good." She padded across the floor toward him, with a determined look in her eyes, and his trousers tightened around an arousal he did not even consider resisting. He had been a whole month away from his wife, and seeing this self-assured air of hers, without any of the tears he had expected to come home to, pleasantly surprised him. He was all of a sudden hotly in the mood for sex. She stood before him, her full lips moist and inviting, her perfume like a potent aphrodisiac to his senses. He laid his palm on her cheek and stroked her bottom lip. She closed her eyes and kissed his thumb, then took it into her mouth and sucked on it. The heat of her mouth sent a wild yearning through him. He took her face in his hands and lowered his lips to hers, but she gently pulled back. Momentarily stalled, he opened his eyes. Sophia stepped away from him. "I'm sorry, James. I won't be performing my wifely duty tonight." Her perfunctory statement was like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. "My monthly began yesterday, so there's really no duty to perform." Without the slightest hint of disappointment, she turned from him and picked up her candles. "I will see you in my room when I am ripe to conceive. In about a week?" He stood motionless, not entirely sure this woman, speaking with such casual indifference, was his spirited American wife. She almost sounded British. She opened the door to leave, but faced him for one more thing.
"By the way, Florence was here while you were gone. We had a nice visit."
Feeling stuck to the floor, James frowned at her.
"Good night,"
she said. James took an anxious step forward. "Sophia." She stopped and glanced over her shoulder. "I'm very sorry." The words spilled past his lips before he even knew they were upon his tongue. Shaken by the sound and feel of them, for he had never in his life apologized to anyone for anything, he stood unsteadily in the middle of the room. His wife stared at him, and he thought he saw her cheeks flush with colour, but he couldn't be sure in the candlelight. There was something in her eyes, though, something that looked perhaps like longing. Could it be she wasn't as confident as she appeared?
"Sorry for what, exactly?"
she asked. He thought long and hard about how he should answer that, for what he really regretted was taking her away from the home and country she knew and a family she loved. He had lied to her about Florence and so many other things. He had brought her here to this God-forsaken purgatory, where the echoes off the walls resonated with the ghostly howls of an unthinkable past. Then, after all that, he had been cruel to her, and had left her here to face it all alone. That's what he was sorry for, and it weighed upon him. "I am sorry that we have not yet been successful," he replied.
"In conceiving a child, you mean?"
she asked, searching for another, deeper clarification, but he couldn't seem to give her one. "Yes." She nodded, as if that was the answer she had expected, then walked out and left him alone with his demons. Chapter 18. James leaned forward in the saddle, his grip tight on the reins as he galloped across the moors on his return from an inspection of the east drainage ditches. He'd worked hard to keep himself occupied the past week, to forget his worries over Sophia. He accomplished that feat simply by not thinking of her. There were moments when he hadn't been sure that he could not think of her, but he realized now that he'd always been very skilled at shutting out the world. For there was a time when his sanity required it, when he, as a boy, had no control over his environment. James urged his mount over a low stone wall and landed on the damp grass. He slowed his horse to a walk, however, when he spotted his own cabriolet parked outside a tenant's cottage, with the top down. He drew closer and found the driver lying down in the seat sleeping. James cleared his throat. The man, who had pulled his top hat down to shade his eyes from the sun, waved it at a fly buzzing around his head. James cleared his throat again. The man raised his hat, saw James, and leaped out of the carriage. This was followed by a sudden flurry of chickens clucking and flapping their feathered wings in the yard. "Your Grace!" From high up on his horse, James frowned down at the man. "May I ask what you are doing here with my vehicle? Sleeping in it?" "I am here with the Duchess, Your Grace," he quickly replied, while clutching his hat to his chest. "And she told me to sleep. She said I looked tired, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. She ordered me to get in the back." James pondered that. It was one of those moments when he felt the differences between himself and his wife like a deep, impossible chasm. Not that he didn't feel a man deserved his sleep, but there were rules to consider, especially when servants were on duty. James glanced at the front door of the little stone cottage. He knew the farmer who lived there. He was a young, stalwart man. Handsome, James supposed. Respectable and dependable. Then again, James spoke with him so rarely. It was difficult to judge the man. "The Duchess is inside." "Yes, Your Grace." James hadn't known his wife would be out visiting today, but he had made a point to avoid any and all contact with her since their last encounter.
She had not voiced any complaints, and the schedule of her courses had freed him from any expectations he or she might have regarding their more intimate relations of late. Still, a ripple of curiosity moved through him. "Is her maid here as well?" "She didn't want to bring anyone, Your Grace. She wanted to come alone." "Alone?" he repeated. Was she doing something she didn't want anyone to know about? Or was this just another of her errors in protocol? He would have liked to ask the driver exactly what Sophia was doing here on this sunny afternoon, but decided against it, for he did not wish to draw attention to the fact that his servants knew more about his wife's comings and goings than he did. "How long have you been here?" James asked. "An hour, Your Grace. She usually stays for an hour." "Usually? You've been here before?" The man nodded. 3 times this week." "I see." James looked at the front door of the cottage again, and found himself quite unable to be on his way. He dismounted and tethered his horse to the others in the harness. Carrying his riding crop, he stepped up to the front door and knocked. A young woman answered. He was quite certain it was the farmer's wife, and he was relieved. The woman wore a lace cap and a white apron, and she held a small child on her hip. Her eyes widened when she recognized James, and, looking more than a little flustered, she curtsied.
"Good afternoon, Your Grace."
"Good afternoon," he replied. "Is the Duchess here?" The young woman stepped aside and held open the door.
"She is."
James removed his hat as he entered the small house. A fire blazed in the hearth, and he could smell food cooking. Turnip or something of that sort. His gaze followed a deep crack up the wall to the thick, exposed beams across the low ceiling.
"She's right through here,"
the girl said, leading the way to a room at the back of the house. The floorboards creaked beneath the soles of James's shiny riding boots as he followed. They pushed through a door, and there was his wife with an open book on her lap, reading to an old woman in a rocking chair. The woman wore black. Thin, coarse-looking grey hair fell loose over her shoulders. Sophia's gaze lifted as the door opened, and when she saw James, she stopped reading. They stared at each other wordlessly for a moment. James took in her plain afternoon dress and found himself imagining her in America, in a wheat field or something. She'd never looked less like a duchess. "Who's there?" the old woman asked, and James knew at once that she was blind. "It's the Duke," Sophia replied. "The Duke? Upon my word!" The frail woman tried to get up. Sophia covered the woman's thin, bony hand with her own. "It's all right, Catherine. There's no need to get up. James, this is Mrs. Catherine Jensen." The informal introduction would have exasperated James's mother, but contrarily, James felt nothing but relief at having, for once, been spared ceremony. "What are you doing here?" Sophia asked him. "Am I needed at the house?" "No, I was simply passing by, and I noticed the carriage out front." "I see," she said, seeming a little puzzled by his reply. He was puzzled by it as well, for he didn't know what the bloody hell he was doing there. The farmer's wife behind him excused herself to the kitchen. "Would you care to sit down?" Sophia asked, as if she were completely at home here. "I'm almost finished our reading. Would that be all right, Catherine?" "It would be an honour, Your Grace." "The honour is mine, madam," James said, "though I do not wish to intrude." "You won't be intruding," Sophia answered. He sat down on a wooden bench by the wall. Sophia continued to read from where she had left off, the Book of Revelation. "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in to him and will sup with him, and he with me." James listened to his wife's melodic voice and thought about what she read and the person she was. A quiet feeling moved through him. He imagined what her life in America had been like, with no aristocracy, where the class structure was based on wealth rather than accident of birth. He imagined Sophia in that one-room house she had told him about, and wondered, with an odd sense of amusement, what she must think of this very different world she'd married into. She hadn't really questioned it in London, or on their honeymoon, for there hadn't been time to contemplate it, he supposed. Nor had she yet, at that time, experienced the reality of being a peeress. Was it settling in on her now? Would she even be able to adapt to it? Was that why she was here? To escape it for a few hours? He felt a tremendous responsibility suddenly, to see that she was taken care of and eased into this new life, especially after the way he'd treated her before he'd left for London, the way he'd crushed her fantasies, even though he believed he did it for her own good. It was an unusual thought for James, who had never intended to care one way or the other if any wife of his was settling in. He had always expected to leave her to his mother to mould and train, and to leave any future children to nannies and nurses to educate. But Sophia was turning out to be of rather formidable substance. She was, unfortunately for his mother, not very mouldable. Perhaps if his upbringing had been more nurturing, he might have been more inclined to concern himself with his Duchess's need for assistance and support. What was it about Sophia that was raising this response in him today? A greater sense of familiarity, perhaps? Or was it simply her overwhelming kindness toward this woman? James watched Mrs. Jensen nod in response to the readings. Sophia finished and closed the Bible.
"That was beautiful, Your Grace," Mrs. Jensen said.
Sophia knelt on one knee in front of the woman and took her hand.
"Thank you for letting me come. I'll be back on Monday to see you again."
"May God bless you," the woman replied, pulling Sophia's hand to her cheek. Sophia stroked the woman's hair, kissed the top of her head lovingly, and gave the Bible back to her. With an almost crippling sense of awe, James watched Sophia rise to her feet. A few minutes later, they were saying goodbye to the farmer's wife at the front door. She curtsied and smiled exuberantly at Sophia, but seemed afraid and unable to meet James's gaze. When the door closed, he and Sophia faced each other in the sunlight. "You didn't tell me you've been visiting the tenants," James said. She pulled on her gloves and walked to the carriage.
"You didn't ask."
The driver helped her into her seat, and she adjusted her skirts.
"I simply want to get to know our neighbours."
Neighbours. He had never thought of the tenants as neighbours. He glanced back at the cottage door and found himself wondering about the Christian name of the farmer's wife and the name of their child. He wondered how long Mrs. Jensen had been without her sight, and why he hadn't heard about it, for they did not live far from the castle.
"And it does me good to come here,"
Sophia continued.
"When I look at dear Mrs. Jensen's face, listening intently to what I'm reading, and finding such joy in the words she cannot read for herself, I feel a great sense of peace. I'm happy to come here and do something for her, James, for the strength and tranquility it gives me."
Gazing into Sophia's clear blue eyes, James began to feel a similar sort of peace and tranquility himself. He had never felt anything quite like it before. "You really should bring your maid with you," he said, retreating into rules and protocols.
"Actually, James, I am considering replacing Mildred."
He rested a hand on the side of the cabriolet. "Replacing her? But she is very experienced and highly recommended. She has always been—"
"Always. Yes, I know. But that's just it, you see. She is your mother's choice, not mine, and I am nothing like your mother."
That was a vast understatement.
"I wish to choose for myself," she continued. "I want someone I can feel comfortable with. Perhaps then I wouldn't mind my maid doing all the things a maid is supposed to do for me."
"Comfortable? All right, then," he replied. "Why don't you see Mrs. Beeler about it? I'm sure she'll be able to look into—"
"I already did. I also explained everything to Mildred last night, and she agreed to accept her pension early. She was quite relieved, actually. I think I might have, how shall I put it, put her off more than once.
James couldn't help but smile at the thought of Sophia putting Mildred off. Somehow I'm not surprised. Sophia returned his smile.
You don't mind, then?
Of course not, if it will make your adjustment easier. James realized, with an unaccustomed sense of good cheer, that they were having an orderly, casual discussion about the household. Perhaps it was possible for them to abandon what they had been to each other on their honeymoon, when they'd touched and kissed constantly, held hands, locked ankles under clothed tables. There was some aloofness on Sophia's part today, as if she were willing, at last, to accept this marriage without a constant display of affection. Perhaps he had not made such a terrible mistake after all. Perhaps there was some hope here. He slapped the side of the carriage to signal the driver. Then he mounted his horse and watched until they grew distant, trundling down the rocky, winding road toward the main house. Sophia did not permit herself to turn around in the carriage and look back at James at the Jensen cottage. He was too handsome today, too charming, and she feared she might slip back into the passionate longings she had known during their courtship and honeymoon. It had been a difficult week. One minute she wanted to pitch a vase at her husband, who had been inconceivably cruel to her on that horrible night before he left for London. On top of that, he'd thrown her into this new life with a cavalier sink-or-swim approach and had offered no support. Other times, on those rare occasions, like today, when he spoke to her and flashed a smile, she wanted him back, more than she'd ever wanted anything. The knowledge that he would make love to her again, when her body was ripe to produce an heir, was, quite frankly, the only thing keeping her going. She could not relinquish the hope that they would rekindle something of what they'd had, for she needed intimacy in her life, a soulful connection with another human being. She could not live without it. Her visits to the tenants were filling a small part of that need, but it was not the same thing as the spiritual and physical connection she'd thought she had with her husband. Sophia pulled off her gloves and felt a sting at the realization that she had given up all her previous intimate relationships for him. Her sisters, her mother, her father. She had been so sure that he would fill her world completely. With a melancholy sigh, she prayed that one day they would come to a livable arrangement that would suit them both, and that she would understand the real reason he had rejected her. Chapter 19. Exhausted, hoping sleep would come swiftly, Sophia climbed into bed, after an evening of interviews with potential new maids. Sophia required a woman with experience, for she needed to rely on her maid to school her in aristocratic protocol. At the same time, Sophia did not want anyone quite as experienced as Mildred. She turned the key in her crystal lamp and snuggled down into the ducal sheets. A gentle knock sounded at her door. Sophia sat up in the darkness. "Come in." The door opened, and there stood her husband in his black silk nightrobe, holding a candelabra. The robe was open in front, and Sophia could see the smooth, muscular curves of his chest and stomach. His jet-black hair tumbled loose and wavy about his shoulders. "Did I wake you?" he asked. She struggled to sound easy and relaxed, and to hide the fact that at the mere sound of his voice a shiver of desire had coursed through her body.
"No, I just put the light out a moment ago."
Was he here for what she thought he was here for? To make love to her again, after all this time without so much as a smile or single gesture of affection? Had the time finally come? He moved into the room and set his candles on a chest of drawers. Like Sophia, he must have been counting the days until the completion of her courses.
A part of her felt some indignation at that, for he was making it clear that their love-making was still about duty, nothing more, just as he'd said it would be that dreadful night before he left for London. Another part of her, the more hedonistic part, she could not seem to deny, no matter how hard she tried, couldn't care less about his motivations. All that mattered was that he was here to make love to her, and she was going to enjoy every glorious moment of it. She only hoped she would be able to maintain her composure and not succumb to feelings of heartbreak when he left her bed afterward. Her husband closed the door behind him, locked it, then approached the bed. All Sophia's senses prickled with awareness of him as a sexual being. "Any success finding a new maid?" he asked.
"Not yet."
She tried to keep her voice from revealing the quickening of her pulse.
"But there are 2 more ladies coming tomorrow."
"May I presume Mrs. Beeler has been cooperative?"
"Yes, very."
Sophia suddenly suspected that James might have spoken to the housekeeper himself, to ensure the hiring went smoothly. He sat down on the edge of the bed.
"How are things otherwise?"
Gooseflesh shimmied up the length of her body.
"Fine, though I still have a great deal to learn."
"I have no doubt that you will master everything in your own time, Sophia, and in your own way."
"My own way?"
Her head drew back slightly.
"I don't think your mother would approve of that." "And what has changed, James? A month ago, you wanted me to pipe down and behave like a conventional English duchess."
He looked away for a moment.
"I've been watching you over the past week. I've seen you go off to visit tenants. I know about the scullery maid you sent away on holiday."
Sophia felt her cheeks flush.
"I can only imagine the opposition you must have faced to accomplish that particular feat," he added.
"Mrs. Beeler wasn't impressed,"
Sophia explained.
"Neither was your mother, but I stood my ground."
He met her gaze and chuckled softly.
"It's good for my mother to have someone stand up to her every now and again. You did a brave thing. Let her know you're not a jellyfish. If you had given in, she would have had strings tied to your wrists and ankles in no time, and the servants would continue to look to her for direction."
"They still do,"
Sophia confessed.
"They listen to me when I am alone, but when your mother is in the room, they glance at her for a final nod about whatever request I make."
He inclined his head.
"They're set in their ways, Sophia, and they expect things to be done the way they've always been done. They'll adjust to you eventually, as you will adjust to them."
For the first time in weeks, Sophia melted into the comfort of having someone acknowledge her challenges and care enough to try and ease her woes. If only James could come to her like this every night, it would make this strange new life so much easier to bear. Sophia sat forward, cupped his hand in hers, and kissed it.
"Thank you, James. I've been feeling so lost and—"
He cradled her chin in his hand and lowered his mouth to hers. Sophia responded instantly, burying her fingers into the hair at his nape. She wanted the warmth and the touching, and no amount of pride was powerful enough to make her refuse him. He withdrew from the kiss and held her face in his hands.
"You must know why I am here," he murmured.
She nodded.
"And you're willing this evening?"
In some indirect, roundabout way, he was handing over the reins, allowing her to be the one to decide what would or would not occur in this bedchamber tonight.
"I am more than willing, James. I've been waiting for you. For days now."
His eyes glimmered with pleasure.
"And what exactly have you been waiting for? This?"
Tenderly, he pressed his mouth to hers again, while his fingers played in the wisps of hair around her temple, igniting her with desire.
"Or this?"
He growled out the words as his hand slid down her neck and into the warm confines of her nightgown,
stopping to relax upon her breast and massage it gently. Awakening to a sudden and intense onslaught of need, Sophia gasped. "Or perhaps you've been waiting for what I've been waiting for." He eased her onto the bed and leaned over her.
"Yes?"
she asked breathlessly. "Everything. Beginning with this." He gathered the hem of her nightgown in his hand and carefully drew it up, sliding his fingers up the side of her leg as he did so. His breath was hot and moist in her ear, sending fresh waves of goosebumps all over her body. Sophia melted like butter in his hands. Closing her eyes, she barely managed to whisper a reply.
"Yes, James, that."
And then she surrendered to the sensual power he wielded over her, the pleasure he knew so well how to bestow, which propelled her senses into a whirlwind of rapture. Dizzy with a need so fierce it would have knocked her off her feet if she were standing, Sophia tore at her nightdress with frantic fingers and pulled it off over her head. She had no idea where she threw it. The cool air met her bare flesh, and the sensation inflamed her already savage desires. She wiggled down and indulged in the feeling of her husband's strong body, tight against hers.
"I've missed you, James. I've missed this."
With his face buried in her hair, he nodded. Then he entered her with a smooth, deep thrust that took her breath away. In the warmth of the candlelight, they made love until a sweet ache shot through Sophia's body in a series of swells, followed by an overpowering tingling sensation. She cried out in shuddering release. James, too, was overcome. He drove into his wife's sweet body again and again, reveling in her heat as she tightened and pulsed around him. The pain of her fingernails in his back and the sound of her amorous cries brought his own pleasure to the fore. At last, he thrust deep to feel the wonderful upheaval of his own release. He relaxed his weight upon her and waited for his breathing to return to normal, while Sophia lightly stroked his back. Her gentle fingers soothed him. A few minutes later, not wanting to crush her precious, petite body beneath his own, he rolled off her and kissed her on the cheek.
"Will you stay all night?"
she asked in a quiet, careful voice. "Yes," he replied, holding her close, and again, like the first time he had made love to her on their wedding night, he found himself forgetting who he was. James fell asleep, but it was a restless sleep, full of the usual dark and frightening dreams. Sophia woke in the middle of the night to discover that James was gone. She sat up. The moon in the window cast a silvery glow upon the bed, and she leaned over the side to reach for her nightdress, in a heap on the floor. She pulled it on and sat for a moment, thinking. He had left her again. She should not be surprised, but she was most certainly disappointed. If she had any sense at all, she would let this go and snuggle back under the ducal sheets and be grateful for her lofty position in the world. But she was coming to realize that giving James the space he wanted might very well be impossible for her. In her family, they always worked out any problems by talking to one another, and everyone felt better afterward. There was never this stiff silence, this ignoring of emotions, pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. She needed to speak openly with James about their relationship. Her own happiness and her mental equilibrium depended upon it. She needed to understand why he did not want to love her, and she would not accept that loving one's wife was simply not done. Sophia climbed out of bed and padded across the cold stone floor to fetch her shawl. Shivering, she struck a match to light her candles, and decided she would not wait to undertake the installation of hot water heating. She would begin before winter set in, because this coal-in-the-fireplace procedure was just plain primitive. Carrying her candles into the dark corridor, Sophia walked to James's room. She knocked lightly,
but did not wait for a reply before she pushed the door open and entered. James was sitting in front of a roaring fire, staring at the flames, a full glass of brandy in his hand. "I couldn't sleep," he said, offering an explanation before she asked. A spark snapped noisily in the grate.
"Neither could I."
She set her candles down and approached him.
"I was cold."
"Come here, then." He invited her to sit on his lap. Sophia curled into the warmth of his chest and sat, wondering again if she should try to be content with this level of intimacy, which was an improvement over the past few weeks, rather than push her husband for something deeper. She decided to keep things light, at least to begin with.
"Is it always this cold in October?"
"No, this is unusual. I won't be surprised if the snow spoils our shooting party."
"Will we still have it?"
"Yes, the guests come for much more than the game." As he stroked her shoulder with his thumb, she had to fight the urge to kiss him, or they'd never get to talking. Sitting forward, she looked into his eyes and moved a lock of his dark hair away from his forehead.
"May I say something?"
"Of course."
"You won't be angry?"
"That depends on what you say." She paused, thinking about how she could phrase things to avoid sounding like she was attacking him. She needed to burrow in gently.
"I've been thinking about the things you said to me before you went away to London, and the way I reacted, and I want to apologize for my behavior, for being so angry with you."
His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, and she knew she had surprised him. "You have nothing to apologize for. All of this must be a difficult adjustment for you." She nodded.
"I'd be lying if I said it wasn't difficult. But I do want you to know that I'm doing my best, James. I want to be a worthy Duchess."
His expression softened, and she knew she had broken through at least one barrier. All the better to reach a deeper one. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. "You've been more than worthy, Sophia. The tenants adore you."
"But your mother doesn't,"
she said with a smile, still burrowing. "Mother is a tough nut to crack. In fact, I'm not even sure that she is a nut. A stone more like it. But stones do break." His eyes narrowed with humour. "If, for instance, they're dropped from a very high tower." Sophia laughed out loud.
"Are you saying I should push her out the window?"
"Of course not," he replied, then lowered his gaze. "I shouldn't joke about such things. It has happened." Sophia felt any amusement drain away.
"It has? When?"
He shook his head as if to dismiss it. "A long time ago."
"Someone was murdered?"
"No, not murdered. The second Duchess of Wentworth took her own life. She threw herself out her bedchamber window." Sophia shivered with a chill as she recalled what Florence had told her about James's father drinking himself to death and his grandfather shooting himself in the head. She couldn't imagine life being so horrific that a person could lose all hope. But as she reflected upon that portrait of James's ancestor in the hall, Sophia began to feel a deep sympathy for the woman.
"She jumped from my window?"
she asked as an afterthought, curious about the details. He grimaced. "I shouldn't have said anything. It was a long time ago. Things were different then." How different, she wondered uneasily. Sophia rested her head on his shoulder, suddenly forgetting all the clever things she had wanted to say when she'd tiptoed down the hall. The flames in the fireplace leaped and danced as a gust of wind blew down the chimney. James sipped his brandy.
"Has your mother always been the way she is now?"
Sophia asked. "As long as I can remember."
"That must have been very difficult for you, growing up. What was your father like?"
To Sophia's dismay, James gently lifted her off his lap and rose from the chair. "Worse.
he replied. He crawled onto the bed and pulled the covers back. Come and lie down with me. She suspected he wanted to make love again, and she wanted that too, but she also wanted to understand him better.
Was he cruel to you?
She asked bluntly. Who?
Your father.
The seductive look in his eye vanished with a sudden realization that she still wanted to talk. Yes, he was vicious. I thought you might have heard the gossip about him in London, or at least from the Countess of Lansdowne. Sophia remembered something else Florence had said.
Who knows what secrets live in that vast country castle of his? I would wager quite a few.
Sophia wished she had pressed her for more information about that.
No, I didn't know the particulars, she replied. Only what you told me that day in the park.
His chest heaved with a sigh. Was it a sign of annoyance or defeat? Well, now you know. Why not come to bed?
Was he cruel to your mother as well?
James let his hand drop onto the covers. He was cruel to her, she was cruel to him. Everybody was cruel to everybody. But my father's dead now, and I think I've managed to exorcise this house of at least some of its demons.
What sorts of demons, James?
He sighed heavily. The sort that spoil my sleep. Are you going to keep torturing me like this? The least you could do is lean back while we're talking, so that I cannot see down your nightdress. It's very distracting. With a sudden sense of modesty, she pressed her hand to her chest.
I'm sorry,
she said ridiculously. He shook his head at her and spoke with a seductive smile. No need to apologize. He rose from the bed and approached, then drew her hand away until the gown fell loose. Sophia gazed up at him standing before her in the firelight, wearing only his black silk robe. She remembered the man he had been on their honeymoon. That man had not been real. The real James had been wearing a mask, and she had been completely fooled. Now, at least, she knew. She also knew that the mask was beginning to fall away, for she understood something about his family and the events that had shaped him. Perhaps it was possible that a bond could form between them, that the man she had fallen in love with did exist somewhere beneath this cool shell of indifference.
Did he beat you?
She asked, surprising even herself with her persistent interrogation. But she wanted to know everything. Yes, he had a temper. He beat my mother and my nurses and governesses, who all took it out on me. James pulled her smoothly to her feet, and she wondered how he could speak so casually about all of this. What about Lily? She asked, trying to fight the ache in her heart at the horror of what he was telling her. Probably, though I was gone by that time.
Gone where?
Off to school, then abroad in the summers. She laid her open palm on his cheek.
Not all families are like that, James.
Perhaps not, he replied. But for us, it's been a contagious disease that has been passed down for generations, and it needs to be snuffed out.
Snuffed out?
Yes. He took her by the hand, led her to the bed, and pulled her nightdress over her head so that she stood naked before him. Then he kissed her softly, whispering at the last moment, "By me." He did not appear to be emotional about it. He seemed calculating and determined as he spoke those words and eased her onto the soft covers. Sophia wondered, fleetingly, how he intended to go about such a thing, then gave up all thoughts for a more tangible, pleasurable pursuit. She promised herself that she would learn more about it another time. Later, James held Sophia close while she slept and realized that she had opened a wound, quite deliberately. He shouldn't have revealed so much, he thought, feeling the warmth of her soft body beside him and smelling the sweet fragrance of her perfume. His beautiful American wife had come here to nudge her way into his life, and he had permitted it. He had answered all her questions, and now he felt exposed. Strangely, he still felt like he was in heaven as he lay with her, despite the trembling, emotional vulnerability that was sliding like a snake around his heart. None of their love-making was ever as simple as he would like. Yes, he found pleasure in her body, but at the same time there was an odd urge to leap into a deeper relationship with her, like he used to leap off the stable roof into the haystack below when he was a boy. What a joy it was to sail through the air and land softly in the hay, even though there was fear the second before he jumped. James thought of his father. He'd become a monster because he couldn't be with the woman he loved, and because the woman he married was cold, distant, and cruel. Similarly, James's grandfather had lost his head when his wife had run away with her lover. Jealousy had driven him to unthinkable acts of madness, and he had ordered their deaths. Of course, no one had ever been able to prove that they had been shot by anyone other than highwaymen. There were only whispers. Sophia was neither cruel, nor cold, nor distant, nor had she ever given him reason to think he could not trust her to be faithful. She seemed to want love. With him. At least that's what she claimed. With a happy little moan, Sophia snuggled closer to him, and he held her tightly in his arms and kissed her forehead. He would sleep the rest of the night with her, he decided. Then he wondered if his father, in all his obsessiveness, had ever felt a tender yearning like this. Tender yearning. James felt a tremor of bewilderment. Is this love, or the beginnings of it? He wondered. For tender was how, in his purely logical mind, he'd always imagined real love would be, for those who were capable of it. Shortly before dawn, in another wing of the house, Marian sat at her desk by candlelight, laying an exquisite opal and diamond necklace into a box and wrapping the box in tissue paper. She wept quietly, so as not to wake her maid, lamenting the fact that the necklace was a family heirloom, and sending it to Paris was going to break her heart. She would never see the necklace again, but what choice did she have? If it would keep him from coming, it was worth the price of her tears. Chapter 20. Lily returned to Wentworth Castle the day before the guests were due to arrive for the shooting party. Sophia was overjoyed to see her sister-in-law and ran out to the courtyard to hug Lily and welcome her home.
"I suppose the Earl of Mandolin is coming?"
Lily said to Sophia, after they hugged and exchanged pleasantries. "Yes, I invited him." Lily sighed.
"Oh, bother. I guess that's why Mother was so adamant that I return."
"She's not still trying to marry you after him, is she?" Sophia asked, remembering the Earl's unromantic proposal back in London. If that wasn't enough, the man was at least twice Lily's age.
"Probably,"
Lily said, hooking her arm through Sophia's to walk to the house.
"Mother just doesn't understand, nor does James. I'm so glad you're here, Sophia. You won't let them force me, will you?"
"Force you? Good heavens, Lily, this isn't the Middle Ages." Lily gave her a doubtful, sidelong glance. Sophia patted Lily's hand.
"Whatever happens, I'm sure James and your mother will have your best interests at heart. They just want you to have a happy life." "I wish that was so," Lily replied. "But I know for a fact that Mother's first priority is to attach me to the highest-ranking eligible peer around, no matter what he looks or acts like."
Sophia recalled her own flight from New York to escape the decidedly dull Mr. Peabody, who wouldn't know what a smile was if it bit him on the nose.
"And James,"
Lily continued.
James won't listen to me about what would make me happy. I can't talk to him. He doesn't want to hear. The Earl of Manderlin doesn't seem like your type, Sophia said. My type? Exactly. What a wonderfully modern phrase. Is it American? Tell me, what do you think my type is?
Sophia laughed.
Oh, I don't know. You'll have to decide that for yourself. But I suspect you'll know him the moment you see him. In your eyes, he'll be the most handsome, most fascinating man in the world. Let us just hope that you'll be fortunate enough to fall in love with a man your mother will approve of. Like you did?
Lily asked with a look of uncertainty.
Yes,
Sophia firmly replied.
I fell in love with James, and everyone approved of me marrying a duke. How could they not?
They hurried up the steps together, and, after greeting the butler at the door, went straight up to Lily's room. Lily told Sophia about her trip to Exeter, and her aunt, and some of the trouble Martin had gotten into. Then they sat down on the large window-sill. Sophia touched Lily's hand.
May I ask you something, Lily? Of course. We're sisters, remember?
Smiling, Sophia nodded.
A few nights ago, James told me about your family. Your father.
Lily pulled her hand away and frowned at Sophia.
What did he say? He told me that your father was not a kind man.
Lily paused.
Yes, that's true. But I don't see the point in talking about it. Sometimes talking about things can make you feel better about them. I don't see how,
Lily said, turning her face away. Sophia sat back slightly.
Personally, I find that it helps to know that you're not alone, or it helps to talk things through and make sense of them, to understand why they happened, to assure yourself that it wasn't your fault, and to make sure it won't happen again.
Lily gazed out the window.
We can only hope.
Sophia reached for her hand again.
What did happen exactly? James didn't tell me very much.
Lily answered with a heavy sigh.
James saw the worst of it. By the time Martin and I came along, Father stayed in London mostly. He had his heir and his spare, so there was no point remaining here when he despised all of us. Why would he despise you? I'm not certain. Martin has heard things. Gossip, mostly. He said James has broken a few jaws over things people have said about Mother.
Lily's expression grew melancholy.
He was always getting into fistfights when he was younger. What gossip did Martin hear?
Sophia asked. Lily hesitated.
Promise me you won't repeat this, especially to James. I wouldn't want him to know that I told you.
Sophia agreed.
Supposedly, Father loved another woman, but Mother refused to turn a blind eye like most wives do. She insisted that he cut all ties with the woman, and she threatened to leave him if he didn't. That surprises me, Sophia said. I would have taken your mother for the kind of Englishwoman who would do anything to avoid a scandal, including turning a blind eye. I believe it was an idle threat, Lily replied. Not because she loved him, though maybe she did in her own way, but because she couldn't bear to be humiliated socially. How did James see the worst of it?
Sophia asked, her thoughts dashing back to him as they always did.
What happened to him? Everything erupted when he was a baby, Lily explained. James admits that he was a difficult child, that he used to throw temper tantrums, and that it didn't help matters because Father was at his worst then, and the governess was bad too. She used to lock him in a trunk to punish him, and once, when he was 9, she slammed the lid on his hand and broke it. He didn't cry out or anything. He stayed inside for over an hour waiting. When his broken hand was discovered, it had swollen so badly the surgeon thought he might have to amputate. Thank goodness he didn't. Father didn't even fire the governess. He blamed James for misbehaving. I don't think anyone knew what to do with James. Martin and I had different governesses who were quite kind, and we were quieter children. But we did occasionally feel the back of Father's hand.
I'm sorry, Lily.
She shrugged. It could have been worse. It was for James, but it's better now.
Lily smiled at Sophia.
You're going to be a good mother, aren't you? Tell me you would never let anything like that happen to your children.
The hair stood up on the back of Sophia's neck.
Certainly not. I'd steal them away first.
Lily's brow furrowed, as if she was puzzled by such a thought.
You can't steal the heir to a dukedom. James wouldn't allow it.
The thought of her and James ever being at such odds was an unsettling notion, to be sure. Lily stood up and moved to look at herself in her dressing-table mirror.
Is there anyone new coming to the party this year?
She asked, changing the subject. Sophia remained seated in the window.
Yes, a friend of Lord Manderlin's. Apparently there is a gentleman from Paris staying in one of his cottages. He's quite well off from what I understand, though he has no title. He's here simply to travel and see England.
Lily faced Sophia again.
Really? From Paris? Have you seen him yet? Is he young? Handsome?
I don't know, Sophia replied, chuckling at Lily's romanticism. He could be old, or have no teeth for all I know, or perhaps he doesn't even speak English. I do know that he is a bachelor, and his name is Pierre Biot. Lily flopped onto the bed.
Pierre. How very French. Oh, how I long to go to Paris. I would do anything to see it. It's such a romantic place, don't you think? Does Mother know he's coming? I can assure you that when she was in charge, Lord Manderlin would never have asked to bring a stranger. People feel more relaxed with you, Sophia. It's quite refreshing.
Thank you, Lily. And no, your mother doesn't know. She doesn't ask me about things, so I don't feel it's necessary to inform her of every detail. She'll meet Monsieur Biot when he arrives.
Monsieur Biot. I love the way you say it, with such Frenchness.
Sophia laughed again. I was educated in Paris for 3 years.
Oh, Sophia, I envy you. And you truly speak French?
Mais oui, Lily.
And German, too.
Lily sat up.
So, if he doesn't speak English, you could translate?
Yes, I could, but I am sure he will speak wonderful English.
Now I must go and dress for tea. I will see you downstairs.
Sophia left her sister-in-law to her daydreams and felt a pang of painful longing for her own childhood dreams and for the childhood joys James had never known. When the guests began to arrive for the annual Wentworth shooting party, Sophia began to feel a renewed sense of purpose. There were people coming from all over England, some from as far as Wales, and she was determined to make everyone feel at home like never before at Wentworth Castle. It was time for some good old-fashioned American hospitality. One of the first guests to arrive was Lord Whitby, who stepped out of his coach with an exaggerated, sweeping bow. "Duke! Duchess!" Sophia waved from the top of the steps. "You invited Whitby?" James asked dryly. "Of course." James nodded. Then he stuck out his hand to greet his old friend. "Good of you to come." Sophia sensed a lingering tension between them. She had hoped they would have put aside their differences by now. "I wouldn't miss it for the world," Whitby said. He turned his attention to Sophia and kissed her hand. "You look as radiant as ever, madam." She felt a flash memory of the excitement during the all-too-brief London season, the parties, the balls, the anticipation and the glitter. It all felt like a distant dream to her now, as she stood on these cold stone steps with her heavy woolen shawl wrapped around her shoulders.
She'd given up carrying her colourful, lacy parasols ages ago. The servants would probably have laughed her off the premises. She and James escorted Whitby into the front hall, where a footman showed him upstairs. The moment he was out of sight, James spoke softly. "You didn't put him in the Van Decker room, did you?"
"Yes, that's where he stayed last year."
"But last year, your rooms were occupied by my mother." There was a hard edge to his voice.
"What are you getting at, James?"
"Nothing." Then he left her alone in the hall and climbed the stairs to his study. James sat down at his desk to read a letter from his Aunt Caroline in Exeter. He broke the seal and read the long and involved description of what debauchery Martin had been up to, and how she could no longer see fit to have him in her home. Along with the letter was a bill for an enormous debt Martin had incurred at a local tavern, which, naturally, she was refusing to pay. James leaned back in his chair and rubbed his throbbing temples. Martin was on his way home, the note said, which meant James would have to deal with this and impose some form of discipline. Bloody hell, Martin. What did James know about discipline? He certainly wasn't going to beat Martin to a pulp or lock him in a trunk, so where did that leave him? He'd sent him away to Exeter as punishment for getting suspended from school, but the lad continued to behave recklessly, even under the watchful eye of his aunt, who was as stiff and dutiful as her sister, James's own mother. A knock sounded at his door just then, and Sophia entered.
"May I have a word with you, James?"
"Of course." He set the letter aside and gestured for her to sit down. "The guests are settling in?"
"Yes, but I wanted to tell you about the cook. Mrs. Mully slipped on a cabbage leaf and bumped her head. I've sent for the doctor, but Mrs. Mully said that with all the work to do before this evening, your mother would not approve. But I assured her that you would agree with me about her receiving medical attention. I just want to make sure that you support my decision."
James laced his fingers together. "Naturally, I agree. And I will always support your decisions regarding the household, Sophia. You are the Duchess, not Mother." Her shoulders rose and fell, as if she were relieved.
"Thank you."
She stood up to leave, but hesitated.
"Is there something wrong, James? You look troubled."
James gazed up at his wife, wondering what he'd said or done to give himself away. Rising from his chair, he handed her the letter about Martin. She read it quickly, then gave it back to him.
"What will you do?"
"I'm not sure. I'm at a loss, I'm afraid." They both sat down again.
"Is this the first time anything like this has happened?"
she asked. "I wish it were. Martin was suspended from Eton twice, and both times I've sent him to his aunt's, hoping she would have a positive influence on him. Obviously, I was too hopeful."
"I see."
James stood and paced the room. "I cannot ask myself what my father would have done, for my father's methods will not do. But nothing I have tried so far has made any difference."
"What have you tried?"
"I've sent him to people and places I felt would help him mature."
"Have you considered keeping him here for a while?"
James stopped pacing. "I don't suppose I'll have much choice. I'm running out of options."
"This might be the best place for him, with a family who loves him."
There was that word again.
"If he is unhappy," Sophia continued, "we can find out why. Or perhaps we'll discover that he is simply at that age."
"Boys will be boys, you believe?" She shrugged.
"Perhaps, but if it's something more, having him close to us will help us get to the bottom of it."
Sophia rose from her chair, and James was amazed to feel a welcome release of tension. She moved toward him and kissed him on the cheek.
"I will see you in the drawing-room before dinner."
She walked out and left him alone to reflect upon how surprisingly easy it was to share things with his wife, and how much he could rely upon her.
"Remember,"
Lily said to Sophia when the dressing bell rang,
"that when everyone lines up to go into the dining room, you must take your place near the front. Mother will go with James in front of you."
"I thought I outranked your mother."
"You do, but James is the highest-ranking man, and he is required to be matched with the highest-ranking woman who is not his wife, and that would be Mother."
"There's so much to remember," Sophia said.
"You'll do fine. You will walk with the Marquis of Weldon, and behind you will walk Lady Weldon with the Earl of Mandolin. Then I will follow with Lord Whitby. I once had a crush on him, you know."
Sophia stopped mid-stride between the bed and her desk.
"Really? Lord Whitby?"
"Yes," Lily replied with a grin, blushing slightly.
"He and James have been friends for years. I first saw him in London when I was very young, and I thought he was the most dashing young man I had ever met. He and James were always off somewhere, causing trouble."
"Trouble?" Sophia asked, thinking of Martin's recent behaviour.
"They spent a lot of time in the clubs, gambling, and Mother was always furious with them."
"They've matured, though," she said with a smile.
"As I have. But oh, there was a time I did fancy myself very much in love with Lord Whitby. Perhaps it was the rebel in him, and the fact that Mother didn't like him."
Sophia watched her sister-in-law rearrange some tiny cat statues on the mantel, and wondered how Lily was such a romantic when her brother and mother were so much the opposite. Sophia returned to the subject of the formal dinner.
"I hope I don't do anything wrong tonight. Thank you for helping me with the seating arrangements." "You're very welcome. Now I must go and dress. I will see you in the drawing-room."
Sophia summoned Ainsley, her new maid, but before Ainsley arrived, another coach pulled up in front of the house. Sophia went to the window. Two gentlemen stepped out, so she hurried to greet them, for she recognized the older man as Lord Mandolin. She was descending the stairs just as they entered the front hall.
"Good evening, Lord Mandolin, and welcome."
"Duchess, it is a pleasure to see you again."
He bowed, and it was as if his awkward proposal had never occurred. Mandolin turned to introduce the gentleman behind him.
"May I present to you Pierre Biot?"
Monsieur Biot moved forward, and Sophia stared unblinking at his handsome face. His eyes were dark, his hair and moustache even darker, and he had the look of a flirt. He bowed his head and spoke with a thick French accent.
"I am honoured, Your Grace."
She held out her hand, and he kissed it.
"Merci, Monsieur Biot. J'espère que votre voyage au château de Wentworth sera très agréable."
"Why, your French is excellent," he replied. "I am certain I will enjoy my stay here very much, merci. I hope I will not intrude upon your, how do you say it, hospitality?"
"Don't be silly. The more the merrier."
"The more the merrier,"
Pierre repeated.
"That must be an American expression. It is charming. You are charming, Your Grace."
Sophia noticed Lord Mandolin stiffen at Pierre's candid flattery, but it hardly fazed her. She grew up in Wisconsin, where the local blacksmith flirted good-naturedly with elderly women more than he paid attention to his own wife. She instructed the footman to show the gentlemen to their rooms, then went quickly to her own room to dress for dinner. Wearing a dark crimson gown and matching rubies, Sophia entered the gilded drawing-room. All the guests were assembled and conversing with one another. James was at the far end of the room. Her mother-in-law stood by the marble fireplace talking to Lord Mandolin. Sophia moved into the room and greeted Lord Whitby.
"Duchess, you look ravishing this evening."
He reached for her gloved hand and placed a kiss upon her knuckles.
You are too kind, Lord Whitby. I hope you have settled in comfortably.
I have indeed. And yourself?
Me, she replied with a laugh. You forget that I live here.
But that is a recent event. No disappointments, I hope? No bouts of homesickness?
Of course not, she answered smoothly. I'm very happy.
He regarded her intently. Yes, I am sure that you are. No doubt James has done everything in his power to make it so.
A footman with a tray of champagne passed by, and Sophia reached for a glass. They moved on to safer topics about the weather and the dinner menu. A few minutes later, Pierre Biot strolled in and stood in the doorway, assessing the crowd. Realizing he would be acquainted with no one, and happy to have a reason to excuse herself from Lord Whitby, Sophia went to lead Monsieur Biot in and begin the introductions. They made their way around the room. When they reached Marian, she raised her spectacles to garner a better look at the handsome young Frenchman. With one glare at Sophia, she revealed her shock and disapproval that someone new had been invited without her knowledge.
Marian, may I present to you one of our guests, Pierre Biot? He is visiting us from Paris.
Marian accidentally dropped her spectacles. Then she grew pale and collapsed in a heap of skirts and petticoats at Sophia's feet. Chapter 21. James tried to bring his mother around by fanning her with a dinner menu, but it was the smelling salts that did it. 3 vials appeared instantly under her nose from 3 nearby ladies. Sophia knelt on the other side of James's mother, and their guests stood over them with concerned expressions, whispering to each other. "It's the heat," Marian explained as she started awake, her cheeks flushing with mortification. "Tell the footman to put out the fire." James raised a finger at a footman. The next instant, the coals were hissing with smoke and steam. "Are you all right, Mother?" James asked. She touched her cheek with a trembling hand. "Take me to my room." James helped her to her feet, and they moved slowly toward the door, his mother leaning heavily upon him. As they turned toward the stairs, James glanced back into the drawing-room and noticed Sophia speaking with a stranger. "Who is that man?" he asked. "The one with the dark hair and moustache."
"I've no idea," the dowager replied breathlessly. "Someone your wife invited. He's French, James."
James glanced back at them again. His mother continued,
"You of all people should know how she freely introduces herself, and now she's invited a foreigner into our house. It is time you prevailed upon her that she must let go of her American ways. She is a duchess now, yet she still goes around doing as she pleases, causing all sorts of problems you could not even imagine. She does not understand the significance of her rank or the importance of our traditions. You need to take a firmer hand with her."
"Mother," they began to climb the stairs.
"Consider what your father would have done. He would never have permitted the situation to get so out of hand. I cannot even imagine what might have occurred if I had been so bold as to take the liberty Sophia has taken."
James helped her up the rest of the stairs. "Mother, stop. May I remind you that I am not my father, nor do I ever wish to be. And you are no longer mistress of this house. Sophia is mistress now. She is my duchess, and I will be the one to decide what courses to take with her." The dowager hobbled weakly down the first corridor.
"You have not changed, James. You still do everything in your power to hurt me."
"Mother," he said, drawing to a halt, "Sophia has secured our future, and I am not only referring to her father's generous marriage settlement. She has joined our family with a desire to do the very best she can, and I will not permit you to belittle her or accuse her of treachery. Do you understand me?" His mother glared at him with incredulity, then gathered her skirts in her fists and stormed off down the hall, miraculously recovered. James stood in silence, feeling curiously connected to Sophia in that moment,
as if by stating it aloud, they were a new contingent in this dark, cursed house. He backed up a few steps, then started toward the stairs. As he descended, he found himself looking through the open doors of the drawing-room, searching for Sophia. He spotted her. Smiling brightly, she was conversing with Whitby. Then she turned to speak to the Frenchman. She was glowing with cheerfulness and vitality, as she always did when she spoke to people, just as she had glowed for him when they first danced in a London ballroom. It was that very charm that had turned his head and drawn him in. James could not deny his discomfort at seeing her offer her most dazzling smile to two men, one who had sent her 24 roses a few short months ago, while openly pursuing her for marriage, and another who was a mysterious stranger in their home, a Frenchman who had caused his mother to lose consciousness and collapse. He reached the bottom step and walked toward the gathering. The image of his wife with the stranger, from France of all places, brought a frown to James's face, for he did not enjoy being shut out or kept uninformed about things that pertained to his household or his wife. More than that, he did not enjoy the hot sting of jealousy that stabbed him in the gut like a sabre. Marian passed through her bedchamber door and slammed it shut behind her.
"Taylor, a pot of tea. Go and see to it," she said to her maid.
The woman hurried from the room. Marian moved quickly to a chair, her hands still trembling from shock. Genevieve had sent Pierre here. How could she have done such a horrible, horrible thing after she had received what she'd requested, and Marian had assured her that there would be more payments? Had Genevieve decided that money would not satisfy her need for vengeance? Would she attempt to destroy the dukedom as well? Marian covered her face with her hands and tried to think of what to do. Should she tell James? No, she couldn't possibly. If he knew, he would be furious with her for keeping the truth from him all his life. He might even allow the secret to get out, for he had never been one to care about scandals or what others thought of him. Knowing how he felt about his ancestors, Marian couldn't even be certain that he would defend his peerage. He might simply say goodbye to it and sail off into the sunset with his new American upstart wife, and leave me to cope with the aftermath. That night, after all the guests had retired to their rooms, James picked up a candelabra and ventured into the hall. He was on his way to his wife's bedchamber this evening, not to produce an heir, not even to satisfy his own lustful hunger for her, but to reassure himself that she belonged to him and no other. He knocked on her door and entered. Sophia was already in bed with the lamps out, and his appearance must have startled her. She sat up and hugged the covers to her chest.
"James, what are you doing here?"
Can a husband not visit his wife for the mere pleasure of her company? She was quiet for a moment.
"Of course. Please come in. I didn't expect to see you."
She didn't expect it, because this was the first time since their honeymoon that he had come to her 2 nights in a row, and for the pleasure of her company, no less, when they had both accepted that their love-making was about duty and duty alone. Still, here he was. God help him. Somewhere between saying, "I do," and watching Sophia talk to Whitby and that Frenchman tonight, his passions had gained a foothold. He moved fully into the room and set down the candles. "May I join you?" She seemed almost confused by his question, as she turned the covers back for him. James removed his robe and slipped between the cool sheets beside her. "You were stunning this evening," he said. "A perfect hostess."
"Thanks to Lily," Sophia modestly replied. "She's been wonderful, James, helping me with the rules of precedence and so much more."
"I'm pleased to hear it."
"Did you know," Sophia said, "that Lily once fancied Lord Whitby?"
James felt his brow furrow. Whitby? Certainly not. She was just a child when she first met him.
She told me it was a girlhood crush, Sophia continued, and that when the two of you were at school together, she thought his rebellious ways were exciting.
Now that does not surprise me, James said. Lily is a romantic, but she has a wild side, inherited from our father, no doubt.
Sophia's eyebrows lifted. How so?
A month ago, James would have avoided answering such a question. He would never have brought up the subject of his father in the first place. But Sophia already knew a part of what she had married into, and she had not, thank God, fled back to America. My father married late, well into his 30s, so he had a number of years to adopt a rather scandalous manner of existence.
Curiosity gleamed in Sophia's eyes, so James continued.
He gambled and drank and frequented the worst establishments imaginable, and when my grandfather could no longer bear to watch him behave in such ways, he sent him abroad to France to live with an old friend from the war, a military man who was equally as strict. My father, disciplined at last, later returned to England and married my mother, and, at least for a short while, kept up appearances.
Lily told me he had a mistress.
Many, no doubt, but the one he kept the longest was from Paris, a woman he met there.
The candles flickered in the night, and James studied his wife's expression very carefully.
Speaking of Paris, he continued, Mother was clearly distressed by our guest, Pierre Biot. Who is he?
Sophia answered straightforwardly. He is an acquaintance of Lord Manderlin's. The Earl wrote to me a week ago to ask if he could bring a guest. Apparently, Monsieur Biot is visiting England and has hired a cottage from him.
So you've only just met him? James asked.
Yes, today for the first time. Why? Did you think he was a friend of mine?
James realized at that uncomfortable moment how irrational he had been, jumping to conclusions, influenced by his mother's histrionics and giving in to a ridiculous jealousy which had no foundation in reality. I didn't know one way or the other.
Sophia reached up to stroke his cheek. Well, now you do, so you can forget about it and think of something else, something more immediate, like making love to your devoted wife.
The silky tone of her voice took him back to their honeymoon, when he had permitted himself simply to adore her, and she had revelled in that adoration. With the thought of making love to her, his mouth lifted in a smile. You realize I'll be staying all night.
Good, because I might have tied you to the bedpost if you tried to leave.
He smiled again. The time for talking was over. The need to have her became powerful beyond belief. He could not have fought it if he'd wanted to, for he was overcome by a ferocious compulsion to possess her in every possible way. It was frightening, all of it, because it was exactly what he had been trying to avoid all his life. Uncontrollable, unstoppable passion. For Sophia, the following few days were the happiest since she and James had arrived at Wentworth Castle. The guests brought laughter and conversation to the dinner table, and for once she was not embarrassed to wear her Worth gowns and extravagant jewels. Above all, James had been remarkably attentive, coming to her room each night and remaining until dawn. It was as if his cruel withdrawal was a thing of the past, and he had settled into the idea of welcoming her into his life and opening himself up to at least an outward appearance of intimacy. Even his love-making had changed. He smiled and laughed as he had on their honeymoon. He talked to her about Martin and Lily and changes he wanted to make in the running of the estate. She and James amused themselves in bed at night by going over all the little foibles during the party. How Lady Fenwick had gotten her heels stuck in a crack under the front portico, and how the dowager had tried to pull her free. The two ladies had grunted and groaned, each of them mortified beyond words, then immediately afterward tried to pretend it didn't happen. James and Sophia laughed so hard over it that he nearly fell out of bed. Of course, James had never once told her that he loved her, nor had she spoken those words to him since his return from London, for she sensed an emotional barrier that still remained, a barrier around his heart. She did not want to push him too far and cause him to retreat again, so she held back the full force of her love. But with all the changes in the past few days, she began to feel that there was hope for such sentiments in the future. That alone gave her the strength to press on with a smile. She wondered if he realized how far he had come, how different he was, and if he would ever mention it or acknowledge it. Perhaps he would one day. For James, the shooting party was fast becoming the best on record, for there had been a certain relaxed ambiance. Thanks to Sophia, there was a conspicuous lack of highbrow, tight-laced expectations, the kind his mother had always so carefully communicated in the past, and James was enjoying himself tremendously. Like a fresh summer breeze, Sophia had released the tensions of previous years. She'd hired an American accordion player, whom she accompanied on the piano, while the two of them played lively little ditties in the evenings. His mother had winced at every one of them. Sophia arranged games like Clap In, Clap Out, and Blind Man's Bluff, which, after a few glasses of wine, had everyone laughing uproariously by midnight. He could not remember a time in his life when he had laughed as often and as outrageously as he had that week. One particular afternoon, he and the other gentlemen were out with the guns, and Whitby moved to stand beside James. James and Whitby had avoided each other rather conspicuously during the week, speaking with civility whenever necessary, both of them recognizing the fact that their friendship had been maimed. The last time any honest words were spoken between them, Whitby had expressed his outrage at James for proposing to Sophia, and James had simply walked away. Afterward, he had put it behind him, pushed it from his thoughts, as James did with so many other unpleasant things in his life. Whitby aimed his shotgun and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, and one of the lower birds in the flock fell from the sky. "Well done," James said. "Not as impressive as that last shot of yours, but you always did aim high." James felt his shoulders tense. "So how is married life?" Whitby asked. "Everything you thought it would be?" "Everything and more. Sophia is a fine duchess." Whitby aimed and fired again. "I never doubted it." He lowered his gun and turned to James. "She's certainly made some radical changes around here." James merely nodded. "I can't imagine your mother is taking it well." "Mother is taking it in stride. Well, she couldn't possibly suggest that Sophia has neglected any details in planning this event. The sheer volume of food devoured this week has been matchless, James. The shrimp soup was fantastic. Your wife has a talent in that regard, to be sure. She's an excellent hostess." Whitby handed his gun to a servant for reloading, while James waited for the beaters to send out another flock. "Who is the Frenchman, by the way?" Whitby asked. "He's been here for all the dinners, but never stays for cigars or dancing. Is he a friend of Sophia's?" "No, he's Mandelin's guest," James explained. "I see." Another flock flew across the sky. Both James and Whitby aimed and fired. "Kind of a strange fellow," Whitby said. "Doesn't talk much, only to the ladies. Not into shooting, I take it?" "I presume not, or he'd be here, wouldn't he?" They were quiet for a few minutes, each concentrating on their shots. Then Whitby lowered his gun. "Look, James, we've been friends for a long time, and I feel I must apologize for making presumptions about certain things. Everything turned out the way it was meant to, and I would like to put it behind us if you're willing."
James gazed down at the brown grass. He had not expected this today, nor had he let himself admit how wretched he had felt over his estrangement from his oldest friend. With a deep sigh, James faced Whitby. He held out his hand, and they shook on it.
"I'm sorry too, my friend. I hope you weren't hurt by any of it." "Hurt? Me? God, no. The marriage mart is nothing but a cutthroat competition, especially when heiresses are involved. My pride was a little damaged, that's all."
Another flock went up, and they both aimed and fired. As they reloaded, Whitby nudged James.
"I haven't given up, you know. There's always next season. No doubt another steamship full of American beauties will be making the crossing as soon as the weather turns."
With a smile, James regarded his friend.
"And you'll be there to greet the ship of gold?"
Whitby raised a cunning eyebrow.
"Naturally. True love awaits me. Just over the blue horizon, I believe. Or at least I can always hope."
2 guests arrived late for the final 2 days of shooting, so Sophia stole a moment to return to her boudoir and consider the new seating arrangement for dinner. She sat down with her leather pad, which had slots cut into it for the insertion of name cards showing who would sit where. But when Sophia came to the new guests, she wasn't absolutely certain where they should be. She suddenly had the worst fear that she would turn the whole table into a fiasco, and some pompous peer would scream bloody murder. She needed Debrett's peerage, which assigned a number for each peer and his family members. Unfortunately, Marian preferred to keep it in her room, since, like everything else, it had belonged to her first. Sophia left her room and went to the dowager's boudoir. She was about to knock on the door when she heard a gut-wrenching sob. She pressed her ear to the door and listened. Sophia hesitated for a moment, thinking she shouldn't intrude. But when she heard another sob, a pang of sympathy for the woman tugged at her insides. Sophia knocked, and a long silence followed. Finally, Marian responded.
"Who is it?"
Sophia didn't bother to answer, because she knew Marian would only tell her to go away. Instead, she gently pushed the door open. "It's me, Sophia. Is everything all right? Can I do anything for you?" The dowager dabbed at her eyes and sat upright in her chair.
"I did not say that you could enter."
Sophia stood in the open doorway. "But I heard you crying, Marian. Perhaps I can help."
"No, you should leave. I want to be alone."
It would be easiest to simply back out and close the door, but Sophia lingered. Then she remembered why she had come. She stepped more fully into the room. "I came to borrow Debrett's peerage again. I need to change the seating at dinner."
"Why? Is someone leaving?"
She sounded overly hopeful. "No, Lord Whitfield arrived this afternoon with his wife." Marian cleared her throat, taking a moment to collect herself. Then she slowly rose from her chair to go and retrieve the book from her desk. She handed it to Sophia, without any of her usual criticisms or carping. Her eyes were red and swollen. "Marian," Sophia said softly, "please, tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can be of help." The dowager's lips tightened into a thin line.
"There is nothing wrong. Certainly nothing you would understand. So please leave."
Sophia held firm. "I can't, not knowing that you are suffering." The dowager seemed to flinch at Sophia's declaration, then turned away and walked to the window.
"I don't wish to talk about it."
Sophia wondered why Marian insisted on being so cold to everyone, when a little warmth might open up a world of happiness for her.
Sophia supposed Marian had never been taught how to convey warmth toward another human being, and she had probably never been on the receiving end of it. Sophia moved closer.
You can trust me, you know. Whatever you tell me won't go beyond these 4 walls.
I have nothing to tell.
Marian, I can see plainly that that's not true.
The dowager remained at the window. Why must you be so bold, Sophia? It is not becoming of a duchess.
That is not important, because in my heart I am your daughter-in-law first and foremost,
Sophia said.
I am a duchess second. As your daughter-in-law, I want to help you.
Marian was quiet. Then at last she turned, and the unthinkable happened. She dropped her face into her hands and wept. Sophia hurried to embrace her, and the world seemed to shift under her feet as she held her mother-in-law and felt the racking sobs shake her. Sophia rubbed Marian's back and whispered soothing things. After a moment, Marian calmed and backed away. She kept her eyes downcast, as if she were ashamed of her emotions, and blew her nose into a handkerchief. I apologize. I don't know what came over me.
There's nothing to apologize for,
Sophia replied.
Something has upset you. What is it?
Eyes still downcast, she shook her head, refusing to say. Sophia took hold of her hand, led her to the bed, and sat down beside her.
Obviously, there is no one here you can talk to. Please let me be the one. I can help, I know I can.
How can you possibly help? She said weakly. I have kept a secret, and I cannot reveal it to anyone.
But you must, for your own peace of mind. You must have someone on your side. You must have at least one true friend in your life, someone you feel you can trust, even if all they ever do is provide a sympathetic ear.
Marian again shook her head at Sophia, as if she couldn't believe any of what she was saying.
Is there no one you trust?
Marian stood up and walked away again. Sophia supposed it was her habit to walk away, to avoid intimacy. A lifetime habit, hard to break. Sophia sat on the bed, waiting patiently for Marian's reply. The dowager paced the room for a moment or two, then finally returned to sit on the edge of the bed. There is something that no one knows, not even James. Sophia swallowed uneasily.
What is it, Marian?
She paused for a long, electrified moment. He is not the true heir to this dukedom. Chapter 22. Sophia's stomach coiled nauseatingly. She had expected something trivial, like an embarrassing error in protocol during the shooting party, or a minor scandal. Perhaps one of the guests had been carrying on an improper affair with another guest. But this...
Are you sure?
Yes. There is a secret in our past, and I've spent all my life fighting to keep it from the world.
What is it?
Marian bowed her head. It was all because of my husband, Henry. It's his fault this has happened. His fault we are all in dire straits. She met Sophia's gaze. I was not his first wife. Sophia tried to contemplate what this meant.
You mean he had a child from his first marriage?
Yes, a son. But he didn't know that when he divorced her. He'd gone to live in France when he was a younger man, and he married Genevieve, a woman no one would have approved of. She was an actress, and she performed in one of those vulgar penny gaffes. Knowing Henry, he probably married her just to spite his own father, for believe me, that man was no saint. Sophia squeezed Marian's hand and rubbed the back of it. At any rate, Henry never told her he was a duke, nor did he tell anyone from England that he had become a husband.
He all but changed his identity and lived another life. He married Genevieve in Paris, where they lived in a horrid place in the worst part of the city. But when he found out he'd inherited his title, he returned to London, divorced her, and married me very quickly. I don't think Genevieve was sorry to see him go, because he was a violent man, and that's why she never told him about the son. It was years later that she discovered who he was, but by that time she was running a brothel, and he, of course, didn't wish to bring that kind of scandal back home, where his respectable English son, James, was being groomed to inherit. So he began a costly affair with her, which was half blackmail, half sickening lust and power struggles. That's where all our money went, to keep her quiet. Marian began to weep again. After Henry died, I didn't hear from her, but she wrote to me not long ago, insisting that I continue to support her financially, or she would reveal her son to the world. I just received this telegram, asking for more by the end of the week.
But blackmail is not legal, Sophia said, taking the telegram from Marian and reading it for herself.
What does that matter if the truth gets out? Paying her what she asks for is the only way I can keep James from losing everything. Oh, I wish she would just disappear.
Sophia squeezed Marian's hand again.
Are you sure you shouldn't tell James about this? He might be able to do something. Perhaps there's a way. Maybe their marriage wasn't legal in the first place. You say she didn't know Henry was a duke. Did he use a false name? Because that could render the marriage contract void. He used his family name. I've seen the marriage certificate. I looked into it years ago. They were legally married.
But why wouldn't she just come and claim her son's birthright? Why insist that you pay her? It sounds suspicious to me.
She only wants money or jewels, so she can live a life of luxury and continue to operate as a businesswoman.
Sophia shook her head.
You really should tell James. No, I've worked all my life to protect him from this filth, and I will not see him lose what belongs to him. He has a certain sense of justice, and I fear he might—
She didn't finish. You fear he might give the dukedom to his half-brother?
He might.
Sophia stood up and began to pace the room. But it would at least be his choice. Marian's face reddened.
You promised me you would keep this between us, Sophia.
Yes, I know, but— Marian rose and approached her.
You promised, Sophia. I would never have told you any of this if you hadn't convinced me that I could trust you.
What was Sophia to do? Keep this secret from her husband in order to win the approval of her mother-in-law, who had never been anything but hateful toward her? What if James found out? But perhaps this was why Marian had been so hateful all her life, because she had no one to confide in, no one to trust. How could anyone be anything but hateful without ever knowing true love? With pleading, vulnerable eyes, Marian watched her and waited. Debrett's peerage sat on the desk. Sophia's duties as hostess were waiting. She went to Marian and held both her hands. I will keep your secret for now, but I will also try to help somehow. Perhaps, once Sophia proved to Marian that it was better to trust people than to shut them out, Marian might decide to trust James too. Sophia would work on that, getting Marian to tell James. You were right to have told me. The desperation in Marian's eyes dimmed slightly. She leaned in and hugged Sophia, who tried not to gasp at the surprising, unexpected gesture from this cold, unfeeling woman. Marian stepped back.
There is one thing more.
One thing more? What else could there possibly be after the last shocking torrent of scandal?
The brother that James doesn't know about. His name is Pierre, and he's here at our house party. It's Pierre Biot.
After tea, the guests took an evening stroll through the formal gardens, then retired to their chambers to dress for dinner. Sophia was late getting back to her rooms, as she had to converse with Mrs. Mully, fully recovered after her fall, about the turtle soup, and remind her that 4 of the guests were strongly averse to onions. All this while her mind was still reeling over what Marian had divulged. Pierre Biot was James's half-brother. She recalled the many times she had socialized with Monsieur Biot over the past few days. He had done nothing to suggest that he had any sinister ulterior motives in mind. There had been no threats from him, no devious looks. There had only been the telegram from Madame Larue demanding another payment. Why was Pierre here? Simply to put pressure on Marian? Or was he here to look over the estate he hoped to inherit? Entering her room at last and closing the door behind her, Sophia began to unbutton her bodice. How was she ever going to convince Marian to trust James and tell him about the blackmail? Sophia despised the fact that she was keeping something from her husband, something dreadful, when she wanted his complete trust and love, and she wanted to trust and love him openly in return. But she had promised Marian, and she felt she was close to bridging the gap between them. She couldn't possibly betray her now. Why had this happened, when she and James were finally moving forward? Sophia hugged her arms about herself. She needed time. Time to comprehend what all this meant, and how she could best serve this family. In the drawing-room, where the guests gathered before dinner, Sophia mingled through the crowd toward Monsieur Biot. Marian had not known why he had come here, for he hadn't revealed himself to her or voiced any demands, nor had he told anyone that he had a previous connection with this family. Pierre simply attended the luncheons and dinners, made light conversation with the other guests, and took long, leisurely walks alone while the men were out with the guns.
Monsieur Biot, how are you enjoying England, now that you've had a few days to explore it?
She asked when she joined him.
Very well, Your Grace,
he replied in his thick French accent. He was a handsome man, but there was little resemblance to James, except for his dark colouring, which was exactly the same. But how many men have dark hair, she wondered. Almost half the male population, surely. Lily approached and smiled dazzlingly.
Monsieur Biot, you didn't stay for the entertainments last evening. You must stay tonight. Musicians from London arrived this afternoon, and I do believe there will be dancing. Isn't that right, Sophia?
Yes, we've opened the smaller ballroom in the East Wing. Pierre raised his eyebrows.
Dancing, you say? Well, I suppose I shall have to attend, with the promise that you will do me the honour, Lady Lily.
Lily's eyes beamed.
I would be delighted. Will you excuse me?
She turned to go and mingle with other guests. Sophia caught a glimpse of Pierre watching Lily walk away. No, not just watching her. He was devouring her with his eyes. Sophia felt momentarily sick at the sight of his expression. Did he not realize that Lily was his half-sister? Sophia supposed he didn't think anyone else knew. Then she wondered if he knew it himself. Could that be true? Could his mother have kept the truth from him and sent him here simply to make Marian anxious, without even knowing his true purpose? Sophia pasted on a smile.
Tell me about your home, Monsieur Biot. What part of France do you come from?
For the next few minutes, she asked him other questions about his life, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He never mentioned a mother who operated a brothel, nor a father who had abandoned him before he was born. He said his parents were successful merchants. Other guests joined them, and Sophia remembered her duties as hostess.
If you will excuse me.
Feeling no more confident about what was truly going on, she turned away and spotted James just inside the door of the drawing-room, staring at her. They met a few minutes later by the fireplace. He raised her gloved hand to his lips and kissed it. "Madam, your beauty astounds me."
"Shameless flatterer,"
she replied with a grin, and strove to push thoughts of Monsieur Biot from her mind, as she and James mixed and laughed with the guests until the dinner gong rang out. Then, with strict adherence to the order of precedence, everyone filed into the dining-room for dinner. The following day, James waited in Sophia's bedchamber for her to return, after the usual stroll with the guests before dinner. But even after most of the others had come in, she still did not arrive. Weary after a long day on the moors, James fell asleep on his wife's bed. Then woke an hour later, only to discover that she had still not returned. Growing concerned, he rose from the bed and went to the window. There, outside on the lawn, returning from a stroll through the secluded south garden, was his wife and the French fellow. Sophia's arm was looped through his, and she was laughing at something he had said. James experienced an instantaneous pang of jealousy, even as he told himself that jealousy was not rational. He trusted his wife. Truly he did. He did not for a moment believe that Sophia would encourage a flirtation with Monsieur Biot. But still, James did not enjoy seeing his wife out walking with another man, holding his arm in the golden twilight, when he did not entirely trust the gentleman in question. He pulled on his jacket and decided it would be best not to be there when she returned. He did not want her to know that he had been watching her, nor did he wish to ask prying, accusing questions about where she had been and why she had been gone so long. That was something his father would have done while smashing a piece of furniture to bits, and James was not his father. He would not allow himself to be overly suspicious. Regarding the murderous temper he might have inherited from the man, well, that he had crushed a long time ago when he'd crushed so many other things in the deeper reaches of his soul. Why, then, did he feel the need to avoid seeing Sophia just now? As he walked back to his own bedchamber, a memory came to him. He recalled a day in his childhood when he had been 5 or 6 years old at best, and his mother had found him at the window in tears because some visiting children had gone out to play and had not invited him to join them. His mother had thrown him into the trunk and told him not to cry or his father would hear of it. He supposed that day he had learned to conceal his feelings, not to show weakness. James pushed his own bedchamber door open, but stopped at the sight of a male visitor sitting in front of the fireplace. It was his younger brother, Martin. James lowered his eyes briefly, for there had not been sufficient time to decide how he was going to manage Martin's awkward homecoming. "Martin," he said, speaking vigorously and lifting his gaze. "Welcome home. I didn't expect you until tomorrow." His younger brother quickly stood. His eyes wavered back and forth between confident rebelliousness and absolute terror. "I'm here today as planned." James moved more fully into the room and closed the door behind him. Thompson, his valet, was in the dressing-room brushing lint off one of James's suit jackets. "Thompson, if you will excuse us, please." As soon as the man was gone, Martin flopped onto a chair and slouched very low. James could see that his younger brother's guard was up, even though he was trying to convey a carefree appearance. It reminded James of all the times he had faced his own father in situations like these, clinging to his dignity when he knew it was about to be crushed. He'd never imagined himself on this side of the fence. "I suppose you want to exact some form of punishment now," Martin said lazily. Go ahead. I'm waiting. James crossed to the window and looked out. His eyes scanned the garden below for Sophia, but she was gone now. I understand that you have some debts that must be paid, he said. No more than any other man my age. Martin was barely a man, James thought, turning to face his lanky younger brother sprawling in the chair. What your friends are up to is no concern of mine, James said flatly. There is responsible behaviour, and there is recklessness. I would prefer to see you living your life in the first category. Martin swiped a hand across his knee and got up. You would like to see me bored to death, here in the country with nothing to do but wander around or go fishing. He turned a cautious, uncertain glance at James, no doubt to test the waters of his brother's anger, then continued. If I recall, you were no better at my age, you and Whitby. I know about the trouble you got into. I know how often you were suspended from school. James breathed deeply, searching for calm. Indeed, I was suspended. That, unfortunately, was the least of my punishments. Martin dropped his gaze to the floor, knowing well enough what James was referring to. Nevertheless, I am no worse than you, Martin said. Yet you look at me like I am a great disappointment, like I should know better, when you didn't know better when you were my age. James paced the floor. What are you suggesting? That I should simply let it go? If we are comparing the two of us, I assure you, no one let any of my misdemeanours go without punishment. Martin raked a hand through his hair. It's bloody dull here, James. In what way? There's no one my age. Lily is less than 2 years older than you. Lily's my sister, and all she talks about are dresses and fairy tales. James closed the distance between himself and his brother. That may be true, but surely you know there must be consequences for your actions, Martin. You were caught a second time with brandy and a woman in your room at Eton, and your aunt has been completely unable to steer you back on track. James turned away again. You will have no increases in your allowance for the rest of the year, nor will you be permitted to leave Wentworth until I deem it appropriate. Martin frowned. You're going to lock me up? Nothing quite so dramatic as that. I will hire a private tutor so you can continue your studies, and when I am convinced you've turned a corner, I'll consider your wishes. Until then, I suggest that you take a liking to the country air. Martin tipped his head back and groaned. This is dashed cruel of you, James. James whirled around to face him. Cruel of me? Would you prefer I take a stick to you instead, or hold your hand over a burning candle until you screamed an apology and promised never to do it again? Martin's lips fell open with astonishment and understanding, for he knew the tales. Quietly he said, No, James. Then he straightened his shoulders. May I go now? Yes. You're welcome to join the guests at dinner if you like. Martin paused at the door. I'm rather tired after my journey. I'd prefer to have something sent up to my room. Fine. The guests will be gone by tomorrow, so I only ask that you plan to join the family tomorrow evening. I'm sure Lily and Sophia will wish to see you. Martin nodded and walked out. James went to dress for dinner. Chapter 23. James watched his wife converse with some of the guests on the other side of the ballroom. He couldn't get over how brightly she sparkled as a hostess. She had a way with people, a radiant glow that brought smiles to the faces of everyone in the room. Everyone except his mother, who was sitting along the far wall with some of the other matrons, fanning herself, not enjoying herself one bit, but that was nothing new. He glanced at the door when an impressive young gentleman entered, and with some surprise he realized it was Martin. Strange, how a black suit with tails could mature a young man so instantly. Martin stood tall and confident, his white-gloved hands at his sides while he surveyed the room. James went to greet him. "You decided to join us." They began to walk together around the dance floor. "I couldn't help it. I was trying to fashion a water bomb to explode over Lord Needham's door when he opened it later tonight, but the music and noise was dastardly distracting. I couldn't concentrate." Appalled, James halted on the polished wood floor. Martin halted too, shaking his head cynically. "I'm joking, James. What do you take me for?" Just then Sophia approached. Her face lit up with a smile, and she held her gloved hands out to greet her brother-in-law.
"Martin, how wonderful to see you. I haven't seen you since the wedding. James told me you'd returned. I'm so pleased you decided to join us."
Martin's cheeks flushed at the warm welcome, as Sophia looped her arm through his and walked beside him.
"How was your journey?" she asked. "The train trip wasn't too tedious, I hope?"
Martin described how tedious it was, in fact, and Sophia agreed with everything he said, nodding and telling her own little stories about similar experiences. Before long, Martin was smiling and laughing, and James wondered how it was possible he could have been so blessed to have found such a wife who was not only obscenely rich but brilliantly charming. A woman who could create miracles, like making his cynical younger brother smile. They continued to walk together around the perimeter of the room.
"There are a few single young ladies here," Sophia said. "Would you like me to introduce you?"
"That would be splendid," Martin replied. They found a group at the far corner of the ballroom. They all smiled at Sophia, unable to take their eyes off her, while she engaged them in some light pleasantries, and James realized that the whole world seemed to be enchanted by his beautiful wife.
"Lady Beauchamp," Sophia said, "may I present my brother-in-law, Lord Martin Langdon? Martin, this is Lady Beauchamp and her daughter, Lady Emma Crosby."
Martin bowed cordially, then requested the next spot on Lady Emma's card. When the music began, he escorted her onto the floor. "You are a remarkable woman," James whispered to Sophia, as they ventured off to steal a few minutes alone together outside on the balcony. They found an empty corner near a potted baby elm. It was a warm evening for October, without a hint of a breeze. An autumn fragrance of freshly fallen leaves floated in the air.
"How so?"
she replied flirtatiously.
"And spare none of the details."
He grinned. "You make people feel appreciated and esteemed, as if you have been waiting all day just to talk to them. Everyone adores you." Sophia rested her graceful hands on the balustrade and smiled modestly.
"Me? An American? Who would ever have thought?"
He covered her hand with his own. "That's sadly true, my darling. But you have won everyone over. You have conquered England." She laughed.
"Oh, James, I never meant to conquer anything, only to find happiness."
"And have you?" He was ardently surprised at his desire to know her answer, for he had never intended to care one way or another if she was happy. He hadn't wanted to feel anything where she was concerned. Yet he had found joy with his wife these past few weeks. He would not wish to give it up. Sophia laid her warm palm on his cheek.
"Yes, I have never been happier. I am pleased that we have been able to enjoy each other."
Enjoy. He remembered using that word a month ago, the night before he left for London without saying goodbye to Sophia. He had told her there was nothing wrong with enjoying each other, but that he'd never intended to love her. She, in turn, had claimed that she loved him. He had not believed her that night. He had not thought it possible.
Love could not be so easy to feel, nor could it advance so quickly. He had been certain she'd married him for his title. Yet this rapture he felt now, as he gazed into her eyes, it had come upon him like a great tidal wave, the force of it compounding with every night spent in her arms, and every morning he woke to the glorious warmth of her sweet company beside him. Was this love? If it was, when had it begun? The first time he'd seen her in London? Had it been growing and deepening all this time? He remembered a night not so long ago in his bedchamber, when she'd asked him questions about his childhood. He had made love to her afterward, and a small door inside him had creaked open. Perhaps that had been the turning point. He had felt an unfamiliar tenderness that night, and because he had not banished it, it had grown into something more. "You were very good with Martin just now." He raised her gloved hand to his lips and kissed it. "I appreciate that, Sophia. Thank you."
"You have nothing to thank me for," she replied. "I was truly happy to see him. I hope he will know how much we care about him, James, and that we genuinely want him to stay."
James felt a tremor of sentimental emotion deep down inside himself. Completely enraptured, he stared at his wife. "I've never known anyone like you, Sophia. No one has ever been so willing and unafraid to express their affections." She gazed directly into his eyes.
"Perhaps you should try it sometime."
He basked in her warmth and beauty, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. It was the only way he could express how he felt at that moment, for he wasn't sure he understood it enough to articulate. Later that night, he went to her room. Sophia was sitting by a roaring fire, waiting for him. As he approached, and she stood up to walk into his open arms, he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that the tidal wave had crashed upon his shore. This, God help him, was love. Late the next morning, Sophia looked out her window and saw Monsieur Biot heading toward the gardens with a large group of ladies and a few of the husbands. If only she had been able to squeeze some information out of him, or a clue about his intentions, when she went walking with him the previous day. He had said nothing the least bit incriminating, which continued to bother Sophia, for what kind of blackmailer had no secret plots? Perhaps he was not as dangerous as Marian believed. Or maybe he was more so. She went to the hall to deliver instructions to the butler about the guests' departures, but found herself pausing just outside of Pierre's guest chamber door. The silence in the house did not go unnoticed. She stared curiously at his door, wishing there was some way she could learn something about him. Anything that would help her convince Marian to confide in James. If they were ever going to grow close as a family, they all needed to trust each other. But that was Sophia's problem. She wanted to tell James what was afoot, but she had promised Marian that she would not, and her relationship with the Dowager was precarious at best. She could not betray her now, or all hope for a deep personal alliance would be lost. She gazed at the doorknob to Pierre's room. Could there be a clue in there about what he knew, or what his intentions were? A diary, perhaps. A diary. That was hoping for too much. Nevertheless, if she was going to convince Marian to trust James with the truth, Sophia needed to know what that truth was. She could not keep this nebulous secret from him forever, especially when she was working so hard to help him open up to her and trust her and love her. Sophia listened for sounds in the corridor, and knew this was an opportunity that would not come again. Perhaps she could just take a quick peek. She checked over her shoulder, then quietly pushed open Pierre's door. The bed was made, the fireplace swept clean. His travelling case sat open on the floor beneath the window. His razor and brushes were placed neatly upon the dresser. Sophia tiptoed toward the travelling case, but there was nothing inside. She moved to the wardrobe and pulled open the doors. A few expensive suit jackets and shirts were hanging there. With a terrible rush of guilt, she stuck her hands into the pockets, looking for God knew what. All the pockets were empty. She shut the doors and moved to the dressing table, where she found a travel book about London. Her eyes perused the room, but there appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary. Not wanting to risk being caught, she decided it would be best to leave. She went to the door and opened it a crack, peered out into the hall, and made sure no one was about. All seemed quiet, so she sneaked out. She barely made it halfway down the hall when she heard James's voice. "Darling!" Halting fast, she felt her cheeks flush. She forced a smile and swung around. Her husband was walking toward her. "Do you have a moment?" Had he seen where she was? She wondered frantically. "Of course." He caught up with her and kissed her on the cheek. "You're overwhelmed with hostess duties, I suppose?" "Overwhelmed, yes. Everyone will be leaving after luncheon, and I'm still scrambling to get the carriages organised at the right times. Some of the guests will be catching the early train, while others are catching the late one. It is an organisational nightmare." "May I do anything to assist?" "No, truly. I have it all in hand." He glanced at Pierre's door. "I noticed you coming out of Monsieur Biot's bedchamber just now. He is finding his visit satisfactory, I hope." The beating of her heart resonated to a full cacophony. "Yes, I was just checking the ink jars in all the rooms to make sure they were full." "And were they?" Her eyebrows flew up. "Yes." He gazed at her for a long moment. She did her best to smile and appear relaxed, for she did not wish him to know that she was keeping anything from him. That would put them back at square one. He kissed her on the cheek again. "You're busy. I won't keep you, but I will look forward to a quiet dinner this evening. It will be pleasant to have the house to ourselves again." With an appealing glimmer in his eye, he turned and walked in the other direction down the hall. Sophia continued on, immediately worrying over what she had just done. Maybe she should have confessed everything to James. If only she could have had a moment to think on it, rather than staring up at him and being forced to reply to an accusation, and she wasn't even sure it was an accusation, that she did not wish to acknowledge just yet. Soon, she promised herself. Soon he would know everything. And with luck, they would all work together to bring an end to this disturbing situation. 10 minutes later, James was gazing pensively out his study window. Had Sophia truly been checking ink jars? What was it that made him suspect otherwise? The colour in her cheeks? The tone of her voice? He sat down in the chair in front of the unlit fireplace, rubbing his chin with his thumb. It didn't matter what it was. He had known there was something wrong, and he was sure he was not being irrational or excessively suspicious. His wife had just lied to him, and he knew it. The fact was, something about Biot rubbed James the wrong way. Ever since the first moment he'd laid eyes on him, he didn't trust the man, and that had nothing to do with Sophia. But why was she skulking around in Biot's room while the man was out walking in the garden? Was there something going on between them? Bloody hell! James rose from his chair and returned to the window. He hated that he could even entertain such a thought. Sophia had been nothing but caring and dutiful since the first moment she'd agreed to be his wife, even when she was faced with the cruel reality of the personal torments that he had hidden from her. To suspect her of anything surreptitious would be absurd. He should not be jumping to ridiculous, melodramatic conclusions about something he had no good reason to suspect. He hoped this was not the beginning of a slow descent into hell. James tipped his head back and stared at the ceiling. Perhaps he should go to Pierre's room and end this curiosity. He could check the ink jars for himself. A moment later, He was letting himself into the blue guest chamber and perusing the room. He glanced at Pierre's empty travelling case, then checked the ink jar. It was empty. Sophia had said it was full. His eyes turned to the bed, where a note lay on the pillow with a single red rose upon it. He immediately picked it up. It was written on the ducal stationery. "My darling Pierre," the author wrote in an elegant script that looked very much like his wife's. "I enjoyed our walk in the garden together, and I only wish we could have stolen a few more moments. Please do not leave for London yet. Stay here at the castle a few more days, for I am not yet ready to say goodbye." James sat down upon the edge of the bed and read the note again. He did not want to believe what he was seeing, nor did he wish to feel the ice-cold chill or fury that was moving slowly and painfully through his veins. Perhaps Pierre had begun a tendre with one of the guests, whose writing bore a resemblance to Sophia's, he thought, with a desperate, fleeting hope. But no, the note was asking Pierre to remain at the castle. Everyone else was leaving. A servant, perhaps? Anger, deep and unbidden, began to simmer. This was the ducal stationery. A servant would never use it. James squeezed his forehead between his thumb and forefinger. This was madness. He could not believe it. He would not. What, then, should he do? James did the only thing he could possibly do to prevent himself from losing his mind. He went all over the house, searching for Sophia, and when he found her in the dining room, checking the place settings at the luncheon table, he confronted her. "Might I have a word with you?" "Certainly." She kept her eyes upon the place settings as she continued to move along the length of the table. He could stem his impatience. "In my study, if you please." Chapter 24. Sophia followed James to his private study. He sat down at his large desk and gestured for her to take the seat on the opposite side. For a second or two he said nothing, while Sophia sat with her back poker straight, squeezing her hands in her lap, and feeling as if she'd just been called into the schoolmaster's office, after being caught cheating on an examination. This was very strange. She did not feel like she was looking at the husband she had come to know in the past week. Finally, after what seemed like an interminable silence, James reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a letter. He rose from his chair and handed it across the desk to Sophia. "I wish to know the meaning of this," he said coolly. Sophia read it, and her blood began to rush to her head, until her temples were throbbing. "Where did you get this?" "On Pierre Biot's pillow." "When?" "Just now." She swallowed uneasily. "Why, may I ask? Do you expect me to know the meaning of it?" "It looks like your penmanship, does it not?" What had, a moment ago, been anxiousness, exploded into outright fury. "You think I wrote this?" "You did not?" "No," she shouted. "I would never write a letter like this to another man." He studied her expression suspiciously. "How can I be sure of that?" This was all too familiar. It felt like that horrible night before James left for London. He had been cold and unfeeling then, just as he was cold and unfeeling now. He had the same look in his eyes, the look that told her he did not care whether she loved or hated him. "If you do not know me well enough by now to be certain that I would not have written this, then I am disappointed in you, James." She stood up to leave. "Stop right there," he said, rising also. "This discussion is not over." Sophia heard the note of command in his voice and halted. After all the progress she and James had made over the past few weeks, the fact that she was afraid at this moment was completely devastating to her. "Sit down," he said. Sophia returned to her chair. James waited for her to be seated before he sat down as well. "What were you doing in his room?"
And please, do not tell me that you were checking the ink jar. I am fully aware that you were dishonest about that.
You went in there to check up on me? She asked.
Yes, he said flatly. Sophia stared at him for a moment, then picked up the note and read it again.
I give you my word. I did not write this. It wasn't on the pillow when I was in the room. I most certainly would have noticed it.
You have neglected, Sophia, to explain what you were doing in Monsieur Biot's room in the first place. Panic rushed at her with frightening speed. What was she to say? She had promised Marian that she could be trusted, and if she told James now, he would go to his mother in all his fury and meet her head to head. It could not end that way. Any hopes that the family could be eased into leaning upon each other would be shattered. Sophia let out a sigh of defeat.
James, I truly do not know who wrote this letter. It could have been anyone. Yes, the penmanship resembles mine, but it was not done by my hand. I need to know that you believe me.
Very well, I believe you, he said. Now, will you tell me what you were doing in Pierre's room? His voice was edged with steel and sent a shiver down Sophia's spine. Vexed by his ice-cold manner with her, but knowing she had to come clean, she raised her chin.
Fine. You're right. I lied about the ink jar.
Why? She paused, taking a moment to consider how best to answer that question.
I know it doesn't look good, and I will admit that I am keeping something from you, James, but it's not what you seem to think.
What is it, then? She cleared her throat.
Someone has trusted me with a secret, but I cannot tell you what it is and betray that trust. At least not yet. I can only promise you that I will endeavor to do the right thing and find a way to tell you as soon as I can.
He rose from his chair and walked to the fireplace, stared down at the empty grate. Keeping his back to her, he spoke in a low voice. The person with the secret. Is this her letter? She shrugged.
I honestly don't know who wrote that.
Frankly, I don't care who wrote it, he said, shaking his head, as long as it wasn't you. Sophia might have found comfort in his words, if his voice had not been hard as stone and weighted with a warning. He seemed to be telling her that she belonged to him and no other, and if she was an intelligent woman, she would not test those boundaries. She remembered the story about the Duchess who had thrown herself out her window. That woman had been in mental shackles. Was that what awaited Sophia, if she continued to displease her husband? Without turning around, he added, You may go now.
Very well, then. I will see you at dinner.
Rising from her chair, she feared that their glorious, pleasure-filled nights were at an end, and James might not forgive her easily when the truth finally came out. Waking like the sleeping giant it was. By 4 o'clock, all the guests were gone, including Pierre Biot. The family dined together as usual, with the added company of Martin, who was quiet, but not rudely so. In Sophia's opinion, Martin was not unlike most of the young men she had known when she was that age, cool and reticent, only beginning to learn the charm that would inevitably come more easily as they matured. James was also quiet, but she could not dismiss his silence to such a simple origin. Yes, he had made some light conversation about the success of the party, but it was all very aloof and polite. It was as if he were making sure she knew that he was not angry with her. The more relevant point being this: he did not care at all. Nevertheless, Sophia put on a bright smile as she always did and listened to Lily talk about how much she enjoyed the shooting party, and especially the games in the evenings. All the while, Sophia was wound up tighter than a tin clock, lamenting over how she had handled everything since Marian had confided in her. She wished she could go back
and not have pushed to know what was bothering her mother-in-law. For this knowledge that Sophia now possessed was threatening to ruin her marriage, when it was already so fragile to begin with. Late that night, Sophia waited in bed, hoping James would come, but he chose to stay away. She was not surprised, given the tone and outcome of their conversation that day. Briefly, she considered going to his room to try and patch things up. But how could she? She couldn't tell James the truth. Not yet. So how could she ever fix what was broken? She would have to talk to Marian first. Sophia turned the key in the lamp and lay in the darkness, finally deciding that first thing in the morning she would go and see the Dowager. Somehow, Sophia would come up with a way to convince Marian to trust her son with her secret. A number of knocks in quick succession startled Sophia awake. Heart pounding, she sat up in bed and clutched the covers to her chest.
"Who is it?"
"It's Lily,"
the voice on the other side of the door whispered.
"May I come in?"
Sophia climbed out of bed and opened the door.
"What's wrong? It's the middle of the night."
"I know, but I couldn't sleep, and you're the only person I can talk to."
Sophia invited Lily in, then lit the lamp. They both climbed onto the bed.
"Oh, Sophia, thank goodness you're here. I could not possibly trust anyone else with this secret. Promise me you will keep it just between us."
Another secret? Sophia had already promised to keep one, and it had driven a wedge between her and James. She couldn't possibly make this promise again.
"Lily, maybe I'm not the best person to— But you're the only person, Sophia. I can't live with this painful longing any longer. I feel like I'm going to die from it."
Sophia stared numbly at her sister-in-law.
"What do you mean, longing?"
Lily flopped backward onto the bed.
"I'm in love."
"Oh, please, no."
"With whom?"
Sophia asked. Lily sat up again.
"Whom do you think? Pierre. Couldn't you see that we were mad for each other?"
Suddenly, the walls seemed to be closing in around Sophia. If what Marian had told her about Pierre was true, then Pierre was Lily's half-brother. She tried to keep from stammering.
"Are you sure? I mean, does he feel the same way? I hardly saw you speak more than a few words to him."
Oh, pray that this was simply one of Lily's childish romantic fantasies.
"He feels it too, Sophia. That's why I am so unhappy now that he's gone. How will I ever survive being away from him?"
The letter. It had come from Lily.
"How do you know he's in love with you? Did he say so?" "He didn't have to say it in words," she replied. "We communicate with our eyes and our hearts. It's magical. I had no idea love could feel like this."
Sophia shook her head, still hoping that Lily was imagining any romantic feelings on Pierre's side.
"Did anything happen between you?" "Nothing you need to worry about, though I don't know what would have happened if he hadn't left when he did. We took walks together while the gentlemen were out with the guns, and please don't tell Mother. We sneaked off alone sometimes when we could. Oh, don't worry, he was a complete gentleman. Joni makes me love him more."
Sophia cleared her throat.
"Love is a strong word, Lily. Don't be too quick to use it. I know Pierre is a handsome man, but we really know very little about him."
Lily's delicate brow furrowed.
"I thought you were more of a romantic, Sophia. I thought you believed in passion." "I do, but we must be very careful not to let our hearts rule our heads, or sometimes we can get ourselves into trouble. Pierre is a foreigner, and no one here can truly recommend him as a—" "You're a foreigner, Sophia? I didn't think that would matter to you, of all people."
Sophia waved her hands, trying to backtrack.
"That's not what I mean. It doesn't matter that he's from another country. It's just that we don't know anything about him. He could be a criminal for all we know." "A criminal?
He's not a criminal, Sophia. I would know if he were. How would you know? Like I said before, we communicate with our hearts. It's like we are connected by some magical cosmic force.
Oh, good Lord.
You still haven't told me what happened between you,
Sophia said.
Did he kiss you?
For a long moment, Lily gazed off into the distance. Then she flopped backward onto the bed again.
Yes, and it was wonderful.
Sophia's stomach churned with anxiety.
You've kissed him? Lily.
She tried to speak gently.
That was not wise. You should not have been alone with him.
Lily made a face.
Oh, pooh, Sophia. You were alone with James before he proposed. That night at the political party. I saw you go into the conservatory with him.
Sophia swallowed uncomfortably.
That was different. I'm older than you. It's no different. You were an unmarried young woman, and the rules are the same.
She waved a hand flippantly through the air.
It doesn't matter anyway. Everyone does it. No, they do not. And if they do, they certainly don't speak about it.
Lily frowned at her.
Sophia, this is not at all like you. You're usually so relaxed and modern about everything.
She sat up, a look of concern clouding her expression.
Is it Pierre? Do you not like him?
Raking fingers through her hair, Sophia struggled to reply.
I don't know enough about him to like or dislike him, and neither do you for that matter.
Lily sat on the bed for a few more minutes, looking morose, as if Sophia had just stuck a pin in her delirious bubble of euphoria. Good, Sophia thought, not allowing herself to feel guilty about it.
I thought you'd understand,
Lily said, sounding altogether broken-hearted. Sophia sighed and touched Lily's cheek.
I'm sorry. I do understand how you feel. It's just that I think you need to be cautious before you allow yourself to fall too deeply in love with a complete stranger. Is it because he has no title? Of course not. It will matter to Mother, you know, and to James. They would never allow me to be with him because of it.
Sophia merely nodded.
It's not something that needs to be worked out now. There's plenty of time.
But it would be worked out, Sophia thought with grim determination.
Would you talk to James for me?
About what? She asked.
Pierre.
This couldn't be happening.
I don't know, Lily. I can't promise that now.
Lily gazed at Sophia, a look of intense disappointment in her eyes. Then she managed a smile and inched off the bed.
I understand. Truly I do. Maybe you can think about it, because I would not want to disappoint my family. But I would need at least one person on my side, no matter what happens.
Shaken and distressed by everything Lily had said, Sophia bid her sister-in-law good night, giving her a kiss on the cheek before she left the room. As soon as Sophia saw Lily disappear down the hall, she picked up her lamp and took off in the opposite direction to Marian's bedchamber.
Marian!
She rapped hard on the dowager's door.
Open up! It's urgent!
The door opened, and Marian stood glaring.
What in God's name is going on? I need to talk to you. It's about Lily.
The angry lines in Marian's face deepened.
What is it?
Sophia gathered her robe together and entered the room.
You have to tell James the truth about Pierre.
I will not, Marian replied haughtily.
This is serious, Marian. James must know the truth. Everyone has to know. At least everyone in this family.
Marian's face grew tight with fury.
Why? It's a scandal from years ago. Why taint all of them with it now and risk losing our exalted place in the world?
She slammed her open palm down on the desk beside her.
I should never have trusted you. I knew you would not understand what any of this means.
Sophia took a step closer to her mother-in-law.
I understand very well what it means, Marion, and you were lucky to have told me, because if you hadn't, you would never know what I am about to tell you.
Marion struck her with an ice-cold glare. Sophia would not be warned off.
It's Lily. She's in love with Pierre.
Chapter 25. Marion backed up as if she had been punched.
You're lying. Why would I come here in the middle of the night to lie about something like that? It can't be true. He's her half-brother.
Marion covered her mouth with a hand. She looked like she was going to be ill.
Are you absolutely sure he's your husband's son, Marion? Did Pierre speak to you at all? Did he mention who he was, or allude to the blackmail?
No, not once, Marion replied.
It was as if he didn't know me at all.
Sophia set down her lamp.
Well, maybe he doesn't know he's a relation. Perhaps Genevieve never told him.
He must know.
But why would he kiss Lily if he thought she was his sister?
He kissed her? Oh, dear Lord! Marion collapsed onto the bed. Are you certain?
Lily told me herself. She obviously has no idea what she's doing, and we can only hope that he doesn't either. To think otherwise is purely, well...
Marion waved a hand in the air to hush Sophia.
We will all be ruined, all of us. What are we going to do? What you should have done years ago. You must tell James right away. He will be able to handle this.
Marion began to weep.
I can't tell him. Why ever not?
Because I've kept it from him all this time. He knows nothing about his father's secret marriage, or the fact that he might not even be the rightful duke, and he will despise me for not telling him. Sophia didn't mention the fact that Marion's relationship with her son wasn't exactly rosy at present.
He will despise you more if you continue to keep it from him, when Lily is now in danger. Marion, you must tell him, for the sake of your daughter.
Her mother-in-law turned her face toward the darkened window.
There must be another way. There isn't, and we don't have time to plot and scheme. There's been enough of that, and look where it has taken you. The situation is out of control now, with Lily involved, and you cannot continue to deal with this alone. You need help. You must trust James. He is the Duke, and he is strong. He will know how to take care of this.
Do you really think so?
I know so.
Marion hesitated. She bit her lip.
All right, I'll tell him, for Lily's sake. But I must have you there with me when I do, for I don't know how he will react. It will be a shock, to be sure.
Sophia nodded and helped Marion up off the bed.
I know it's late, but we should go now. James will want to take action first thing in the morning.
A few brief minutes later, they were standing outside James's bedchamber, and for the third time that night, a door was knocked upon in a frantic manner.
James, it's Sophia. I'm here with your mother. We must speak to you.
He did not answer immediately, so Sophia knocked again.
James, please open up.
Still he did not answer. Sophia turned the latch and opened the door for herself. Carrying the lamp, she walked into the room, but found the bed empty. It had not even been slept in. It was nearly midnight when James and Martin entered the London house. The servants, who had been notified by telegram that the Duke and his younger brother were on their way to the city, scurried to see to the luggage and make sure that His Grace and Lord Martin were given a proper welcome. James handed his greatcoat to a footman and gestured for Martin to follow him to his study. He immediately went to the side table to fill 2 glasses with brandy. "You're sharing," Martin said with some surprise as he accepted the glass. "What's going on, James? You've invited me to come to London without a moment's notice, nor an explanation as to why we are even here."
You barely spoke on the train, and now you want to drink brandy with me? Something is definitely not right. This isn't my last liquid meal before I'm sent to the gallows, is it?" Exhausted, knowing he would not get any sleep if he tried, James gestured toward his younger brother. "No gallows for you tonight, though I will admit to considering such a tactic when I received that last letter from Aunt Caroline." Martin yielded with a nod and a look in his eye that held a hint of an apology. "The truth is," James said, "I need you here with me. I need someone I can trust." "And you thought of me?" Martin inclined his head. "I find that difficult to swallow." James sat down by the roaring fire and crossed one leg over the other. His brother sat down across from him. "I need a family member, Martin. Someone who knows how to tell lies and keep secrets, and I reckon you've mastered the art of both while you were at Eton." Martin put on an innocent air. "Why in the world would you think that?" "Because I learned the art well enough myself at your age. Moreover, from what you tell me, and from what I've struggled to forget about myself these past few years, we have very similar dispositions." Martin looked down at the brandy as he swirled it around in his glass. His voice was quiet, pensive. "I thought you were ashamed of me, James." James reached out and touched his brother's arm. It would never have dawned on him to do anything like that before he'd met and married Sophia, and that fact resonated noisily in his mind. He was not quite sure what to say, then found himself wondering what Sophia would say at this moment. "I was never ashamed, Martin," he replied. "Frustrated, yes, only because I felt I couldn't reach you. But that was my own fault. I have never tried to be a brother to you. I've always kept my distance, not just from you, but from Lily and Mother, and I know now that I must find a way to change that. I must find a way to talk to you, so that when there is something wrong, we will discover what it is and fix it, rather than try to bury it." "You've changed," Martin said, still looking down at his glass. James only nodded. "It's Sophia, isn't it? She's brought something different to the house. It's not like it was. I knew it the moment I stepped inside." Hearing those words, hearing Martin say it, James felt a deep surge of emotion rise up within him. His heart began to ache, and he breathed shakily. Martin filled the silence with a few softly spoken words. "She's special, James. You chose well." He nodded again, only because he wasn't sure he would be able to speak. Here he was, conversing openly with his brother, whom he had never in all his life really talked to before. And they were talking about Sophia, who James loved. Loved. The frightening thing was, she had the power to reduce him to this, to reduce him almost to tears, and he was still pushing her away, like he had always pushed everyone. He had left again without saying goodbye. Oh, he wanted to make it right. If only he knew how. If only he knew how to let go of the fear of loving her and the fear of being loved in return. Fear of the great beyond. Martin leaned back in his chair. "You still haven't told me why we're here, James. All I know is that you want me to lie and tell secrets, and that sounds bloody interesting." James found it in himself to snicker. "Interesting, yes. And I hope that's all it will be." "It's nothing dangerous, is it?" "I won't know until I find out who the devil Pierre Biot is, and why he was keeping a letter in his side-table drawer, a letter addressed to Genevieve Larue." Martin's eyebrows drew together in a frown. "Should that name mean something to me?" "I doubt it, but it means something to me." James leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees, rolling the brandy glass back and forth between his palms. "I think it's time, Martin, that you learned something about our late father."
He had done it again. He had gone off to London without saying goodbye, and this time without telling anyone why he was going. That morning, the butler had informed Sophia that His Grace had left shortly after dinner the night before, and had taken Lord Martin along with him, which Sophia found surprising, given James's desire to keep his distance from his siblings. She also found it disturbing that he had left so quickly, considering her last conversation with him, when he accused her of writing love letters to Pierre Biot, as if she would prefer him to her own husband, who she passionately adored, though she sometimes wished she didn't. Was that why James had left? Because he still did not believe her about the letter? Because he was angry with her for admitting to keeping a secret from him, and couldn't bear to be in the same house with her? She supposed he had good reason to leave. She would be hurt, too, if the tables were turned. But was her husband even capable of being hurt, she wondered, as a dull, throbbing ache settled into her heart. He had revealed nothing so sensitive as that in his study the previous day, when he'd handed the letter to her in a detached manner. The morning passed slowly. Marian slept, and all Sophia could do was pace in her room while she tried to decide what to do. She wasn't certain how urgent this problem was at present. Pierre had left with the other guests, so there was no danger to Lily now, and for all she knew, James might return on the evening train that very night, and she could talk to him then. She hoped Marian would still be willing to tell him the truth.
Oh, James, why did you choose yesterday of all days to leave?
Quite unable to stand another minute in her boudoir, feeling powerless, Sophia left to go to the luncheon table. She sat there for quite some time, with no one to talk to, until finally food arrived.
"Watson,"
she said to a footman standing against the wall,
"where is everyone?"
The man bowed slightly before he spoke. "The Dowager requested lunch in her rooms, Your Grace, and Lady Lily, she is expected at any moment." Sophia gazed across the table at Lily's empty plate.
"It's not like her to be late for luncheon. Could she be unwell?"
"I don't know, Your Grace." Smoothing her napkin out on her lap, Sophia wondered if Lily was napping, catching up on the sleep she'd missed the night before. Sophia picked up her fork and tried to begin her meal. Her appetite, however, was utterly absent. For some reason, she was worried, and she could not possibly eat without knowing where Lily was and exactly what she was up to.
"I shall go and look in on her,"
Sophia said with a polite smile, placing her napkin on the table and pushing her chair back.
"Just to see if she's all right. It was a busy week, you know, Watson, and everyone is quite exhausted."
He held the door open for her as she departed. Gathering her skirts in her hands, she whisked up the stairs, hoping to find everything as it should be, Lily in her room, merely dawdling. If she was dawdling, it was probably because she was kissing her pillow and calling it Pierre. Sophia had to admit she would be relieved to find that that was the case. She wanted to believe that most of what Lily had told her the night before had been mere fantasy. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate. She reached her sister-in-law's door and knocked. Silence. She knocked again. When still no answer came, Sophia entered the room. It was empty.
"Lily?"
She glanced around the tidy bedchamber. With everything that had happened with Pierre, Sophia couldn't help but be worried. She walked to Lily's large oak wardrobe and opened the doors. Gowns were missing. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, she picked up her skirts and hurried from the room in search of Lily's maid.
"Josephine!"
she called down the corridor as she headed for the front staircase. Mrs. Beeler, the housekeeper, appeared in the main hall and stopped at the bottom of the staircase looking up.
"Your Grace, whatever is the matter?"
"Where is Josephine?"
Sophia asked as she flew down the stairs.
"She went to the village this morning."
"Was Lady Lily with her?"
No, Lady Lily asked to be left alone. She was very tired, Your Grace, and wished not to be disturbed. Yet Lily's room was empty. Clothing was missing. Her maid off to the village. Comprehending the possible implications of what was happening, Sophia laboured to calm herself. It wouldn't do to have every servant in the household knowing that Lily might have eloped with a stranger who might very well be her own brother. Lily would be ruined, worse than ruined. Sophia took a deep, calming breath.
I see. Well, I won't disturb her then. Perhaps I will go and see what Marian is up to.
She smiled and headed back up the stairs, forcing herself to walk slowly, not run, but as soon as she was out of sight of the housekeeper, she quickened her pace. She reached Marian's door and knocked urgently. Marian answered, looking fatigued.
"What is it? What's going on?"
She waved Sophia inside.
Do you know where Lily is?
"No, I've been here all morning. Did she not come to the luncheon table?"
Sophia guided Marian toward a chair.
You'd better sit down. I'm afraid something terrible might have happened.
The dowager went pale.
There's no time to waste, Sophia said. I will be blunt. I just came from Lily's room, and she is gone.
What do you mean, gone?
Her gowns are missing from her wardrobe, and Mrs. Beeler told me that Lily had sent her maid into the village this morning. What if she has run off and done something foolish?
Marian twisted and wrung a handkerchief she held on her lap.
No, she would never do anything like that.
Sophia knelt before her.
We must assume the worst and do what we can to find her.
She closed her eyes and shook her head.
If only James were here. Why did he choose this day of all days to be in London?
Marian clutched at Sophia's sleeves.
We have to send for him. What about a telegram?
Yes, indeed, a telegram. We'll ask him to return home immediately, that it's a matter of utmost importance.
Sophia rose to her feet. She crossed to the door, but stopped to look back at her mother-in-law, who was now weeping.
Pray that I am mistaken about this, Marian. Perhaps Lily has simply gone off for a long walk somewhere to be alone.
Marian shook her head.
I know my daughter. She has her father's mad blood running through her veins. I fear the worst.
Chapter 26. Exhausted and weary from his journey, James stepped out of the coach. He ran up the steps of Wentworth Castle, taking 2 at a time, and entered the hall, handing his greatcoat to the butler as he passed.
"Where is the Duchess? I must see her immediately." "In the drawing-room, Your Grace."
James strode across the hall. The telegram had been disturbingly vague and frantic, and he had entertained all sorts of unpleasant thoughts on the train. Was Sophia ill or injured? Perhaps it was his mother. James left Martin at the house in London with instructions to carry out the investigation regarding Pierre Biot. Martin had in his possession a brief list of names of people who had known their father and would have knowledge of Genevieve. James, wanting to know the true connection between Pierre and Genevieve, had laid all his trust in his younger brother. Martin seemed grateful to have been given a purpose. He had wished James luck as he walked out the door. Heart pounding uncharacteristically fast, James entered the drawing-room where his wife was sitting on the chintz sofa. It was like something out of a dream, a strange, unsettling dream, for she was weeping. Onto Whitby's shoulder. James halted, and Sophia looked up. Her eyes were red and swollen.
"James, you're back."
She got up from the sofa and crossed toward him.
"Thank goodness."
The fact that Whitby stood, but kept his distance on the opposite side of the room, was not lost on James. He gazed down at his wife's troubled expression, then over her shoulder at his friend. "What is going on here?"
"You received my telegram?"
Sophia asked. "Yes, that's why I returned." He frowned at Whitby. "Why are you here?" Whitby took an uneasy step forward, as if he didn't know quite how to answer the question. Sophia reached for James's hand.
"He's here because I sent for him. I needed help, and he was nearby. I didn't know when you would arrive. You never replied to the telegram, and last time you stayed away for a month."
"I didn't reply because I was busy getting on a train."
She shook her head, as if to dismiss what was a meaningless quarrel, then turned to Whitby.
"Would you excuse us? I must speak with James alone. We'll go to the library. Please, Whitby, have another cup of tea."
James followed her.
"What the devil is happening?"
he asked as soon as they were out in the hall.
"You both look like someone has died."
Sophia put a finger to her lips to hush him until they reached the library. They entered, and she closed the double doors behind them.
"I'm very relieved that you're back, James. Something terrible has happened. You might want to sit down."
"I prefer to stand."
He had no patience left. He had just walked in on his wife weeping onto another man's shoulder. James wanted to know the truth.
"Your message was urgent. Why?"
How was she to begin? Sophia wondered, gazing with apprehension at her husband's concerned face. She moved slowly to the centre of the room.
"There is a great deal I need to tell you, and there is no easy way to say it, so I'll just come out with it. Your mother confessed something to me not long ago, something to do with your family. There is a secret that you do not know about."
James's eyes darkened, but Sophia would not be daunted.
"It's about your father. This may come as a surprise to you, but your mother was not his only wife."
James put his hand up to halt Sophia.
"Wait just a moment. You sent for me, insisted I return from London immediately, to tell me this."
"Well, yes, but—"
"I've known for years about my father's scandalous first wife. What I didn't know was that my mother knew about her."
He shook his head with disbelief.
"And she told you?"
"Yes."
He drew back in surprise.
"How in God's name did you ever get her to admit something like that? No, wait. You don't need to tell me. You have a gift. You know how to get under people's skin."
She stood motionless, not sure of his meaning. Had she just been insulted or paid a compliment?
"It doesn't matter why she told me,"
Sophia said.
"The fact is, there have been developments."
"What kind of developments?"
He sat down. Sophia remained standing.
"You know about Genevieve, but do you know about the blackmail?"
Her husband slowly blinked.
"Blackmail? I suggest you explain."
Sophia paced across the room, uncertain what this news, coming from her, would do to their marriage. He had known she was keeping something from him, and he had allowed her to keep her secret, but now his sister was possibly in the greatest danger of her life, and Sophia might have prevented it. All this after the most glorious week with James, when Sophia had let herself believe that there was hope for happiness in her marriage. Hope that her husband would one day grow to love her. She felt certain that those hopes would be ground into a fine, dry dust in the next few seconds.
"Genevieve has been threatening your mother," she said directly. "Genevieve claims she has a son who is the true heir to the Wentworth dukedom, and if Marian does not pay her what she asks for, Genevieve will reveal him to the world and take everything away from this family."
Sophia watched James for a long time. He did not move from his position on the sofa. All he did was make a fist in one hand.
"This is the secret you did not want to tell me?"
"Yes."
"That you believe I have a legitimate half-brother?"
She nodded. The muscles in his jaw clenched. He stood up and walked to the window.
"This was not a game, Sophia. You should never have kept such important information from me."
Her voice quavered as she tried to explain.
I didn't want to keep it from you. I pleaded with your mother to go to you and confess, but she would not."
He turned to face her. "You should have come to me. As my wife, you have a duty to me, first and foremost, above all others." Sophia jumped at her husband's explosive anger. He had never raised his voice to her before, even when he'd thought she was writing love letters to another man.
"I understand that now,"
she said, wringing her hands together in front of her.
"Looking back on it, I wish I had. But as you know, my relationship with your mother has not been an easy one. I've been lonely here, far from my own family, and I wanted desperately to feel as if I belonged. I wanted your mother to care for me like I was a true daughter, just as I longed to care for her as a mother. So when I made that promise to her, to keep her secret no matter what, before I knew what that secret was, I had no idea what I was agreeing to. Afterward, I felt that I was close to fixing the problems that existed between Marion and me, and she was going to tell you, but you left unexpectedly."
"It's not your place to fix this family," he said icily. "You are an outsider. You do not understand our history." Sophia felt the sting of his words like a hot iron burning into her soul. She gritted her teeth together.
"Perhaps an outsider was exactly what you all needed."
He stared at her for a moment, then turned and looked out the window again. Sophia wanted to scream. She strode toward him and pulled him around to face her.
"What is the matter with you? Have you no heart? Can you not see that this is as painful for me as it is for you? That I want, more than anything, to be a part of this family? Yet I must contend with your cool, steely reticence day after day, when all I ever wanted was for you to just love me. And now I feel as if I have spoiled any chance of that ever happening. Because I didn't tell you what Lily confided, I have put her in danger. And all because of my deep desire to be accepted."
His eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? You've put Lily in danger?" Sophia felt sick. This could not possibly have gone any worse.
"Lily is missing."
"Missing?"
"Yes, that was the next thing I was going to tell you. It's why I sent the telegram."
A muscle twitched angrily at James's jaw, and his voice hardened. "I must insist that you explain the rest of this situation to me. Tell me everything." Sophia nodded.
"Lily came to me the other night to tell me that she was in love."
"In love with whom?" he demanded.
"Pierre Biot, the man Genevieve claims is her son."
James's eyes blazed with fury. "Good God! She says Biot is her son, and Lily has run off with him?"
"It's only a suspicion at the moment, but as I said, she is missing, and some of her gowns are gone."
He strode toward the door. "Is that why Whitby is here? Did you tell him all this?" Sophia followed James out of the library.
"Yes, I'm sorry, but I was desperate. I needed help to go to Pierre's cottage and search the village, and I was afraid to trust any of the servants. I knew Whitby has been your friend for many years. He was the only person I knew to call upon."
Returning to the drawing room, James burst through the doors. Whitby stood, looking startled. "Did you go looking for her?" James asked. "Yes," Whitby replied, "but she was nowhere. Pierre's cottage was empty, and Lord Mandolin had no idea where the man had gone or when he left. He disappeared without paying the rent he owed, I might add. Then I searched the village. I was discreet with my questions, I assure you. No one has seen Lily." James turned to Sophia. "How long has she been gone?"
"Since yesterday morning."
"And no one knows anything? Where is her maid?"
"I've already questioned her. She knows nothing."
James turned to Whitby. "Thank you for coming. I am at your disposal, James." James paced the room, thinking. "Does Mother know that Lily is missing?"
"Yes,"
Sophia replied.
She's been in her room, weeping constantly.
How certain are you that Lily went anywhere with Bio?
Not positively certain, but my instincts tell me that's what has happened. After she came to me the other night.
What did she say? James asked.
She told me she was in love, and she asked me to speak with you about it, to convince you to accept Pierre.
Accept him? What do you mean? As a potential husband?
I believe that's what she had in mind.
James pinched the bridge of his nose. If everything you have told me is true, he is not only involved with blackmailing our family, but he is our half-brother.
Believe me, I tried to caution her.
James looked up. Clearly, Sophia, your counsel was ineffective. She bristled at her husband's accusing tone, and the animosity that had been snowballing since the end of their honeymoon pounded into her with all the force of an avalanche.
This is not my fault, James, she said crossly. As you said, I am merely an outsider. Your father's scandals, and your mother's secrets, and this horrendous blackmail, all of it existed before I ever set foot on English soil. None of you would be in this mess if you simply talked to each other.
The men were silent. Then Whitby made a move toward the door. Perhaps I will leave you two alone. James held up a hand. No, Whitby, stay. No one spoke for several seconds. It felt like hours to Sophia, who was breathing fast, fighting to control her anger and frustration. James walked toward her and looked into her eyes. His expression changed and became almost somber. Perhaps, Sophia, he slowly said, you are right. Sophia gazed up at him in disbelief. Had she heard him correctly? There have been too many secrets, James continued. Skeletons in the cupboard that no one has been brave enough to openly acknowledge, and we are in a bloody horrible mess because of it. A raw wave of emotion washed over Sophia. At last, James had heard what she'd been trying to tell him all along. It was not quite an apology for everything that had gone wrong between them, and it was nothing close to a declaration of love, but it was something. His concession made her heart lurch with painful longing. How she wanted all this resolved and put behind them. She wanted Lily returned to them, safe from harm. She wanted Marian to stop crying. She wanted to break through the dogged barrier her husband had forged between them. James faced Whitby. We need a plan. Whitby spread his hands wide. I'm all for it. Where do we begin? Chapter 27. A heavy rain had just begun when James entered his mother's boudoir. She was seated in a chair by the fireplace, a blanket on her lap and a handkerchief to her nose. She wore a dressing gown and nightcap. Her eyes were puffy and red. Her window was open, and powerful gusts of wind blew the white lace curtains into the room. Rain was getting in, so James strode quickly to shut the window. Then he turned to look at his mother. He had never seen her look so distraught. Something tugged at his heart, which was an unfamiliar sensation in reference to his mother, and he marvelled at it. After crossing toward her, James knelt on the floor and placed his hand upon hers. It was cold and marked with age spots and blue veins. He stared at it for a few seconds, realizing that he had never touched her hand before, at least not in recent memory. I'm home, Mother, he said. She lifted her weary eyes. I see that, but you're too late. We are ruined, James, and it's all my fault. We are not ruined. Lily certainly will be. That's if we ever see her again. He squeezed his mother's hand. I will do my best to prevent that from happening, and you have my word that you will see her again. I'm going to find her and bring her home. How? How will you ever find her? Whitby went searching already, and he found nothing.
Not even a clue about where they might have gone.
That's why I am here. You must permit me to see the letters from Madame Larue. All of them.
Her throat bobbed as she swallowed.
Sophia told you?
Yes, but I already knew about Father's first marriage, as well as what continued to go on between them while he lived. It was no great surprise to hear of it. Her brow furrowed with horror and shame.
Did you know she was blackmailing me?
That, unfortunately, I did not know about, but I wish you had told me. I would have put an end to it. I would have spared you all these years of angst and fretfulness. Why did you not tell me? She raised the kerchief to her eyes and dabbed at the corners. Her voice was shaky.
You were just a child when it began. I knew I could never protect you from him, but I could at least protect your dukedom and save you from scandal. By the time you were old enough to understand or do anything about it, I was entrenched. I was accustomed to receiving the letters and sending what she asked for. I didn't want to upset the arrangement because I was afraid of what she might do. On top of that, I never felt I could confess the truth to you. I feared you would hate me more than you already did. I feared you would be like your father and react with a temper.
James bowed his head. After a moment, he felt the unfamiliar sensation of his mother's hand upon his hair, gently stroking. How many times, when he was a child, had he wished he could run to her and do just this?
You never had to fear me, Mother, he said. I would never have raised a hand to you. I made it my purpose in life to suppress that part of my nature.
She continued to sniffle as she stroked his hair.
I was wrong about you, James. I can see it now, with my own eyes, how deeply Sophia cares for you. And that has made me realize that you could not possibly be anything like your father.
James closed his eyes and rested his forehead on his mother's lap.
Thank you for saying that.
After a short while, James rose to his feet and looked down at his mother.
The letters now, if you please. I must see them, for Lily's sake.
She nodded and pointed across the room.
They are in that box over there. They are yours to do with what you must.
I must meet this woman for myself,
James said to Whitby and Sophia later in the drawing-room.
But Madame Larue is in Paris, Whitby said. Can you risk the time? What if Lily is with Pierre somewhere nearby?
Sophia sat forward on the sofa.
Wait. I remember the first time I mentioned Pierre to Lily. She was desperate to see Paris. Perhaps they might have gone there together. I doubt they would remain here. They would know we would look for them.
That is precisely what I was thinking, James replied. From what Mother has told me, she made no payments to Pierre. She was always instructed to send the funds directly to Genevieve, which leads me to believe that Pierre will wish to return home to reap the rewards of his journey.
But why take Lily?
Whitby asked, his tone reeling with fury.
You don't suppose he meant to kidnap her for ransom, do you?
James sat forward.
It is a possibility. He might have seduced her only to lure her away. But why do that when the blackmail was working?
Whitby leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees and clasp his hands together.
Maybe he truly did fancy her. But if he is a relation, upon my word, James, if that is the case, I would like to wring his neck.
There are too many questions,
Sophia interjected, trying to calm everyone down,
and the only people with answers are Pierre and Genevieve. I believe you are right, James. We must go to Paris and speak to Genevieve in person. If nothing else, we can find out where Pierre lives and search for Lily there.
James held up a hand.
I did not suggest that you should come, Sophia. I intend to take Whitby. You must stay here in the event that Lily returns.
But your mother will be here, she argued, and Martin is at the house in London, doing everything he can there. You cannot leave me behind in Yorkshire, James. You will need my help.
Absolutely not, he argued. I cannot be sure that...
Whitby stood up and attempted to leave the room.
Sit down, Whitby, James said forcefully. I need you here to help me compose a plan. Perhaps, Sophia, you should go and check on Mother.
I'm not going anywhere, she replied. I am a member of this family, and may I remind you that Lily has confided in me and me alone. You will need me with you in Paris, if for no other reason than to speak the language and be there for Lily when you find her. I believe she will need a feminine shoulder to lean on or cry on.
James stared at her for a moment. You do seem to have an intimate rapport with her, and if things have progressed to an... He paused. To an inappropriate level with Pierre, she might not wish to face me. She might bolt. It's settled, then. You will accompany us.
James and Whitby unfolded a map of Paris and began to make plans, while Sophia sat in silence, listening, working hard to slow her pulse. What a tremendous relief it was that she would be going with him to Paris, not only to help search for Lily, but to find a way to mend the broken feelings between them. She decided she would do her best to utilize any time alone with him, to reach into his heart again, where she was sure he needed her the most. The waters were calm across the English Channel, but as Sophia stood alone on the deck of the ship with her gloved hands on the rail, the cold mist biting into her cheeks, she wondered if this was, in fact, the calm before a more serious storm. Would they find Lily in Paris? What if they did? What would be done? She turned to see James approaching, his strides long and slow and relaxed on the damp deck. He looked every inch the aristocrat. An exceptionally handsome man he was. Dressed in an expensive wool greatcoat and elegant hat, he carried himself with confidence, as if he believed without question that he would succeed in this quest to rescue his sister. His face was clean-shaven. He must have unpacked his razor and used it in the cabin while Sophia was on deck watching England disappear into the fog. His piercing, blue-eyed gaze met hers, and he came to a slow stop beside her, then faced the sea.
It's a damp afternoon, Sophia. Would you not prefer to be below decks?
I was craving the fresh sea air, she replied.
He stood beside her, watching a gull soar and swoop down near the grey water. Sophia sighed heavily.
You enjoy the sea, he said.
I do.
She leaned out to look over the rail.
Who knows what's down there in those dark depths? Sometimes I wish I could dive in like a mermaid and find out.
For a moment he watched her.
You look at people the same way, Sophia, always wanting to know what's beneath the surface.
His comment caught her off guard. She turned to gaze up at his exquisite profile, his full lips, the strong line of his jaw.
I suppose I do want to know what's in people's hearts, she said, but only if they want to show me.
Slowly, he brought a finger up to stroke under her chin. The caress was tender, and her heart ached with yearning. It had been far too long since they'd been alone and intimate with each other. How she wished their world was normal at this moment, so she could clear her mind of everything but the joy of his touch.
I have shown you very little, haven't I?
He said softly.
And I have promised not to ask for more than you were willing to give, she replied.
He nodded with understanding and faced the sea again. Sophia faced it too.
I have reconciled with my mother, James told her. There were things that needed to be said.
Sophia wondered why he was telling her this. She clung to the hope that he was trying to reveal something of his own heart to her.
That's wonderful, James.
We spoke about Genevieve, the woman my father loved, if he ever truly knew how to love. And Mother told me why, all her life, she kept the truth from me. She believed that she was never strong enough to protect me from my father, but that she had the power to protect my title and to protect me from scandal. That was her only consolation when she felt weak and ashamed of herself for what occurred in our home.
Sophia reached for James's hand, raised it to her lips and kissed it.
She loved you, James. She still loves you.
He nodded meaningfully. I spoke to Martin as well. I believe we have found the beginnings of a friendship. He is very much the same as I was when I was his age. He reminded me of that.
I'm glad you finally found the opportunity to talk to him.
James shook his head. It was not opportunity I lacked, my darling. It was understanding, empathy, and courage. I feared things that might make me angry or feel pain, and so I distanced myself from everyone. But you have shown me, by merely talking to me and drawing me out, how to open up to my family. Sophia, I owe you a debt of gratitude.
A warm glow alighted within her. If there had not been others milling about on the deck, Sophia would have wrapped her arms around James's neck and thrown herself into his embrace. But there were others, and she was still cautious with her husband. She was learning the English way. That means a great deal to me, James.
I was hard on you, he continued, when you told me about Lily, and for that I apologize. You must understand that it was difficult to hear, difficult to know that I had not taken adequate care of my family.
It was not your fault, she said. You are here now, doing everything in your power to bring your sister home, and that is all you can do. You are only human, James, and you have suffered a great deal yourself. You once told me it was not up to me to fix what was broken in your family. I shall say the same to you now. You cannot be expected to fix everything either.
He touched her cheek. You told me at home that you wanted to be accepted by my family. I came out here now to assure you that you are. We would not wish to lose you, Sophia.
Did he truly think he would? Never. I don't wish to lose you either, she replied.
The ship sliced through the calm waters below, and a whistle blew from somewhere on deck. James gazed down at Sophia and spoke in a quiet, sultry voice. Come now, back to the cabin with me. I've been without you for too long, and I am weary. I cannot bear to think about what has become of Lily. I want to feel your warmth. I need to hold you. A passionate fluttering arose within her. He held out his hand. She placed hers in his, and followed him down the companionway. Whitby, James, and Sophia registered in a tiny inn on the outskirts of Paris under false names to hide their purpose in France and prevent anyone from knowing that Lily had possibly eloped to Paris with her alleged half-brother. After a quick meal at the inn, they hired a coach to take them to the return address on Madame Larue's correspondence and the location James had for years known was her place of business. This was, however, the first time he would pass through its doors. The coach rattled noisily along the cobblestone streets, down narrow, twisting avenues lined with decrepit old buildings and littered with refuse. James reached for Sophia's hand and held it tightly. If not for her, no one would have known where Lily had gone. His mother would never have told him the truth about the blackmail. He would have been lost. More importantly, he would not have found solace anywhere. That was Sophia's gift to him after all, over and above the pleasure she gave him in bed. Comfort, solace, love. He had learned a great deal about her these past few weeks, and he had discovered that she possessed integrity, devotion, and compassion. She would walk through fire for those she loved, and thank God in heaven for making him one of the people in this world she loved with that enormous, healing heart of hers. He turned to look at her, and she gazed raptly into his eyes. 1,000 questions were written on her face. She deserved answers,
He owed her that much, and more. There were so many things he wanted to say to her. Apologies, and promises too. The coach rumbled to a halt in front of Madame Larue's brothel. Neither Whitby nor Sophia had voiced their concerns that Lily might have been brought there, for it did not need to be said. They all knew it was a distressing possibility. James moved to climb out of the coach. Whitby tried to follow, but James held him back. "Remain here with Sophia, if you will. I do not want her left alone anywhere near this place." Whitby nodded and sat back.
"Good luck, James,"
Sophia said, before he closed the door behind him. He ascended the steps on the outside of the stone building and was admitted by a porter. James glanced around at the lavish furnishings in the front hall. A crimson carpet to match the red and gold wallpaper, a red velvet settee, a glittering crystal chandelier overhead. To his right, a large portrait of a nude woman lying on a riverbank hung on the wall. James requested a meeting with Madame Larue and was ushered into a back room where he waited. A moment later, a brocade curtain lifted, and a slim, impeccably dressed woman appeared. Her hair was naturally golden, pulled into an elegant twist on top of her head. She wore no face paint, and her complexion was flawless, her bone structure likely the envy of any woman past 20. She was, he had to admit, a striking beauty for her age, and not at all what he had expected. As soon as their eyes met, her face paled, and she laid a hand over her heart.
"Oh, mon Dieu!"
Remaining silent, James made a slight bow. Madame Larue collected herself and fully entered the room.
"Forgive me, Your Grace, but I had not expected the resemblance to be so striking. You look exactly like your father 30 years ago. It's your eyes."
"I assure you, the resemblance ends there," he replied. She studied him for a moment, then went to the side table and picked up the decanter.
"May I pour you a drink?"
"That will not be necessary." She turned over a glass for herself.
"I hope you won't think it rude if I take one myself."
Judging by the way her slender hand was shaking as she poured, he suspected she needed it. Genevieve took a long sip from her glass, then crossed the room to the mantelpiece.
"What brings you to Paris, Your Grace?"
"I should think, madame, that you would have been expecting me eventually." She gave him a devious look.
"You wanted to meet me?"
He regarded her shrewdly. "I will admit to a certain curiosity about the woman my father married in an act of rebellion against my grandfather, but that is not why I have come."
"Ah, oui, your grandfather. That man was how do I say it? A son of a bitch. But I'm sure you must know that."
Odd, he thought, how a woman such as herself could exude such feminine sophistication while spouting profanities. Quite unexpectedly, he understood why his father, given his wild, defiant nature, would have been attracted to such a woman all those years ago.
"Did you wish to know more about your father's secret private life?"
she asked, with a flirtatious, teasing tone.
"Did you come looking for a memento of him?"
To his surprise, James was indeed curious about his father. But there were more important issues to discuss presently. "I do not have time for games, madame. I understand that you have been corresponding with my mother, the Dowager Duchess." Genevieve raised an eyebrow.
"Ah, oui, she is the Dowager now. I heard that you took a wife, an American. She was rather famous while she was here, James, shopping for her trousseau."
The woman's knowledge of Sophia infuriated him. Her use of his given name only added to the flame. He was through with idle pleasantries. "I will have you understand, madame, that you will send no more letters to Wentworth Castle." If you dare to make another request for payment, or try to contact any member of my family, I will return to Paris myself and crush you. Do you take my meaning?"
Her shoulders heaved with a sigh. "What makes you think I have requested any kind of payment? I swear," she said casually, "I have not thought of your family since almost forever."
"Stop the lies, Genevieve."
He strode forward and tore the opal pendant from her neck.
"I recognize this, and I will return it to its proper owner."
With a look of shock and horror, Genevieve clutched at her throat. "How dare you?"
"How dare you, madame? Your secret is out, and there will be no more of it."
He could see her bosom heaving with indignation, a look of defeat finding its way into her eyes. But James was not yet finished.
"And now, madame, you will tell me where I can find Pierre Biot."
"I don't know who you're talking about."
"I believe you do."
She called out to someone.
"Armand, come here."
A hulking Frenchman in a suit came bursting into the room. James reached into his coat and withdrew a pistol. He aimed it at the man's chest.
"You will remain outside the door, sir, until I am through with your employer."
The man held firm, so James withdrew a second pistol and pointed it at Genevieve.
"Or I swear I will shoot you both."
After a tense few seconds, Genevieve waved her servant away. James lowered both pistols, but kept his finger on the trigger of one.
"I need an address."
"Why? He is nothing to you."
"Nothing. The man you claim is your son. The man who is allegedly my half-brother and rightful heir to my title. He means a great deal to me, madame, and I will have one of two things: a birth certificate or his address. Now."
He raised the pistol again to point at her heart. Genevieve stared at the pistol and considered her options. "I don't have a birth certificate to show you, but that does not prove or disprove anything." James raised the pistol higher to point at her face. All right, she said, holding a hand up. "He lives on Rue Cuvier. But good luck finding him. I haven't heard from him since he left Paris. For all I know, he's still in England." James turned to leave, but Genevieve called after him. "You're wrong about something, you know. The resemblance doesn't end with the way you look. You're just like your father, in every way." James pushed through the front door and descended the front steps. He did not look back. 20 minutes later, the coach pulled up in front of a shabby, broken-down boarding house across the city. "Good heavens," Sophia said, looking out the window of the coach. Whitby slid across the seat.
"I will not stay behind this time, James. Not if there's a chance Lily is in that detestable place with that worm. We will both come with you, Sophia and I."
"Yes," James replied.
"If she is there, she might require some convincing to leave with us, especially if she fancies herself in love with that worm."
Whitby made a wry face. They all stepped out of the coach and entered the boarding house.
"Madame Larue said she has not heard from Pierre since he left for England," James said. "I am not hopeful."
The stench of stale cabbage assaulted their senses as they climbed a narrow set of stairs and reached room 6 at the top. A baby was crying in one of the rooms. A mangy cat scurried past their legs. James knocked forcefully on the door. Then, to his surprise, it opened immediately, and he found himself staring into the alarmed eyes of Pierre Biot. Chapter 28. This is too easy, James thought. Pierre was either a vapid moron or he'd wanted to be caught. Pierre tried to slam the door on him, but James stuck his boot out and blocked it.
"Don't be a fool, Biot. Where is my sister?"
"James!"
He heard Lily's voice from within and shoved Pierre out of the way. Sophia and Whitby followed him inside,
where Lily hurled herself into James's arms. He held her tighter than he'd ever held her before. She squeezed him and began to cry.
How in the world did you find me?
It wasn't difficult. There was a trail of letters, sent over many years, that led us here.
Letters?
She looked up at him.
What sort of letters?
He wiped a tear from her cheek.
I will explain later.
Pierre seemed to be gathering his courage, and he took a daring step forward. He stopped between Whitby and James, who were both at least 6 inches taller than he, and pressed his shoulders back. James had to give some credit to the man.
What is the meaning of this?
He said.
Lily, this is not what we planned.
James frowned at him.
I'm sorry, Pierre,
Lily replied, wiping more tears from her cheeks.
But this was not what I thought it would be like.
He didn't kidnap you, Lily?
Whitby asked. She bowed her head in shame.
No, I came to Paris with him quite willingly. He said he wanted to marry me.
And did he?
Lily shook her head.
Then why didn't he?
James asked, glaring at Pierre for an answer. Pierre was markedly silent. Sophia reached for Lily's hand.
It's all right, darling. We're here to take you home. Everything is going to be fine.
Lily sniffled and wiped her nose. James turned.
Whitby, take Sophia and Lily to the coach. I will follow shortly.
They moved toward the door, Sophia with her arm around Lily to guide her out. Lily stopped, however, and returned to speak to James.
It's not all his fault,
she whispered through her tears.
Please don't hurt him. He did say he wanted to marry me.
James felt a tremor of unease move through him. Please don't hurt him. Lily was afraid because of what she knew of the family legacy. He glanced at Sophia, who gazed at him uncertainly. His gut twisted into a tight, coarse knot. Was she afraid too? Afraid that he would explode with uncontrollable, raging violence like his father and grandfather before him? The truth was, he had no idea what he was going to do. All he knew was that he had to deal with this man. He only hoped his sister would understand when she learned the whole story.
You needn't worry, Lily, he assured her. I only require an explanation.
She accepted that and started for the door, but paused to kiss Bio on the cheek. She burst into tears immediately after, and Whitby gathered her into his arms and carried her down the stairs. With a hostile look, Pierre watched them go. James faced Pierre and regarded him through narrowed eyes. The man was his own age, perhaps a year or two older, but he was weak and reticent. James wasn't altogether certain what Lily had seen in him. Then he remembered the flirtatious manner Pierre had exhibited during the shooting party, socializing with the ladies, complimenting them endlessly in his thick French accent, and James supposed that Lily, in all her romantic innocence, had been easily charmed.
You removed my sister from her home, sir, James said. You transported her out of England to this hovel without my permission, nor with the accompaniment of a proper chaperone. I will have an explanation.
Pierre spoke with a contempt that grated upon James's already frayed nerves.
I fell in love with her. Then you should have requested permission to court her properly. I beg your pardon, your grace, but you wouldn't have granted permission, and I couldn't say goodbye to her.
James had to fight hard against the rising fury he felt, brought on by an intense need to protect his sister and the unpalatable knowledge that he had failed the first time around. He tried to cool down by seeking to understand more of what had occurred and why it had occurred.
What is your connection to Madame Larue? James asked.
He'd found his mark, for Pierre stiffened.
I don't know what you're talking about. I believe you do.
James stood before Pierre and looked him up and down from head to foot. He studied the man's eyes, the set of his jaw, the line of his nose. "Do we resemble each other at all?" he asked.
Not really, Your Grace.
"Some might think we do." Pierre said nothing. James tapped a hand on his thigh and wandered around the room. Pierre began to fidget. "You had this letter in your side-table drawer when you were a guest in my home." James pulled the letter addressed to Genevieve from his pocket. "I took the liberty of reading it. You said that your assignment was going well and that you would be returning to Paris on the 17th. You returned earlier, with my sister in tow. Like I said, we fell in love." "Which was not part of the assignment," James surmised. A bead of sweat trickled down Pierre's forehead. "What was your assignment, exactly?" Pierre swallowed hard.
To act nonchalant, have a good time at your party, then leave.
"Why did you return to Paris early?" James asked. "You found a more profitable bounty?" Pierre's mouth tightened into a hard line.
Your sister was eager, Wentworth. She practically begged me to bring her here.
"Watch your tongue, sir. I will ask you point blank. Are you Madame Larue's son?" Pierre sneered.
"I don't know what's going on in your sick family, Your Grace, and to tell you the truth, I don't really care. All I know is that I'm not that whore's son. I've got an entirely different whore for a mother. So, if you're worried about Lily and me being related, we're not. What happened between us was, how can I say it, decent and natural."
James fought to control a sudden overwhelming rush of rage. "How did you become involved with Madame Larue? Unless you want to face the full force of my wrath, sir, I suggest you tell me the truth." Pierre considered it, then sauntered toward the small window that looked out over an alley.
"I met her only a few times at her place of business. Then she came looking for me, to ask me to attend your shooting party. She knew all about it and made the arrangements for my lodgings. She paid my expenses and bought me clothes. She instructed me to say nothing about my purpose, and if I did what she asked, I would receive 500 English pounds when I returned, as well as a few other favours."
"But you have not gone to collect your reward," James said.
"We only just arrived in Paris last night," Pierre replied. "I didn't want to leave Lily alone."
James took a threatening step forward. "Do not ever contact any member of my family again. Do you understand me? Do not even set foot in England, or I will rip you to shreds. Count yourself lucky that I have not already done so." James turned to go, but foolishly Pierre grabbed hold of his coat sleeve.
"Wait, there is still the matter of your sister. What if I intend to fight for her?"
James's eyes blazed down at Pierre's hand on his arm, but Pierre did not retreat.
"Lily's got a reputation to think of," Pierre continued. "If anyone found out where she'd be ruined."
James met Pierre's gaze.
"First of all, unhand me, sir.
Then you will tell me exactly what it will cost me to have the pleasure of never seeing your face again." Pierre's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he released James's arm.
"A duke like you with a rich American wife? 50,000 pounds should keep me quiet."
James let out a long sigh.
"You too, Pierre.
Have the French nothing better to do than dream up endless plots of blackmail?" Proudly adjusting his collar, looking as if he'd just bagged a lion, Pierre smiled.
"It's better than pushing a potato cart around town, Your Grace."
"Ah, but is it better than this?" James drew his pistol and pressed it firmly up against Pierre's forehead. "I would wager that pushing potatoes would be far preferable to being buried with them." Pierre raised his hands, as if in surrender.
"She's your sister, Wentworth. Are you sure you want to risk this getting out?"
James cocked the pistol.
There will be no risk, because if you do not keep quiet, you will be dead."
Pierre's hands trembled as he stared at the pistol.
"I will have your word, Billot, and with it, you will have my promise not to hunt you down and spill your brains all over those dowdy new clothes of yours."
Pierre's Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped.
"If you hadn't come here, Your Grace, I would have married her. With the expectation of an allowance from me, no doubt. With or without it."
James flinched, then raised his chin.
"Do I have your word, sir?"
After a tense second or two, Pierre judiciously agreed. A moment later, James walked out of the boarding-house and stepped into the coach that was waiting on the street. Inside its safe confines, Sophia sat beside Lily, who had recovered from her tears and was now looking nervous and frightened at the prospect of facing James's displeasure. He took a few seconds to roll his neck, relax the muscles in his shoulders, and allow his raging pulse to settle down. His hands were shaking, but he was in control. He gazed at Sophia, so beautiful even now in this horrid coach. If she only knew what she had done for him, he never would have been able to trust himself to deal with all of this before Sophia had come into his life. She had taught him a great deal about himself. His American wife was the greatest gift he had ever known. He felt a blanket of calm slowly descending upon him. Whitby, Sophia, and Lily all sat in silence, waiting to hear what had occurred in the boarding-house. As soon as the coach was in motion, rumbling down the street and turning a corner, James spoke.
"Pierre will keep quiet."
Lily covered her mouth with a hand.
"You didn't harm him, did you? Because he wasn't bad to me, James, truly. As I said, I went with him willingly. He was always very charming toward me."
James noticed Whitby stiffen with outrage. He was no doubt wondering what James himself was wondering. Had Pierre robbed Lily of her virtue?
"I did care for him," she continued. "I just realized, after we left England, that I wasn't quite sure who he was or what he was."
James sat forward and squeezed her hand.
"You do not need to explain everything to me now, Lily. There will be time for that later. We're just glad to have you returning with us."
He raised her hands to his lips and kissed them. As he looked at her, he realized it was difficult for him not to see her as a child, when in fact she had become a woman in recent years.
"You must all think me a fool,"
Lily said, lowering her gaze.
"Or hate me entirely."
She turned her sheepish gaze toward Whitby.
"And you came."
"Of course I came," Whitby replied compassionately. "I've known you since you were a child, Lily. You're like a sister to me."
Sophia pulled Lily into her arms and hugged her.
"You mustn't worry. You're safe now, and we're going home."
"And rest assured," James said, "that it will be a different home than it was before. I have not been there for you in the past, and for that I am sorry."
Not wanting to leave Lily alone on the ship, Sophia shared a cabin with her sister-in-law during the overnight crossing, making it necessary for James and Whitby to take separate cabins. Sophia was still unsure about what exactly had taken place between Pierre and Lily, and whether they had been physically intimate. It was most certainly possible, likely even, for Lily had been more than a little besotted with Pierre. Lily did not wish to talk about it, however, and Sophia agreed not to push. She would be patient. Thankfully, it did not take long to ease Lily into a restful sleep, for James's sister had not slept a full night since she left her home with the intention of eloping. At long last, Sophia was able to sit down in a chair and consider all that had happened in the past week. She did not remember a more distressing time in her life. She had kept secrets from her husband and feared he would condemn her if he found out. She had teetered on a wobbly precipice between winning her mother-in-law's affection
or guaranteeing her hatred forever. Lily had gone missing, and Sophia had blamed herself. They'd all exhausted themselves travelling to France, confronting the most despicable people, setting foot in foul, filthy places they would never have set foot in otherwise. Yet so many wonderful things had come out of it. Sophia had discovered that her mother-in-law did in fact possess a softer side, though it was buried beneath a mountain of fear and guilt. Sophia had even managed to bridge the gap that had existed between them from the beginning. Marian had revealed her regrets to James, and they had reconciled after years of ill will and avoidance. James and Martin were embarking on a brotherly friendship. James had apologized to Lily for not being there for her, and he had thanked Sophia for her role in all the reconciliations. He appreciated her. He'd admitted it openly during the Channel crossing. She should feel satisfied, grateful and fortunate, for she had made a difference in James's life and the lives of all his family members. Against the odds, they had rescued Lily, put an end to a devastating blackmail plot against their family, and were on their way home to begin a brighter future together. Feeling tired and despondent, Sophia sighed and leaned her head against the chair back. Something was still missing, for James didn't truly love her, not the way she loved him. She wasn't even certain he was capable of loving her, after declaring on so many occasions that he was not. Yet she still loved him, more than her own life. Why? It made no sense. He had done everything in his power to keep her at a distance. She supposed it was because she knew that James, like the ocean, possessed complicated but beautiful hidden depths. Why else would he have retreated so ardently from his family after the ordeal of his childhood? To protect those he loved, and to protect himself. Clearly, his heart had been shattered by all that he had suffered. But deep down, he was truly noble and had been heroic. She had witnessed that heroism these past few days, when he had put everything aside, even a lifelong chasm between himself and his mother, to protect his family. She felt a tremendous ache in her heart at that moment, an aching need to know her husband as intimately as she knew her own heart. She only wished he would let go of the demons from his past and love her fully, the way she wanted and needed to be loved. 2 days later, shortly after their arrival back at Wentworth Castle, Sophia retreated to her own bedchamber and summoned her maid to arrange for the tub to be brought in and filled with water. All she wanted was time alone to rest her mind and cleanse herself of all the dirt and grime of the past few days. As she lay in the tub, with her head tipped back upon the bowed rim, a note was slipped under her door. Sophia opened her eyes to the sound of the paper swishing across the floor. She rose and stepped out of the tub, dripping water everywhere as she bent to pick up the note. "My darling, when you are finished bathing, please come to me. James." Sophia stared at her husband's elegant script upon the ducal stationery, felt a rush of anticipation, then rang for her maid to return and help her dress and pin up her hair. A half-hour later, she was at James's door, knocking. "Come in," he called from inside. Sophia turned the knob and pushed open the heavy door. Warmth touched her cheeks as her gaze fell upon her husband, lying in his own brass tub in front of the fire. His arms were out of the water, resting along the rim, and his black hair was wet and slicked back. His chest was magnificent in the evening light, beaming in the window, brawny, golden and robust. Sophia's breath caught as she stood in the open doorway, staring at her handsome husband, naked in the bath before her. A swell of avaricious lust moved through her. "You sent for me?" was all she could say when her senses were blazing to life. His expression was blithe and open, I did. Come in, if you will, and lock the door behind you. A hint of seductive allure softened his voice. Her love for him at that moment was excruciating, blinding. The corner of his mouth curled up in a small grin. Sophia trembled as he lifted his hands from the rim of the tub and held them open. Would you like to come in? With a willing smile, Sophia unbuttoned her bodice and slowly undressed in front of her husband. She laid her clothes out neatly on his bed, then stepped into the tub and sat between his legs, reclining to let her head rest upon his shoulder. James picked up the washcloth and dipped it in the water, then squeezed it over Sophia's breasts and let the warm droplets caress her skin. You are the most beautiful creature I have ever known, he whispered in her ear.
I love your seductions, she replied with a teasing smile.
James lay in the tub, quiet and still for a few seconds. It's not just a seduction, Sophia. Not today. He kissed the side of her head, and Sophia waited, curious.
What is it, then?
An apology, and a surrender. Sophia sat up and turned sideways in the tub to look at her husband's face. She wanted to ask him what he meant, but no words would take form in her brain. James stroked her cheek with the backs of his fingers. I have many regrets, Sophia. I have not been a good husband to you.
You have been a wonderful husband, James.
Of course, it wasn't entirely true. There was still so much that was missing from their marriage, but she recognized his desire to bare his heart to her, and she would not dream of discouraging him. You are very kind to lie like that, he said.
It's not all a lie, she replied. I've been treated very well here. You have given me so much.
But not enough. I've not given you my heart. Sophia swallowed nervously.
James.
Please, he said, holding up his hand. Let me speak. Let me say the things I should have said a long time ago. With fresh hope flooding her senses, Sophia waited patiently for him to continue. I know that from the beginning you've wanted more, he said. At first, I tried to tell myself that you only wanted my title, but I always knew there was more to you than that. There were things you openly revealed to me, while I revealed nothing. I didn't tell you about my family's history because I was ashamed. I didn't tell you the truth about Florence because I thought it might scare you away. But most of all, I didn't let myself love you, and I am sorry for that. You deserved so much more, and I failed you. My only excuse is that I did not want to give in to my passions and become like my father. I didn't want to hurt you the way he hurt my mother and me. Sophia's heart ached with love for him.
You will never be like him, James. You have been put to the test in every way, and you have passed those tests. Think of it. You believed I wrote a love letter to another man, yet you remained in control. And think of your siblings. You have done everything in your power to protect them from harm and set them back on good paths. There is hope for Lily and Martin now.
James rubbed her back. You always see the good in people.
I have no trouble finding it in you.
For a long moment he stared into her eyes. It amazes me that you have never given up on me, that you even cared for me to begin with, when I was so determined to keep everything between us superficial. She touched his face.
I was captivated by you. From the very first moment I saw you walk into that London drawing-room in all your fine elegance. You were so handsome, James, tall, confident, and untouchable. I wanted to know who you were. I wanted to know what was beneath that steely surface, and why you seemed so cynical when you looked around at the world and everyone in it. For some reason, I sensed that the world could change for you, If only someone would just talk to you.
You wanted to rescue me from my austere English reserve, he said with an amused grin, lifting his eyebrows.
I suppose so, but I wanted you to rescue me too, from my superficial life in New York, from the endless, desperate social climbing. I understand now that all I ever really wanted was passion, and I saw it in your eyes. I knew you possessed an abundance of it, that it was bottled up inside you, just waiting to be released. I wanted to reach in and pull it out of you.
James cupped her cheek in his hand. You succeeded. You reached inside, and now I am all yours. I love you, he added. Sophia could barely move. All she could do was stare at him, astonished. Through the roaring din of joy washing through her like a waterfall, Sophia somehow found her voice.
I love you too, James. I will always love you, until the day I die, and beyond.
She threw her arms around his neck and wept tears of happiness as she hugged him. He held on as if he never wanted to let go, his strong arms wrapped around her back, his face buried in her neck. No one has ever loved me like you have, he said. I never thought it was possible. She sat back and looked at his dark, beautiful face.
I am so happy.
That's good, because I intend to make you happy every day for the rest of my life. Sophia couldn't stop crying.
James, I never dreamed.
He held her and kissed her and stroked her hair, and for the first time she felt as if she were truly home. This was where she belonged, in England, with James, here in his arms, as his wife and his Duchess. He shifted his body minutely beneath her, the smallest trace of a movement, but it was enough to transform their shared tenderness into a burning arousal, in one sweeping, wondrous instant. James closed his eyes and made love to his wife in the firelight, while Sophia let herself fall into bliss, for there was true, genuine love between them now. Feeling elated, basking joyously in the feel of his heart beating against hers, Sophia sighed. Eventually, they withdrew from the tub and dried off, then moved to the bed and made love again, tenderly, and with great awareness of each other's needs and desires. James whispered those magical words again, I love you, as he gazed into her eyes and held her face in his hands. When the dinner gong rang, they helped each other dress and went to the drawing-room to gather with the family. Sophia requested that the leaves be taken out of the dining table so that the family members could sit nearer to one another, tonight and every night, far into the future. In all her life, Sophia had never felt so happy. Sometime near dawn the next morning, James pulled Sophia close. It's a new day, he said, and the world is already a brighter place, all because of you. How was I ever so lucky to have found you, when you lived your entire life on another continent? Sophia smiled up at him.
We were meant to be, James, and nothing was right until I came here.
Are you glad? He asked, touching her chin with his finger and looking into her eyes. Even though it was difficult in the beginning?
Of course. This is my home now, and I am overjoyed to be here with you. You're the only man I ever could have loved.
And I am overjoyed to have you, my darling. May I show you how much? Sophia rolled onto her back and ran her finger up his bare chest.
If it would please you, Your Grace.
The point, my dear, is to please you. She smiled seductively.
Far be it from me to argue with a duke.
Epilogue.
April 15, 1882. Dear Mother, greetings from merry old England. I hope this letter finds you well and enjoying spring in New York. James and I are growing anxious, awaiting our little one's arrival. The doctor says the baby will arrive sometime in July, but I think he will come sooner than that, because I am so eager to meet him. James thinks it will be a girl. I think a boy. Either way, we will both be thrilled when our child arrives. We are delighted with everything in our lives these days. God has blessed us with so many wonderful treasures. How are Clara and Adele? Have you given any more thought to their coming to London for the season? I would love to introduce them into the very best of society, and Lily would be pleased to have the girls at her side, for this will be her second season, and she is somewhat nervous about the whole affair. Say hello to Father, and I will await your reply. Your loving daughter, Sophia. P.S. May I tempt you with the news that the Prince of Wales informed me personally that he will be decidedly disappointed if Clara and Adele do not come?
This concludes To Marry the Duke by Julianne MacLean. Narrated by Rosalind Landor. Copyright